Welcome back to King's Resort, home of the 2023 World Series of Poker Europe. But tonight, we're going to cast our eyes onto the Yo Viral Cash Game, episode number 3. But of course, there was World Series glory last night, Randy.
That's right. It was a great day for India as Santosh Sivarna won the 50K Diamond High Roll for €650,000.
And of course, it's not just the guys here getting all the glory and winning all the prizes. Those of you at home who've been picking up those codes over the last week, the draw is tomorrow night at 8 p.m. right here, so do please tune in for that. And Randy, rumours abound that Santosh may be on this table again later this evening.
That's right. We might have Santosh Sivarna joining these characters right behind us, as well as Rob Young and Leon Sukernick. But for now, the usual suspects.
Yeah, well, let's waste no time and get down to it. Welcome back to King's Casino.
Do not adjust your sets, guys. We've not gone back in time.
No.
We are here. It is still being Randy, though.
It is.
For the main event coverage, day 3, coming up very shortly, right here. And Randy, we're coming back with 191 players, 123 paid, and some handsome chaps just hanging out on the stage, seeing who we've got in the mix. I was very excited.
But it's record-breaking. €1.5 million for first, 817 entries. Lots of heavy hitters still involved.
Yeah.
Last main event champion, Omar, still in the mix.
He is. And of course, we have the man he beat heads up in this very tournament last year on the table with us here in the form of Jonathan Pastore. Got 852k last year for second place. But my eyes, Randy, are on a certain Adrian Mateos on our feature table, leading the chip count on our feature table.
Yeah, he's got a massive stack, and he's up against a lot of good players. But we know Adrian Mateos is one of those players who's won titles in every single type of tournament out there. And he would love to take down this WSOP main event in Europe for that top prize. Does have some challengers, though, right? I see immediately Hermano, Di Nicola, 59 big blinds, won a bracelet earlier.
The Colossus.
The Colossus, yeah, that's right. He was looking very hot in that one. Daniel Razai, we know he's a regular, one who knows how to get things going.
Yeah, Daniel Razai, 43 World Series of Poker cashes to his resume. For over 650k, 3 million plus in his career globally. Some other familiar faces here. Robert Bickley, saw him go deep in this very event a few years back. I mean, 4th, but it really is, in my mind, the Mateo show.
Yeah, it's definitely probably going to be the Mateo show, but you know, we got Joe Trent in the mix. You know, he's
your boy.
Made some final tables right here at the Kings for this trip.
Yeah, he won the big rap PLO event back in September.
He loves Razvadov. You know, he won what, €500,000 in that PLO event. Although he'll have to play with 2 cards today.
You can still make some hands with 2 cards.
You can. You can just pick the best 2. This guy needs to just get off the stage. Whoever's in the front, no idea who that is.
Wow, he's listening to you.
I don't know. It's just.
I was getting excited, Randy, as we look at these overall leads. Kanishka Kabir with 200 big blinds coming in for day 3, Randy. That's pretty absurd. Andrea Radici not too far behind. Then a bit of a drop off to the rest, and perhaps the best known amongst that top 8, Leon Sturm, a high roller regular in there with over 1 million chips. As I mentioned, we have 191 coming back for today.
Look at the flags. It's just, what, that's a Italian flag?
Oh yeah,
right?
The Italians and the Germans.
They're crushing.
Dominating.
Top 8.
Randy, you want to have a stab at the flag in the middle there? Not the Austrian one.
Oh, I wasn't even going to say Austria. Okay, I'm just going to stay silent.
Oh really?
Yeah.
I think I know, but I'm actually going to Google just to make sure.
That was the chip counts. Oh,
cheating.
Top stacks. You figured that out now?
Yeah, Georgia.
Okay. There's Razai in the foreground.
Yeah, such a well-known player, especially around these parts, but all around Europe playing big barn events. Just getting the table set, Randy, get everyone ready for this day 3 of 5. Players already 2 days deep of poker. 2 starting days. Of course, a lot late reg yesterday, up to the first 5 levels. But now, of course, We are in the pure freeze-up portion of the event. Plan is to play 7 levels today. Get ourselves deep into the money, hopefully, and then tomorrow, all the way down to the final table. And of course, Wednesday, we will bring you that final table coverage, and this is how they line up. Michael Sklenicza, of course, overlooking him. The Czech man, the only one on our table here. Starting with 14 blinds, and looks like the button's starting in seat 9. It's going to be under the gun with that shortest stack on this table. And I'm just looking. Joe Schwen, perhaps, with kind of an awkward seat there.
He's got one of the worst seats, sandwiched between a bracelet winner and Adrian Mateos, who's got position right behind him with that massive stack.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I often argue that we see Adrian Mateos, of course, competing in all the biggest high rollers around the world. He very rarely misses a stop. But I heard someone make the argument that he's just like the best main event player in the world. He's so good at like deviating from GTO and exploiting opponents. I'm fascinated to see him compete for this first hour and a half here on our featured table.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense, you know, players who can deviate at the right times, especially in this massive field. To get this 1.5 million euro means that players came from all over the world with different skill levels. So we'll see if he can demonstrate how he obtained this massive stack.
It was 10 years ago, Randy, that he won this very event back in Paris. I remember that because I thought I was going to knock him out deep in that one.
So he...
I created a monster. I try to claim Mateos'
Some
my
of that
creation.
prize pool is your money. He's got the James Dempsey money.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was trying to call you out for busting the turbo bounty yesterday, and now it's flipped back around.
Yes, I did play the 1K turbo bounty, try to get my bracelet. Couldn't even make the money. Back in the booth where it's safe. You know, after I busted, I just went into this room and just stayed here by myself in the lonely dark. Didn't even have the lights on. It's grim.
At least it was a freeze-out, Randy. You were limited, or yeah, limited to doing 1K
Exactly
maximum.
why I played. Here we go.
Me? Instead, I just played 7 hours of Chinese poker.
Yeah, you got that Ollie money. That's sweet money, though.
That is the best money. Of course, Nejad and Henry Kilbane will be joining us a little later in the booth. They're getting some much-needed rest, as we have 3 long days of coverage ahead for all of you. Welcome. Play underway.
Thank you.
Nice suited ace.
Gamble. Gamble.
Gamble.
Let's see.
Already with the chat. Adding 9K onto the 8K big blind.
I could see Razai coming along with Jack 8. You know, it's connected enough, it's playable. Obviously great at getting a good price, given just north of min.
22.
2.2 or 22, 220.
220 is right, which is what he started with.
As you suggested, Randy is going to come along for the ride. The double gappers from the big, getting such an attractive price. Finding a king 5-4 flop, not quite as attractive.
Yeah, this board is all Joe. Should be quick and easy.
Gamble too much.
I like watching Daniel plays. Enjoyable. Always seems to be having fun at the table. Joe the same.
He's fun. Like Joe Trent doesn't talk too much just because of the language barrier, but when he does, it's hilarious.
Yeah. Imagine if he was completely fluent English, there'd be a lot more talk at the table with him. But you're right, he's always the animated guy, he's having fun.
Yeah, he's sweating the cards. It looked like he had a long night because that yawn is still going on.
Well, you think he bagged up and maybe jumped in a cash game? We maybe saw some 4-card action?
He likes to play the 4-card. He likes to play the cash games.
Here is your Colossus champion. Feels good on this table. I spoke to him just before the off. He was like, I'm back at my lucky spot.
16.
That's true. He's been on this main stage in front of all the viewers. Although it is Mateos.
Well, here's a man we also saw on this stage, Andre Dessert. He finished 16th in that Colossus.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he was the first one out, just missing out on his main event seat, but we can see he made his way into the main. He's found his way through to day 3, facing off against Mateos with that deathly stare. It just it goes to your heart, Randy.
I can feel it from the booth. I mean, man, if I can feel it, imagine him.
The action, it would appear, is going to make its way round.
Over to the big.
Sklinchka in the big blind with 3 deuce off. The lone Czech competitor on our feature table with that small stack having to relinquish. What? Like, this is absurd. You just get here and you've got Adrian Mateos on your table. Like, really? Of all the table draws, and this table looks pretty tough, Randy. I mean, I took a walk through the tournament area. Not to say there aren't a lot of great players left in, but this is the one where I'm like, wow, I recognise like half this table.
Definitely a tough table, for sure.
Busted the main in
Seen softer.
Vegas first level. Then I busted this.
Haven't seen hands this bad though. 6 deuce in the muck.
Might be the first one that's done it.
Running a little hot. No action on the last one.
Almost impossible to do it in Vegas, and I did it in Vegas and here.
Yeah, I didn't do Vegas. Oh, did I?
Welcome on all Twitch chat, YouTube chat. Myself and Randy will be keeping an eye on that. Mateos getting out of line with 2 queens.
This one I tried. Like,
Getting out of line. Okay.
It's like he's not allowed to have hands when he raises. That's the way I'm looking at it.
You go sip on your cappuccino. You need to wake up a little bit because this is in line.
It's a lovely cappuccino, Randy. Need it today. Early start for you and I.
Oh, we got some problem here.
Tanisha.
Straight jamming it.
Understandable, right?
Especially against Mateos, who's going to open super wide. And he's going to need to find that king if he wants to stay in here.
I need Jack 10.
He's rooting for Jack 10 instead.
All I need on the flop.
There we go. Not asking for too much. Just wants the open ender and then take his chances down the streets.
Maybe just a 10. 10 and a
Jackpot
9.
going again, Randy?
Cueing the music for
The slot jackpot has gone off again.
all in. Like, who are we celebrating? Are we celebrating because the king is arriving? No.
9-9 for a chop.
Okay, 9-9.
That'd be unlikely chop, but a chop nonetheless. The 9-9 run out.
10. That's the king of hearts.
I feel like with this music going off when you're all in, dominated.
It's a little...
Come on.
The pick of the music.
Doesn't really seem like it's going to go your way, does it? But we'll find out. One more river card to come.
King of hearts.
Not to be. Sklinchka first out from our feature table. We can see the top right. The field has lost a few at the start of day 3.
Music start when you put it in.
Yeah.
The music will stop once you
And
go.
it stopped like as soon as, yeah.
Maybe it's Mateos'
It would be
music.
great for
When
the
that
stream
plays,
see, like,
people should
other
just know to get out of the way.
Dragging in pots while this music is running.
Chip leader with more. The short stack gone. Yeah, I was saying, welcome everyone in the chat.
Yeah, they seem pretty excited about the slots jackpot. that was our music for epic all-ins.
And Mateos. Everyone wants to see Mateos. I see some people asking about other players in the field. Lots of big names still in the mix. Apocalypse. Giving a shout out to Maria Lampropoulos. Saw her, she's out there in the field, still battling away. We have Nacho in the field.
Nacho.
He's
The year's almost over, so he better get his last one.
Well, he's desperate to win GPI Player of the Year.
That'll be fun.
He needs to get something going in a big field, he feels. Obviously, he had phenomenal success in the high rollers this year. As Jonathan Pastor faces the open from Andre Desset. No music for this King Queen.
Well, I mean, he's not all in yet. Just wait. Razai with the ace-3 off. He's out.
Di Nicola.
Just a king 4 offsuit. Not the greatest hand, especially against a +1 raise.
Mulling it over.
He's thinking about something. Counting down his stack first.
Just under 30 blinds, pardon me. Randy, we do see the kind of bluffs constructed from the big blind range being some of these kind of hands, right?
A little bit. You tend to see a little bit more from ace-5 offsuit, but it is starting to become a thing. Know where your head's at.
Andre Desset happy to take things down pre-flop.
So we do pay top 123 players, so about 2/3 of the field will make the money, 1/3 go home with 0.
0 is not a good number.
No. So it's going to get, we're still a little bit of a ways, but it's going to get quite tense as we approach like 20 away, maybe 30.
Yeah, certainly will. Especially when we know there are a whole host of ticket winners in the mix in this event. Now a lot of those may well have played anyway and are very good poker players with adequate bankrolls, but for a lot of players,
life-changing money at hand.
For sure, life-changing money for most of the field. But even the min cash is going to be somewhat significant to a lot of the field. Something you don't tend to see in some events. But
It's a massive 16,500 euro. It's a lot, you know. Like, how often you just handing 16,000 to someone for free as a tip? No.
No.
So definitely worth playing for, even for our seasoned veterans.
And also worth noting, even for some of those seasoned veterans, Randy, we know that people sell action in poker tournaments. Some of the high rollers are playing for usually smaller percentages than they would in an event like this, where maybe they go, hey, you know, for 10k, I'm going to play for all of it. So even for the superstars, this can be a really big event.
I hear you. Yeah, that's why the final table will be a lot of fun. And Joe Tran flopping full house against pocket fours. And this is a good board, the 9-9 deuce, right? The pocket fours usually doesn't fear too much. Kind of wants to get a little bit of money in there.
Yeah, he's loving that flop.
The hand, of course, vulnerable to overcards.
Yeah, it's one that really needs a bit of protection. And one that can stand some heat. Small bet, one would assume, with 48k in there on this completely broken board. Oh, it's actually gone quite big, Randy. 20k and a 48. I wonder if, to that sizing, Joe has options. Well, he chooses route 1, taking it upstairs. And now this gets a little bit more awkward. Having c-bet that slightly larger size and facing a big bet.
Yeah, it's interesting because 2-4 is obviously a great board, but you're wondering, what did my opponent flat the small blind with to come check raising now? Like, if he had a 9, wouldn't he want to slow play against me with pocket deuces? So it's confusing him a bit, and there's a chance he may come along. He doesn't believe.
And when he does, Joe's only going to have a pot-sized bet behind.
Yeah.
So he's shadowed this out nicely already. Very easy to get this in over 2 streets. The king rolling up on the turn. A card that I guess Pistori can have some of.
It's interesting because this card should more be in Pistori's range, right? Like having ace king, the bet call flop I could see. Joe Tren. It seems like he would check a lot. If he does bet, maybe closer to quarter pot or so, given how strong his hand is. It kind of depends on how often he thinks it's being floated by an unpaired hand, or if it's just purely pocket pairs a lot. And it feels like it's pocket pair, hence why he's betting.
Right, slightly larger sees bet facing that 3 bet. Pardon me, facing that check raise on the flop. Does certainly look a bit more of a hand. He's gone such a tantalizing sizing, obviously being so shallow relative to the pot. Spending 48k. This is an milky bet.
It's a bit milky, but it's understandable given how good his hand is. And now for Pistori, he might be a bit confused because let's just say his opponent in the small blind check raise a flop with some kind of pocket pair. Like, why is he betting on the king? Does give it up.
Nice fold from Jonathan Pistori.
Welcome.
Looked and felt like strength.
Actually got a decent amount of value for those pocket deuces, right? Like, let's just say he check called flop. Like, maybe it just runs out where he bets and the opponent folds. It might have got a little extra. What are we ordering?
Also just the Coke. Ah, that's conquistador. Oh no, the water. I was going to say, there's no way Adrian Mateus is drinking something unhealthy, Randy.
Me and Joe Tran, we like the Coca-Cola. There we go.
Yeah.
We're on the same page. Full sugar.
It's tiring, Randy. They played a long day yesterday. Need that little energy, a little boost in the morning. The place noticeably quieter today, Randy, when we came in here. Obviously things winding down for the WSOP Europe, but there is still, of course, the closer, Day 1B, kicking off today. €550 buy-in. Anyone in the area fancies trying their luck to win a bracelet? It's the last shot. Randy tried yesterday to win a bracelet. It didn't go so well for him.
Yes, $1,000 down the drain.
Tried to buy 5% as well, so that worked out well for me.
I did reject you, didn't I?
Mateos with a hand.
Why remind me? Okay, 2 jacks, go on.
This is going to feel funny as well for Rizai. With a 7. Trying to get one through. Going to be met with resistance from the small blind, of course. Manu. It's going to be way wider than this premium. And perhaps fortunate for Rizai, he has opened with such a poor hand in terms of being able to continue.
Yeah, just the few hands we've played so far at this featured table. Mateos already open raising multiple times, now coming in with 3-bet. It looks suspicious. Gonna have his alarm bells ready to go. Does cross what appears to be 1 million in chips.
$1 million. 100k starting stacks, so 10 dreams reside in his stack.
Yeah, I think I remember you, yeah.
Here too, right?
Also here and
4 or 5 years ago. You still look the same.
yeah, thank you, that's cool. You also. You're still young, huh?
Yeah, we are still young.
I hope so.
Like a lion recognizing an antelope from many hunts before. You don't want to be on that man's radar. He's clocked Desert. I remember playing with you 5 years ago. That's scary. You want to be anonymous when you're playing against such a great player. Randy, I realise I've been stood up the whole time in this booth, but we're not playing a stand-up game today.
No stand-up game. All business.
All tournament.
48.
Yeah. 3-betting now. Ace King suited. It looks out of line given the frequency.
Right. And almost unfortunate in a way for Mateos that he's been up against Ace 7 off and Ace 6 off with these 3 bets. And he'd be looking for action. Albeit, of course, he got plenty of action with his 2 queens. Desert. Oh, thinking about doing something.
Or he's like, is this guy really going to blow me off of my hand every single time with a 3-bet?
Right.
Queen 10 suited was nice.
Sounds fair to me.
I actually really like this this hoodie from the King shop.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got this little, I don't know what the word is, but the King's logo on the little sleeve. Subtle. Does lay down A6 as expected.
You did notice Jonas Hagstrom taking that vacant seat. Those filling in as tables get broken up. Coming in with a relatively short stack though. Work to do. Here he is, first look of him, 200k, he's bringing 2 times starting stack. Such as the structure here, and you can get through to day 3 with just a couple of starting stacks and still have some play. 25 blinds.
16.
Once again, here comes Mateos.
But fair again. Randy, 89 suited in the cutoff.
Reasonable hands, but we're on a 1 hour delay, so I can't imagine the players are thinking he's just waking up with goods.
And
might attack back soon.
That's it. Pausing a little bit here, Randy. Is this just... are we already trying to slow the game down, or is he trying to maybe create some fake dynamic with Mateos that he might come after him soon?
I think it's more the latter. Just because we are so far from the money, this doesn't really benefit him in that way. But he strikes me as one of those guys that wants to be balanced on all his decisions. So we'll see a little bit of time used there. Within his right.
I used to call it the fake 3-bet back in the day. Guys opening like you just tank a little bit and fold, tank a little bit forward, and then they're like, that guy's going to 3-bet me soon.
They've got no intention.
And then I wait for aces, 3-bet them, and the guy's like, he's been waiting to do that. And then they 4-bet me. We get it in, and they got kings, and I'm like, got him, I tricked them. I tricked them into stacking off with kings.
I know what you're saying, though. People just, you know, they kind of want to make a subtle statement that I'm aware of what you're doing. Maybe slow down so I get the opportunity. It doesn't really work on a man like Mateos. No, he just says, okay, well, if you want to play back at me, why don't you actually put the chips in there? And then we'll talk.
Yeah, he's a tough customer, as is this man. That's it, certainly with a playable hand now in the cutoff.
Yeah, real decision here. Something he could actually have a little bit of mix, whether to call, 3-bet, plays decently. Be a little bit surprised if he outright folded, unless he really wants to conserve his stack.
Looks like he is putting in some cooling chips. Pastor with 2 6s in the small.
Great hand to try and get in there for cheap. Look for that 6.
Alright, we're playing pretty deep.
Doesn't play that well as a 3-bet, so yeah, I like flat calling deep, like you said.
And you don't mind when you flat call that it incentivizes resign, do you? Because at this point, 4-way is nice. Can I play fit or fold, flop a set, or get out of here?
When you hit a set, you want as many people in their posts. That way you have a decent chance of, you know, doubling up if you do make your hand. And we will go 3 ways.
Sorry.
3-way indeed. Nicola not enjoying this Queen Jack offsuit one, I imagine, at this point. But a 10-10-9 flop gives him some interest. Death set, though, smashes it in his first foray today.
And notice the king would be a disaster for Di Nicola, who would make the straight, but Deset would get a full house.
Nice, well, he does recognize it's kind of a board that is a little scary. And of course he has a draw, so if he checks through, he's more than happy to see a turn. Does elect to check it over to Deset.
Don't think Deset's going to want to check this one in slow play. There's up against 2 opponents. He can bet small to try to retain some of these pocket pairs that have very little equity.
Right, and especially when he looks at the small blind calling range, I imagine he thinks it's going to include some pocket pairs that might stick around, and he doesn't particularly want to give a free card to anyway. And then, of course, a whole load of Broadway combos that will enjoy seeing a 10-10-9 flop. Very small bet.
Very small bet. It should entice the 6s to come along.
That still does have the opener to worry about. Such a small bet.
Oh, does lay it down correctly. Nicely done. Now to Queen Jack.
And Randy, this hand feels like always going to continue.
Definitely continuing. Most of the time, check call, I would imagine. You know, you can still represent a decent amount of good hands when you check call. I mean, if you blank out, you can kind of fire the river. I'm sure it's crossing his mind if he can check raise. Although once you check raise, it's like, oh, he is going to check raise. So once he check raises this, now he's saying, I've got the 10. What are you going to do about it? But we can see that Deset's got the 10 himself.
What a great bet size is this from Deset. Enticing this check raise.
That's true, because if he sized larger, say to like 25k or so, Di Nicola might be more inclined to just check call, given what's behind.
Andre Dessert doing his best to give off some weakness, have a little think.
I'd be pretty surprised if he does anything but call. Just
Right.
because if his opponent's bluffing, of course you don't want them to fold against your trip 10s of a strong kicker. Here we go.
And that's got to worry Di Nicola, surely. Facing a bet and a call to the check raise, but he's going to feel like his straight draw is at least live, if not the queen or jack. As we know, it's not.
Yeah, it's a decent chance that he could still pair his hand and it'd be good against like a 9x or like some pocket 8s that got a little sticky.
And now, Randy, with the queen of clubs and a club coming on the turn, is this a card he ever wants to attack?
It could be. I feel like the main question is what kind of hands is Dessert bet calling with on the flop that are going to fold to a turn. Looks like he fired once more 75k.
Yeah.
75k, I suppose, kicks out all of the similar straight draws, right? Queen Jack, King Queen, King Jack.
Yeah, those to me seem like King Queen, King Jack, I guess, are the ones, and Queen Jack. And I guess I wouldn't the Queen of Clubs is real nice in this spot, in that our opponent hasn't picked up a flush draw with
something that can continue a bit more. Yes,
Yeah.
that's important.
obviously Dessert can't believe his luck. Up to now, a little inventory check. Does he ever just go for it here, thinking his opponent won't fold for just 3 times the bet?
It's definitely crossing his mind because, yes, it's just 3 times the bet remaining. I kind of like call, though, just because if I jam, maybe my opponent hero folds something amazing. Yes, great play.
We head to the river. That's it. Seeing the ace of clubs again for all those reasons. Kind of an icky looking card because some of Di Nicola's bluffs would be hands like this in clubs. King Jack of clubs, King Queen of clubs potentially as well.
Wisely checking even with the flush blocker in hand.
Oh, that's it, giving off vibes that he may not bet this.
Yeah.
This looks like a guy who's just content to check back.
Like he's mad that the club came in. He's
Right.
looking around.
But I mean, your opponent can have Jack 10 and Queen 10 as played.
I'd be shocked if he doesn't bet with King 10.
Only half pot remaining. It seems... Surely Di Nicola would have bet half pot with anything better.
You can represent a little bit of bluffs with Queen Jack that got a little interested on the turn yourself. Interesting.
Okay, putting most of it in. Leaving back 10k it looks like. Which again, Randy, is kind of a strategy we see employed a lot in poker tournaments. You leave yourself one blind and...
Right, I just thought it was interesting that it looked like he hated that river
Right.
card and now all of a sudden he's firing away.
Yeah, it looks... I'd be really... If I was on this table and I saw someone act that way, I'd be making a note at the time and checking in exactly 1 hour what they had. Because it was a very weird reaction. Come on, Randy. Technical difficulties befall us. We'll be back in just a few seconds, though.
Hello. No.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And as promised, here we are. Missing nothing, of course. Nana Di Nicola stepping out of line a little bit. Understandably, though, with the hand. Playing max pressure. Maybe he's feeling good. Really, he's got the bracelet on his wrist. Well, metaphorically, I don't see it there.
I don't see it.
Got plenty of cash in his pocket.
Do see pocket fives for Joe Tran, who's reaching for raising chips and deposits.
17,000.
Yet again, Conquistador finds a hand. His presence at the table is frightening, Randy.
He's already 3-bet a couple times in the few hands we've played. And he knows that's what's going on, and he might get action from dominated hands as he 3-bets in position.
Such a great point, Randy, isn't it? If you've got a wider range, you can go wider for value, get peeled by some weaker. If you're a very tight player. Sometimes 3-betting with ace queen not advisable because you can get put in real tough spots. But for Mateos, very easy to 3-bet this and expect some weaker hands to come along.
Yeah, and I could see Joe Tren wanting to take a flop just because of Mateos' frequency has been quite rampant. It's got a decent stack to play for. It sucks to play this out of position though, because you do play a bit of a guessing game when you don't hit your 5, but
it's a scary man to guess against. Mateos turn his body to show. Stare his man down as the board arrives. It's a board that neither player is that keen on. Joe checking it to Mateos, who you really can't like that board. You're going to give Joe's continues fair amount of Broadway combos and holding ace queen. That weights him a bit more towards the queen jack, queen 10 kind of hands, king jack kind of hands, pardon me. But he is going to be able to apply pressure on hands like this, the 2 5s.
this is tough for Joe because if he's behind, he thinks he's only got 2 outs, 2 overcards to the board. Not sure if he's going to be facing a multi-barrel if he does check call. Not interested. He's good, 1.2 million.
Yeah, started the day on our table as the chip leader. Has won every pot he's entered since then. $817 entries, Randy. A WSOP Poker Europe main event record with 1.5 million euros. First prize. It's a big one.
Yeah, it's good to see all of the numbers going up. Obviously, main event, WSOP in Vegas was amazing too. Just so much glory to be had in these bracelet events.
Bickley. And one of the shorter stacks in the room.
A little quiet, but he's going to open this one up in the hijack.
Bickley himself also had a final table already this World Series Poker Europe, 6th in the 1K Turbo Bounty. Same event this man, Jonathan Pastor, got 4th in. So those two have already shared a final table this series. Gets one through. It's nice that, Ren, isn't it? Even in a series like this, only around 15 events, but you do begin to cross paths with the same players and all dynamics form. We got the 2 men, of course, deep in the Colossus together, 2 men deep in a bounty tournament together on a final. Although a turbo bounty plays somewhat different to a 90-minute structured main event.
Yeah, it's a different animal, this main event. Very good structure. That's why a lot of people come and play it. Big prizes, big number of entries. You know, it's not one of those which just becomes a shout fest very quickly. It's a grindy affair, but it's usually the one who plays the best that comes out up on top.
Yeah, you see there, Andy, in the top right of the screen, the average stacks 56 big blinds.
Slovenia has done. So I usually drove there to get like.
You checking the maths for that, Randy? Or are you just going to trust me?
Yeah,
I feel like I could say any number and you just
saw 448. I was like, okay. Where's the 5 and the 6? Well, I see what you did. You did that number divided by 8,000.
Yeah.
There we go. Some of the viewers don't know that, okay? Gotta point it out.
Good man.
King Jack of
I
Hearts.
don't know why. They always had like some taste of Earl Grey tea to me.
Is that bad?
No, it's not bad. They're smooth, they're chilled. Like Siberian, you feel like they're pulling your teeth like sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Andy used to have them. Then Tonka usually got them from Niklas.
Yeah.
You have a favourite tea, Randy?
Do I have a favorite tea? Green.
Okay.
Is that a good guess?
Yeah.
Green. You? English breakfast?
I'm not a huge fan of.
Hate English breakfast.
Yeah. Like the English breakfast tea and the Earl Grey and dark teas. I like a little peppermint tea.
Peppermint. Ugh. William, why do I want toothpaste in my drink? Like, seriously?
Well, you do 2 jobs at once.
I mean, I suppose.
It was exciting this morning, Randy. It was our first time making it here in time for breakfast.
Eggs.
There we go.
Eggs 3 ways. Hard-boiled, scrambled, and other.
Fried, I think, Randy.
Fried, okay.
Some fresh fruit.
It's cut for me because I don't eat fruit if it's not cut for me. I'm a little bit of a
There's
fruit snob. You think I'm joking. That's the funny thing, but I really don't. I'm glad my wife isn't here to verify that.
I know enough now to start believing this stuff.
18K for Di Nicola, who's looking to get some chips back after that failed Queen Jack bluff attempt.
Yeah, and opening into a very lower part of Mateus's range, kind of hand that does just want to fold. He looks angered.
Does he have a happy face at all while playing? I know outside the table, yes, but at the table, all business.
He's always got such an amazing demeanor at the table. Just, I can't believe it. Every time I watch him, how he's always, if you want in character, Randy, his level of focus is better than anyone I've ever seen. I had the misfortune of being on his table for day 1 of the World Series main this year in Vegas. Got to watch him operate all day long, front row seat. Thankfully he was 2 to my right, Randy, but he still managed to put me in a couple of spots. A phenomenal player. And yeah,
I think I played with Mateus once. I just left.
just in the tournament, just quit.
I said, table change? They said no. It's a tournament.
Is that when you're asking the floor straight away? What's the break order today?
Yeah, it's exactly. King Jack coming in.
Now there are moves you can make in these situations. The best trick, if you're on a tough table, everyone listening at home, this is one worth trying. I feel like I can get a lot of trouble for suggesting this, but order a big coffee, go to drink it, and just spill it all over the table.
I feel like
see if they break you next.
Yeah.
You know.
160 or
In reality, they end up moving you to another table together, but
Thank you.
It's a real nice
stab a shot
strat there. Get the coffee with the milk so you get a little bit of mixture.
Yeah,
Force the table change. And look at Desset, who's asking for a chip count of his opponent, seeing if he can defend 9-7, which is very playable.
Hagstrom having opened from the hijack.
He's not in.
Yeah, going to play a somewhat chip defensive strategy, I guess.
Hagstrom's going to be happy about taking this down pretty.
Oh yeah. Imagine that. His table breaks, he's got a small stack. Because where am I moving to? They go, yes sir, you're on the TV table. You know the TV table is probably tougher than the average given the players on here. So you're like, really? Are you sure? Can I go somewhere else? Okay, fine, I'll come over here. You look down. You've got Zhou Xuan and Adrian Mateos nestled on your left. You're like, wow, okay. At least I've got a small stack, not too many decisions to make.
What happened to Di Nicola? He just left.
Well, table's tough. You said you just leave. When Mateos starts owning you, you just...
He just left. He just got his hand mucked. This is a big tournament, my friend. Come back. Gonna fold over to Joe Tren, who's got King Jack of Spades. Very nice.
You said you've been playing 200 tournaments this year. Live.
A bit tough, but like the traveling part was definitely the hardest.
You've been doing it this year?
Yeah, it was this year. Traveling part was definitely the hardest. I spent like probably 180 hours in airplanes.
Yeah.
Like fly back and forth between the States and Europe on a
See
really
Bickley
frequent
coming
basis.
along with this 9-4
But
hearts, but it
it
seems
was
like
nice,
most
like,
players are not
experience,
interested in
we do like 1 year
defending the
full
big at
live
this featured
grind.
table.
Was an interesting one, I would say.
Fun?
Yep.
Yeah,
Gonna be grindy.
most of the time.
A little grindy. We'll get more
New
so
places?
Yeah.
as we work our way
First time in my life to
towards
Korea,
that
to
bubble.
Taiwan,
I don't know Mateos now with
from there directly into
145
the
big
flight
blinds.
to Oklahoma.
More than double that for man in second, Jonathan Pastor.
Well, what was your favorite stop?
Bickley and Hagstrom the shortest. Although, over 20 blinds, still plenty of play.
Yeah, I mean, like my
As we are
favorite
early on
city
day
to
3 of
go to
this
poker is still Barcelona.
2023
But,
World
I
Series
think
of Poker
it was
Europe
last year,
main event
like
championship,
that. A bit of the situation. What else?
Beautiful
I
King's
really like
Resort.
Taiwan.
where things are certainly calming down. They're winding down.
So serious in Taipei?
Because of how good the structure
exactly.
is,
That was
even the
like a
short stacks got a lot of time to wait
online
around,
day
as you
1,
just
2
mentioned,
for
22
the
big
APT
blinds.
main event.
Not small at all, just
Tried
short
to
relative to
play
the rest of the
free in that
field.
one. So I was like, okay, I went to
Ah.
Korea, made vacation.
Did Nicola's
So
come
I
back
was
to
over
us?
there, visited a friend, and then we went all together to Taipei to play like the APT stop, and then like a bus like noon.
Again,
took a
tails
flight at
opening up, but
midnight
reasonable.
from
King 7
there
suited from the
to-
cutoff as the chip leader.
From Taipei to Hong Kong to LA to Dallas. Drive 1.5 hours.
A lot of fight in this
to
hand,
arrive
pocket
to
eights.
Second level of 1A of the WPT in Choctaw, Oklahoma.
Jonathan
Also from
up against
well,
a
this
super
one was
tough Mateos.
the funniest I did
But
was,
eights play fairly well post-flop, Randy.
like state
Yeah, quite
for
straightforward.
I went like from there to Texas, played the lodge,
flop
the
pretty
Black
well.
Place,
Yeah.
from there to LA for the
Sake
WPT,
3.
and then I stayed 2 months for Vegas. Flight home back to Austria for 3 days, played the European Championship in Austria.
Yeah.
Visited my family and friends and took a flight back to Miami for the Hard Rock Series.
There's the ace in the window,
Hard Rock
followed by a
finish,
jack
then
and a
flight
5.
to
Ooh.
London for the circuit
Plenty of
WSOP.
hearts.
Yeah.
From there to Cyprus, then home for a week and took a break.
Ah, long break.
Yeah, and Barcelona started.
About as good as it gets for a flop he's missed.
Yeah, let's see if Mateo sizes
Barcelona,
up
came home,
potentially
took a
just
break,
because he's up against a bigger
Cyprus,
stack.
did Monte Carlo tried
Try to threaten a bit more.
1 day off, then here.
And then,
Now it's the interesting part. What I want to do for the end of the year.
yeah.
Haven't decided yet.
So it's either
44,000
Vegas
in
or
the middle. And
Bahamas.
Randy, you called it.
No, it's if it's US, it's both.
31,000
Okay,
to bet.
it's both.
Yeah, he likes to
Like,
just
if I
put
go,
Schedule
that
is-
thought in your mind that it doesn't matter if you're playing like 50 or 60 blinds, like you might be all in by the river. Are you sure you want to play against me?
Bahamas,
He gets the 2-8s down.
Yeah,
everything.
gets a fold
And then like from there
from last
to-
year's runner-up.
to the main. Yeah.
He knows where his bread's buttered, and
I
it's
don't
not out
think
of
I
position
would do it
against this
next
man with an
time, like
underpair.
this. It's still like exhausting. Like
Yeah,
now, like it's
Mateos
almost end of the year.
holds an
Like,
incredible
at the beginning
4
it
World
was
Series of
great,
brace,
easy,
4 World
easy,
Series of
blah,
poker
blah, blah,
bracelets.
Does he?
because I'm very like
$53
resistant
career
and
cashes at the World Series.
Easy.
I mean,
That's a pretty good record. 4 wins from 53
to be able to
cashes.
if you're gonna travel
Yeah, it's amazing.
That's absurd.
But yeah.
Means
So
that when he gets to the final table, he's just like, let me just ship it.
Yeah. He was just 18 when he won that World Series of Poker Europe main event 10 years ago.
Stops, like, after PCA, I went to Miami.
But if only he 4-bet jammed against me, Randy, I would have got
to
him.
a random circuit in the US.
Are you still gonna live in the past, my friend? Back
Well,
to the future?
That's where
Like,
my life was good, Randy, in the past.
like yeah,
It's like a 1600 main 2K high roller.
you want to go back in time and replay this hand or
In
something?
the States, what's the next thing I can do? And that was like an hour flight from the Bahamas.
Pocket 5s coming in from Mateos.
I mean, those stops are still like different but fun.
Yeah.
Good experience. Fun
Yeah,
experience.
big Nicola. I would imagine going to be playing reasonably snug. We did see him open with with Queen Jack off in the seat earlier, but he lost a reasonably sized pot. Now with a much better Ace King. And the man he doesn't want to play against is in there with 2 5s.
Maybe Razai comes along with 8-7. Just a little more. The type of cards where, You're not going to expect to be in the +1 open range as well as a hijack flat. Often live. They're just going to stay out of the way. There's just something about that Mateos factor. So here we go. Even though Mateos isn't even the pre-flop raiser.
Yeah, you just know it's going to be harder to realize equity, I think, when you're up against him. And harder to get paid if you do happen to flop big against him. So tricky. Something you see a little bit more in main event fields, Randy, where there's a bigger divergence in player experience. That perhaps you fold tighter in some spots when these superstars are in, and maybe you play against some of the less experienced players. But Dina Culler, let's see how he navigates the Jack-9 deuce board.
Yeah, this is interesting. He's going to immediately come out with a C-bet.
A lot of good runs.
And it's scary when Mateos flats. Board that does assist some of those more likely flatting combos.
True. Okay, that's fair enough.
He's got a good read, makes the call despite 2 overs.
If I don't win this, I'll probably have to go to the States.
Fortunately for Dina Culler, one imagines the kind of cards that would elicit a fold from Mateos are probably the ones that Dina Culler doesn't bluff on, because he's expecting Mateos to be in that kind of range. Let's see how he progresses on a 3 of diamonds turn. Does check to Mateos, who has options here, I guess. Randy might want to bet sometimes to protect, but then probably knows what the bad cards are. Doesn't want to bet into some made hands.
It's a little tricky just because obviously his 2 5s, if he gets called on the turn, usually not good. Gonna try to fade the river. It's a nice fade.
Beautiful run out for the 2 5s.
As played, Dina Culler should want to try to show this one down. Does win occasionally against other ace highs.
I almost feel like when Mateos snap checks back, it's bad news. He's obviously got something he's very keen to show down. Might be nicer facing a bet there, potentially up a hand. It's like King 10 or King Queen.
He's a chip magnet. All of the chips going his way.
Is he still every pot? Has he lost one yet?
I don't believe so.
Every pot he's entered, he's won, I think. Mountains forming.
I hope that to stay like this.
7 of 7, maybe more.
They're like the high Alps, they're not quite the Himalayas yet, but the day is young.
I like it.
So don't be so hard to him. He folded his big blind versus a button min raise.
Yeah, that's true.
As the chip leader.
Plenty of you working your way into the chat on Twitch and YouTube. Myself and Randy, I'll keep an eye there.
Must be a 9 deuce off or something.
Guys asking how it's going for us. Well, me and Randy are excited to be here for more tournament coverage. We've been doing quite a lot of cash games the last few days, which has been fun in itself. Randy, we've seen some nonsense is probably the best way to put it.
Nonsense.
Crazy hands, for those of you who didn't catch that. Obviously not now, but maybe go back into the archives. 3 episodes of Yo Viral's cash game, 8 hours apiece, so a full day's worth of coverage for you to sink your teeth into. Where the biggest pot of all 3 days came on the very last hand of the very last night. €400,000 pot going to our 50k high roller champion Santosh Subhana, as Daniel Rizai picks up the aces in the small blind against shows King 10 suited +1 open. Randy,
Yeah, he wants action.
$17k the open, coming from the small blind with a 3 bet. Wow,
this is bad news for Hagstrom. I don't see how he can get away from 2 jacks. It's a monster.
Yeah, off that stack size as well, Randy.
He's stacking.
See Daniel Rizai not giving much of a reaction there, as you expect from a pro. dreamy scenario. Announces call, turns the cards over before putting the chips in. It's like the anti-slow roll. Get them turned over as soon as possible. Let them know the bad news. Engstrom, of course, though, drawing live.
See 423k in the middle.
25 big blinds, had no option.
See, I don't get any music. I don't get any music. That's especially for you, I think, man.
8-6 tray. No assistance for Hagstrom. Is his stay on our feature table going to be a short one? Certainly seems that way. Paint, but the wrong one.
GG. Just ran into a cooler spot. Down about 25 big blinds or so.
Yeah, it's almost the action you want to see, is it? An open and a 3-bet from the small mode, the 2 jacks. You think, oh, I can pick up a lot here. And
you don't mind it. Could have easily been ahead.
Yeah, Razai's going to have a lot of hands he can't continue with when he 3-bets from the small blind there. And quite a few that he does that are flips. All those ace-king combos and some ace-queens. But it was the dreaded overpair he ran into. Same seat is open again. Who wants it?
I don't think anyone wants it. That's why it's still empty.
If you are just joining us, this is the 2023 World Series of Poker Europe main event.
16.
We are coming to you with a 1 hour delay. Which means exactly 1 hour ago, Adrian Mateus made it 16,000 to go with King Jack offsuit. Again, he's played a lot of hands, but they've all been reasonable.
Yes, they have been reasonable. Of course, his opponents don't know it yet. Feels like Razai is noticing, but you know, can't get involved.
4 pass, 6 win.
He's just chipping up so easily, Mateus, that is.
Yeah, it's effortless so far. Continuing that 100% VPIC success rate. I wonder, Randy, with a 1 hour delay, and obviously 1.5 hour long levels, and I'm not sure what the plan is in terms of switching up feature tables, but it means when you're at the table, it's only for the last 30 minutes do you know any of the action that's happened. All the players have their phones away from them as well at this moment, but obviously no information can filter through to them. We are nearly approaching that hour mark. I wonder how that affects things.
Yeah, I like that they actually take away the electronic devices that they featured.
Yeah, you have to get up and go and check the phone, and I imagine we'll see the last sort of half an hour of the frame
A little bit more.
As the players are like, oh yeah, it's 1 hour since that happened. Let me go see what Mateus opened with this hand and that hand and the other hand, and the time he bet me in this one. And
Well, just saw Desert walk away. Ace-7 suited for Pastor. Funny enough, that is the same exact hand and suit I busted the turbo with yesterday. So, with that, redemption for me.
Randy, you like his commitment to the cap? Like far too much hair to don a cap, but stay with him in spirit.
It's in his little profile picture. Joe Tran with Ace-3 offsuit. Occasionally you see people get aggressive with like Ace-5, Ace-4. See, he's already kind of touching his blue chips to kind of count down his stack.
Yeah, looking up. What is 30 blinds behind by our count. Lovely little stack size to put pressure on his opponent with.
Good flat call as well, which he does.
The more normal line, right? Randy?
Yeah, nothing wrong. You don't want to be 3-betting every single offsuit ace, otherwise it's too high frequency.
Well,
Power.
huge flop for the Ace-3 offsuit. He has checked it to Jonathan, who is a big dog despite having the current front runner. On an all hot board against a big blind defend though. Looks like he's just going to bet 10k just over a blind, try and knock out a lot of nonsense hands that can't continue.
Yeah, all the black cards that have no connection.
Joe, of course, going nowhere with that nut flush draw and finding the 3 on the turn. That's enough to put him in the lead. And Randy, Jonathan stabbing the flop, kind of to knock out all the nonsense now. A7 of spades, no real future promise with this hand. Is it one we just kind of want to give up on?
Yeah, now his opponent's hand's a bit more defined once they put in the extra 10k on the flop. A little bit more pair action. Be pretty surprising for him to bet once more of just this holding. If you do, you almost have to fire river.
If he does bet here,
he is going to bet though.
Yeah, is he going after kind of the Queen of Hearts kind of hands, maybe some 6x and Jack X, especially for this 50k sizing? It's a big bet.
Yeah, Jack X and 6x I could see hitting the muck, especially if it's not coupled with a decent heart.
That is a big bet, 50k.
Joe, of course, has got a pretty nice hand, but is worried his opponent is willing to commit. I don't think he would check jam this hand.
Right, I mean...
Because if you're holding like a flush, you wouldn't want to price out your opponent.
But this is... It's gone from being quite a nice hand, not having picked up a pair, to facing 50k into 66 is worrying.
I think the main decision for him is, can I check raise bluff this credibly? What will my opponent bet fold or bet call with on the turn?
Right, is he... If he thinks Pastore's potentially just betting big here with a king, looking to check back rivers, is that sort of hand he's going to attack if he check raises?
It's possible, right? He's got to ask the question, if my opponent was holding a king with no heart, would they just give up? What if they've got a king with a decent heart, like a 10 of hearts? You know, it's hard to say. Easier for the people out there, but you can see he's really kind of stressing the situation a bit.
Looks like he has slid forward 50k and found the 10 of diamonds on the river. If Pastore could find the third bullet for full pot, it would surely work, but that's a big ask. Like you say, Randy, he just has all the flushes, doesn't he, having called from the big blind?
Yeah, exactly, and Pastore doesn't block him with these flushes. The 10 kind of hits some 2 pairs that might want to call river jam, like a king jack, jack 10. But if he puts his opponent on just one pair, he could fight. There we go.
Wow.
He bet the turn with a game plan to fire most rivers. He's cutting out the chips.
Well, you said it, Randy. Can't really fire the turn without following up on the river, and that's what he's going to do here. 130k, asking for most of Joe's chips. He can't do it. Great stuff from Pastore. That flop, I thought when it came out, Randy, he was losing this pot for sure. But he managed to win a big one instead.
Thank you.
It's not just the Mateo show here. The man who came second last year, up over 500,000 chips, courtesy of that 3-barrel bluff. So Schwen, now the shortest stack at this feature table with just 21 blinds.
That A7 suited was strong. Nicely played.
Power poker early on day 3 of this main event. Numbers ticking down in the top right. It's 191 we started with, I believe, Randy. Down to 168 already.
Yeah, you can see that number just changed once again.
Trying to call me a liar. Is that what you're doing? I see what you're doing, Randy. I see.
Top 123.
Alright, we're getting down there.
Going to cash.
Couple more levels, I guess. We'll be there. Expect the average stack to kind of shallow out a bit, or do you think with this many players the bubble kind of gets through a little bit easier?
It does in general just because there's more tables, but like I said earlier, it's
big money.
It's a nice bubble on the line. And Di Nicola does pick up ace king of hearts. Nice situation for him, dominating the ace 10. I want to juice this one up a bit.
Yeah, and he's been in a few early skirmishes, so it's reasonable to believe might be getting a little out of line. Certainly on the button. Nice spot to actually have it.
Comes Razai, who's got ace 10. He might feel like he's just getting picked on a little bit. Pretty. It's kind of one of those hands where calling a 3-bet isn't that nice, just because it's offsuit, you're out of position, you dominate against bigger aces. You tend to just 4-bet or fold this a bit more, although if he does 4-bet, it'd be committing given his opponent only's got 200k back. Depends on how much of a read he's got that Di Nicola's strong or weak.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of chips to commit on a 4-bet, unless you're very familiar and have a strong belief that your opponent's getting out of line. And so he does just relinquish. Oh. Has he? Sounds like we're seeing a flop. The graphics suggesting a flop.
Okay, he did call the 3-bet out of position and takes the lead.
Wow.
He's had enough.
Di Nicola's so unlucky here. Solitary heart on board. Is he perhaps thinking about betting here, Randy, even though he knows most of the hands that fold are going to be ones that he beats anyway, but it just makes the hand a little easier?
Makes the hand a little easier, but also if he turns extra equity, he'll be kind of got the right size to kind of just ship it in. Say he turns a heart, queen, maybe a jack. Be nice. We're not sure though if he's going to get to see an opportunity to see the turn if Razai wants to check raise his top pair.
Obviously still behind to all the pairs that were going for value pre-flop. Has jumped ahead of these kind of hands. See the button 3-bet is going to be slightly wider than most. There may be some other hands in here that he wants to deny against, and looks like he has come out with a raise to 75k. Those blue 25k chips slid out.
And this is where you regret betting ace king. Because you didn't think you're going to get check raised too much.
Right.
Now you might fold out equity.
Thought a bet would see a turn. Horrible to get raised. Especially against a player like Daniel Razai, who has so much experience and can be up to no good here.
Yeah, I think Razai leans towards raising because he's out of position. 10-7-6 is quite coordinated. Does only gives opponent 2 cards and does take it down up to 649.
Lovely pick up, but Daniel Razai had to get a little fortunate. Find help on a flop. Not going the way of the Colossus champ. But it's early, Randy. Plenty of time to get something going for him and the rest. As it looks like we have been delivered Some more fresh meat to seat 3. And Eurozite raising up once more, building that stack up nicely now. The first of the more speculative spots we've seen Mateos in. 9-7 of hearts in the small.
Yeah, he's actually thinking about giving this one a play as he does put in the calling chips. It allows him to splash a bit more just because he's got all these chips. You know, if he's playing a smaller 30 big blind stack, probably wouldn't be flatting. So should be going heads up to a flop once Desset tanks and folds his Jack 6.
Krásně si doplnil tento stôl.
Well, what a flop we've got here, Randy. Mateos flopping us straight, but Daniel Rizai with the open-ender, 2 overs. Although, it's a board texture that he must be worried about with Mateos having peeled the small.
A little bit, because the small blind flats got this kind of Jack 10 type holdings, King Queens, you know, there's a lot of stuff that hits in. With the check through.
Yeah, now Mateos sees that check through. Unblocks all the pairs with 48k in the middle. How big will he go?
I think he goes big. You know, he likely expects like a pair to call, especially top pair or like a 10x. It's reaching for blues and yellows.
Yeah, overbet. The Mateos trademark. As I thought he was checking back here with a viewer keeping some pot control with that draw.
It's weird because he's got open-ended. One of the open-ended brings a 9, which could give your opponent like a queen high straight, and you can really win a massive pot holding the king high straight. But it's an overbet, so your price isn't amazing. It is just king high in the end. Depends on what he thinks of Mateos's small blind flatting range, like we mentioned earlier.
We know he's a man capable of constructing bluff ranges. Rizai having to just give that up. Lost the minimum though, obviously walking into the flop straight.
I would say so.
Of Mateos. Continues that 100% of pots won that he's V-pipped. Incredible. There you go. 2015 EPT Monte Carlo Grand Final. Just one of his many titles to go with those 4 bracelets. And of course, if he were to win this main event, would get over the $40 million mark. I believe he's 15th in the all-time money list. Someone still in his 20s, Randy. It's absurd.
It's pretty good. Early in his
Pretty
career
good,
still.
Randy says. Pretty good. He's not that impressed. He's like 15th. You mean there were 14 players above him?
Hit me up when he's top 10. Nah, just kidding. I love Mateos. Widely regarded as one of the best MTT players of all time.
Good morning, chat. Alkanuts says, yes, I'm not a fish for calling a 9-7 suit from the small blind even. Amadi does it. Time and a place.
I'll say this. Mateos is very comfortable with his post-flop play, that he's able to kind of take these more marginal spots and still attack. He's got the chips to do so with ace-7 suited involved once again.
Yeah, I love watching him play.
Ace-10, I would love to see just rip this in. Mateos has been so active pre. It's big blind versus button. You're playing off a 20 big blind stack. Oftentimes you just take it down now.
Yeah. Bickley.
Stack them.
Former finalist in this event, in this very room, at this very table. Does slide them across the line. Mateos with ace-7 suited, knowing how active he's been himself, knowing that he could elicit some jams from some Broadway combos perhaps.
Broadway's even some of the worst ace-6 suited, right? Like ace-5 suited and lower. Of course he fears the bigger ones like this ace-10. Does make the call, and we got a situation for Bickley. Heavy
Yeah.
favorite.
Big favourite, but he is against the man who's won every pot he's played thus far. He's going to need a lot of help to continue that run. Great spot for Bickley. Two diamonds on the flop. Take a breath. Take a gulp. Cross your fingers and toes. It's a straight flip now.
I'm holding my breath. Unable to take one. Here we go.
So far, so good. Just 9 outs left in the deck for Mateos. That's not one of them. Bickley breathe a sigh of relief as he holds for the double. But a mere flesh wound for Mateos. That will heal up nice and quick.
A little bit of a flesh wound, but is still above his start of day chip stack. Bickley's been patient.
Bickley's like, well done, Adrian. You played really great to get all those chips all day, but I'm just going to take a chunk of them in one go.
There we go.
Picking his man off. Kaz giving some love to the man sat next to me. Nanonoko in the booth. Here for this main event coverage. You are a bit of a legend, Randy. You've been around in the game for a little while.
Am I?
Fans love you. We don't know why.
I don't know why either. I just...
Never win anything.
I never win. Look at my Hendon mob. Last cash. 2020. No, I appreciate it though.
Nano fans.
You know this is like the hand of China, right? Lucky eights. You know about it.
Lucky eights. Was it? Are the red eights the luckiest though?
Red would be even luckier, but this would have to do.
But if you've got the black eights, that means you can hit a red eight.
I hear ya.
So maybe they're luckier.
Mateos. He's in there.
Up against the 20 big blind stack open. Signs just a flat. Could definitely be in really good shape against Joe's opening range. Jonathan in the big blind with an offsuit ace, but with a raise and call in front. Not quite as attractive as a single opponent pot.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky because obviously he can be dominated easily pre with the weak ace. But you know what? He's in because he's got great post-flop ability. We saw him demonstrate that one with the ace-7 suited earlier.
Yeah, do you think it's the case ace-6 might have folded, but the wheel ACLX...
Ace-6 is actually worse than ace-5 because of that reason alone, and what'd I say?
Red 8.
Told you.
There we go.
China's best hand.
Bottom set. Just 2x pot. Dreamy scenario for him in a board he can certainly expect some action on, but it does look strong, doesn't it, if he does bet this board against these two players?
It'll look strong, but that doesn't mean like a Jack X or a 10X is going to fold. This hand, of course, vulnerable.
So nice as well, of course, having that bottom set in that it allows your opponent to have top or second pair. Tails, anyone with outs gonna make way, and Jonathan Pastor, one assumes with this hand, doesn't get to continue. Joe, well, happy to win a pot, but I was hoping for more action with his set. An option perhaps for a slow play on that flop?
No, I don't mind it because like his stack was shallow. He doesn't want to kind of bleed down, let someone get there.
The dealer show one card. With the winning hand, the dealer take one card.
Oh, why not?
I mean, it's on the stream, so basically
it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's better if the dealer choose because we will lose time.
Ah.
So one card.
Yeah,
Whoever win the pot.
No, the dealer take one card.
The dealer take one card.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, Randy.
For everyone or?
Everybody in?
I mean,
Yeah. No. Yeah. What?
he didn't hear. He didn't hear.
Ah, you don't want?
But he's in.
He doesn't understand. Like,
We win pot and
The dealer picks one of the winner's cards always and turns it around. It's anyways on stream.
But it's working if you agree. If not.
Amadi with the raised chips in hand. Joe was folding anyway.
It's on the stream, so but
Yeah, it's anyways like
But a rare breaking character from
winning time.
Mateus. A little laugh.
and it's faster if the dealer picks it.
Yeah.
TV table show one card.
Yeah, dealer picks one card every time from the winner.
Alright, well, Mateus with the first of the lighter opens we've seen from him. But again, not egregious.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if we are going to play this show one card
Sounds like it's on.
situation. We'll find out soon.
And it's a randomized card, Randy. Mateus can't just show the king here. The dealer's going to choose one of the cards at random.
Oh, but Razai's going to play this Jack 7 suited.
Razai finding a pair on the ace-jack-8 rainbow. Mateus just a solitary club to match that holding. But a board that we know favours the open. He's gone big again, Randy. Almost the same texture as last time.
Yeah, it's threatening Razai's 600k stack. He knows there's opportunities to multi-barrel as well. It's uncomfortable defending a big blind against a player who sizes so much. And look at the Jack 7 straight out of there. If he had gone for a small sizing, he would have hung around.
Oh.
There's one.
The dealer gets to turn a card over.
What do you see? Must have been a 6, right?
I'm guessing the 6. The stars around it can only be the king there. Be like, oh yeah, ace king.
Yeah. You can drag a bunch of pots and we can seal at least one of your cards every time. Very fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great illustration there. Just
like
the fear of Mateus. The bet just gets jacked to pot. Albeit, it was a very bad jack, right? No real backdoors. Since your rainbow board, he had spades.
Well, it also demonstrates how using bigger sizings can be to your advantage, even though you're getting like a worse price on the bluff.
Yeah.
Imagine the dynamic.
It's like in the middle of the tournament, like in the main or something.
Yeah, like
switch it to win the button or something.
You can like a mystery rule, you know. You can put a mystery rule on the tournament, and every break, like you can have like
like a spinning wheel with the orange.
It's gonna be fun, like.
Andre Desset getting involved. Hasn't had much opportunity with Mateus to the right opening a lot of the unopened spots, but King Queen suited certainly good enough for him. Bickley behind with a hand that looks like he wants to get involved, and maybe picking up on the fact that Desset hasn't had many chances to open. Finally gets a spot and opens.
Yeah, and also he's been quite snug, so it should get a lot of credit. And King 9 of Hearts plays alright post too.
Yeah, nice hand selection and dynamic for the 3-bet. Desset though with a really nice hand to continue with, even perhaps against that perceived tighter range. Again, Desset's giving off body language to suggest he doesn't want to continue, but we saw him do this before with the King 10 with trip 10s, and he ended up jamming the river, of course, for value. So it's not a given. It's just kind of a animated player, I guess.
Yeah, I would say so. But King Queen suited certainly qualifies to take a flop. You know, offsuit maybe you muck it, but I'd be very shocked that this would hit the muck. Gotta give your opponents credit for 3-betting light too.
As you say, Bickley, somewhat hamstrung till now, does have chips, but the first time we've seen him really get involved. Desset has been deliberate in every situation.
Yeah, but real decision here. I mean, he's giving me folding vibes.
Wow,
there we go.
What a great decision by Bickley. If you can make your opponent fold King Queen suited.
You have to pick one card. One card. He's too top. You have to pick one card.
He's like, please don't show the 9. Please don't show the 9.
To see that.
Yeah, imagine a wheel with the mystery rule, like every break
you pick one card.
you switch like like I don't know, like a big blind 2 ante, or I don't know, like win the button, or show one, or it's. I think it's fun for the poker in general.
Unfortunate was this game for Bickley there because he instantly lost credibility.
Yeah, could be fun.
I think if you show a 9, he could be like, "Oh, I had 9s." They would be like, "Did you really 3-bet 9s there? It's unlikely."
Like,
Yes.
Yeah, but
I see where
we
you're
were
coming
talking
from.
this with Paul Fua in Monte Carlo. Like make something that the game is like not solvable. Like either like burn cards face up, or like before the deck gets dealt, the first 3 cards get face up, shown, thrown in the mug. So like something that you can solve the game basically.
Yeah.
This game's hard enough, Randy.
I like face down, please. Please. Don't make it more difficult for me. Appreciate the creativity. And it's actually kind of creative that they've decided to show one at this featured table. It's actually a little bit disadvantageous to the players who get involved in those pots.
Mm-hmm.
I think like 1 hour.
Okay.
1 hour.
TV table.
Yeah, this 1 hour delay. You mean?
Yeah.
Delay?
Hour.
No.
1 hour, I think.
What do you mean?
I think the delay.
How long here?
How long we are here?
What do you mean?
I think 1 level.
TV table, how long?
1 level or 2
Depend.
levels?
They decide. It's not confirmed.
2 level.
Probably.
The fact that we play show one, so maybe we'll stay like 6 hours or 7 hours.
Usually it's like 2 levels.
Gamble.
Campbell.
I don't know the answer, Randy. I don't know how long they're
I
here
don't
for.
know the answer.
You don't
I know
like
we've
it?
got about another 10 minutes
don't
of them,
like
at
it?
least, for our first
Too
break.
much light, too much attention.
I don't know.
Every level is, of course, 90 minutes in this event. 15-minute break at the completion of each one until
TV
our
table.
dinner break a little
You
later.
like it? Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah, because some players thrive on the big stage, you know, others shy away a bit.
First time here.
Beginner.
Yeah, I always find it more fascinating in the larger field events where you do get that broader range. Some players we're not as familiar with, and we learn a lot about them from watching all their hands.
No, king queen.
I think most people know Mateos is...
One thing I don't like is
He
like
plays
just
this game no matter what.
His game's just great, and you're going to learn a bit from watching it, but you know he can be up to no good. Some of these lesser-known players, it's maybe a little disadvantage to be on here because people don't know if they're making a lot of moves, they're playing crazy, they're playing tight.
Exactly. On the TV table, I have glasses with me just because, like,
You get a vibe at a table, players playing a lot of hands, you think they're playing loose, but they can just be getting at a card rush, like we saw Mateos have for the first hour.
Maybe this ace-4 suited wants to get involved.
30 blinds on the button.
Definitely in the right hand class to 3-bet bluff with.
Olafsky, the third player to occupy seat 3 at the table. Randy called it. Suited wheel ace.
Now, Pastor's got ace-5 suited. This is a hand that likes to fight back.
Certainly does.
Best wheel. High card hand. Whatever you call it.
It's the hand, isn't it? The ace-5 suited is the hand.
The solver special hand.
It's the one that has lost a lot of homes. Car payments.
It's won a lot of money as well, but I see where you're coming from.
Well, I got ace-5 suited and the button 3-bet me is the opening to a lot of poker stories.
A lot of people use ace-5 suited as, you know, their 3-bet bluff range to kind of balance, you know, it's got good properties to kind of block hands that want to continue.
There we
go. Monster.
It does. Go to the top floor with the ace-5 suited and Olafsky with one of the better 3-bet bluffs from the button.
To the dumpster.
The good one.
Oh.
Okay, nice. Thanks.
The ace. He showed the ace. That would have been a bad one to show the 5 on Randy.
When they show the good one, they have 2 good ones.
Unfortunately, don't show the 5, so it's okay.
It's funny because everyone's aware there that the most likely 4-bet bluff when he's showing the ace of diamonds is the 5 of diamonds. So the fact that he said it doesn't mean he had it, because it's just a natural lie to come up with, right?
Nice level.
If you've got ace, king, or aces, you may just say, "Oh, thank God you didn't show the 5 of diamonds." Fun stuff.
It gets awkward when you show the 6. Or 7. Then you know they were out of line.
Yeah. Randy, I've just had confirmation of some very good news.
Go.
We are keeping this table after the break.
Nice.
A lot of fun because we're seeing some fun. First hour, a little quiet, but
But no, we got Mateos. You can't leave us in the dark how he's performing. So nice that we're gonna continue with this feature table after the break does arrive. Approaching the money. Top 123. We've got 158 remaining. Top right hand corner. Average stack over 500,000 in chips.
Getting deep. Well, of course, the blinds will be up to 5k, 10k, but that will still mean we've got an over 50 big blind average. Incredible structure, as you'd come to expect from a World Series of Poker main event.
Been a terrible day for Di Nicola so far. Sitting on 140.
He's here with sub 20, and he's flatting. Right. I can't see the cards, Randy, but is it fair to assume this is going to be some sort of suited Broadway combo a decent amount?
It could, and he could balance that with his big premiums like aces and kings as well. I don't think it would be like baby pocket pairs ever.
Wow, big flop for Mateos. Gut shot, straight draw.
Yeah, Mateos doesn't care what he's up against. He's up against very shallow stacks too. He might just check rip it if there's a bet that comes in.
Yeah, Lasky can't enjoy seeing that flop with the Di Nicola peel on the button, but Di Nicola with the kind of hand, or the kind of range at least, that's supposed to be interested in this kind of flop.
50 blind, and he had like 350 cutoff, so it's 45.
Yeah, the fact that he's betting is quite
big,
scary.
50 into 60.
Oh,
pardon me, 32. He announced 32. Still though, with that stack size, pretty committing.
I think Mateos knows that Di Nicola's got a hand, but the thing is that he's got so many outs. What's the difference?
Right, and if he could sometimes get a fold from a bluff, it would be amazing, right?
Occasionally, yes. He's sliding. Blue on blue.
A snap from Di Nicola.
What's he got, like queen or aces? That's my guess.
Randy's giving him the trap. I like it. Whatever he's got, Mateos has got outs.
Oh, king 10.
Wow.
Surprise, but he is open-ended with the best hand.
It's a good hand to be up against when you call it off with king high. Deuce on the turn. Means nothing, of course, blocking the 9, but the 7 is an out. Clubs, of course, as well. An ace on the river gives him the not needed Broadway.
Nuts.
Randy, you said Di Nicola obviously not off to the best start on this feature table. Nice recovery there with a full double, and Mateos, after all those early gains, is back below $1 million.
Yeah, he's lost both all-ins. There we go. Won 200,000 euro earlier. We crowned him a champion on this stream.
Yeah, great winner. In his interview,
Yeah,
very much about
we have a rule here.
the game.
Now we play show one, so you took every time you take after the end you take one card.
The winner's hand.
Yeah, we are all agree. So
Poker in Italy now.
It's not wrong.
I was wondering who we're briefing. We're briefing a new dealer.
And we stop if a guy say we stop.
Probably not something you're expecting as you come to the feature table on
But
day 3
me-
of the main event.
the
You're like,
massive
what's some
block
sort of
and
carnival game going on?
you know.
Sounds like he's okay with it, though.
Oh yeah. The dealer, it's got to be more fun. They get the frontest row of all seats. These big moments. Yeah, a lot of dealers play poker, Randy. You hear a lot of chat amongst them in the break room. Oh yeah, I saw this hand go down on my table. I was dealing to this person. I've heard so many dealers refer to like knocking players out as well, in the sense that they dealt the hand that knocked someone out.
They remember everything. Ace King in a spot where he doesn't want to get knocked out, but looking to get chips in there.
Yeah, and against an under the gun open, much different range, does decide just to rip it in, I believe. Can expect to get called in decent frequency. But with ace jack offsuit,
It's a sizable jam, right?
Oh.
Oh, queens. We know this one's getting in.
Andre Dessert.
Good for Bickley. He won't have a decision anymore.
Yeah. I feel like Bickley would have arrived on fold anyway, but you're right, this is...
I think so too.
Just going to make things a lot easier for him. Dessert, of course, inquiring as to the stack behind, because there is an open from under the gun and a jam over the top. This isn't...
It's queens after all,
right.
Against a 22 big blind jamming. He's got the covering stack. This has just got to go in.
Mm-hmm. So it's not as warm and fuzzy as it would be usually against a 22 big blind jam. And that's Skeet. He's live though. It's a race. That's it. Won't be happy to see that. He's like, why can't you just have jacks or tens or ace queen? Yeah, they have one of the hands I didn't want to see. You see the equities there looking a little off purely because our graphics, Randy, include the folded cards. So we saw an ace mucked and perhaps another one of those big cards also hitting the muck before now. Both players on their feet. Big pot, 370k. A 7-7-4 board. Lasky does hold the lone heart. Oh, queen on the turn. That seals it. Andre Dessert, who only had a few more chips himself. Ah, nice. You don't just speak the language to go, unlucky my friend. What can you do? Yeah, it's fair. Good luck.
Both players did what they had to do.
The seat is no good. Daniel Razai mentioned the point.
Oh, yeah.
3 bust outs from seat 3, Randy.
I forgot the first one. It's not lucky.
Stack those chips, that's it.
Yeah, a little start for him on this feature table. Won a big pot with King 10, flopping trip 10s. Getting Di Nicola to a couple of streets of bluffs. And now winning that big flip.
Or are we going down? We're coming back to the TV table? One more level.
Razai knows it. He's been on enough feature tables in his life.
Now I feel better. I folded it.
Seed Cowboys.
The Butchers. Oh, okay, Mateos just looking to get involved. Now this one a little liberal. Randy with the 4-5 of clubs.
Nice hand to close the action for Bickley. 8-7 hearts.
Beautiful hand. And that's exactly what he's going to do. These aren't the kind of hands Di Nicola wants to be up against when he's holding 2 kings. But the Jack 5 deuce, 1 club board may get him some action.
Yeah, could get Mateos in trouble. Might have the best hand. Backdoor clubs. Backdoor wheel action. It's about half the pot.
Mateos, of course, with that pair. Backdoor clubs. Choosing to see 1 more card, at least. And what a card it is, Randy. The open-ended straight flush draw to go with that pair. Di Nicola with 2x pot behind on a very drawy board now.
Can't believe he's the favorite now.
Right.
Di Nicola, of course.
Oh, wow, he's found the check.
I'm surprised he's checked. I'm guessing looking to check jam.
Yeah, that seems to be the way.
He doesn't think that Mateos would check back the turn. If he's holding a jack, tries to get in all the chips this manner.
Now, how does Mateos proceed? A 5, he may think is the best hand. Does he check it back? He does. Look to find a river like that and potentially get a lot of value, because it's very hard to see Mateos having clubs. given he checked back the turn, unless it is the Jack Hexa clubs or an unlikely 5 Hexa clubs.
But even some of these hands will still bet the turn, and I just can't see how Di Nicola does anything but lose chips in this spot. Try to target the Jack X's.
Wow, and facing a bet, does Mateos give Di Nicola some sort of Queen X holding? Ace Queen, King Queen, something like that perhaps?
Yeah, of course. And the thing is, sure, you got a small flush, but your opponent's bet half the pot. They would barrel off a lot of clubs on the turn out of position. I think this is just a mandatory jam.
Right, and if we get it wrong, 180k more is not a huge bet.
But if we get it right,
oh yeah,
we're stacking.
Oh yes. Of course, could have been some traps on the turn, he'll be thinking as well. Like the one we see.
Di Nicola's betting in a way where he's repping like a Queen X a lot.
All in.
There we go.
And he's hating that. When you take this sort of line against a player who's so capable and you find yourself getting shoved on the river with one pair. Thinking, does Queen Jack jam?
That's a good question. Does Queen Jack jam? Because of the backdoor clubs. You would never expect it to be just a naked one pair unless it's turned into a bluff.
What clubs have not bet the turn?
That's what he's asking. Then he's also thinking this is Adrian Mateos, who's very capable of turning his hand into bluffs. Just leaning on you.
Right, and Di Nicola must know his hand just looks like a one pair. Probably not as strong as this, but the Queen X parts of the range just so likely.
But Di Nicola also is thinking, look, if you had like a set, you would be betting this turn once it comes like 3 to the wheel.
Wow, what an incredibly tough situation for our Colossus champion up against a former World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. I just would find it so hard to fold here against this man. Perhaps he's thinking, I don't have the King of Clubs. Does Mateos have a hand like King Jack of Clubs?
Yeah, ideally he would want a club in hand.
Is Mateos ever going to be turning a hand like Jack 10 of Hearts into a bluff?
Maybe like a 5-4 of hearts I could see. I don't know. It's tough.
It's the last hand on the level. We're going to 5k, 10k after this. You'd have 18 blinds back if you were to fold. Incredibly tough situation. Missed spades, of course. Potential bluffs.
Missed spades, although you do have one spade in hand, which is annoying.
Flush.
He does make the call, completely understandably, up against one of the world's elites. Certainly capable of bluffing, Di Nicola. Unfortunately, going no further in the first break of day 3 for our Colossus champ. A rough ride here at the feature table. Adrian Mateos ending the frame as he started it, Randy.
Yeah, how can you blame him? You know, he's up against an opponent he knows is very tough. Mateos taking advantage of his image there.
There you go, the stage departs. It is going to be our first break of the day. We'll be back in around 10 minutes for more of this feature table coverage here from the World Series of Poker Europe main event.
Casual Sunday. We got past Focus Friday.
Yeah.
Linares with a monster here on the button. Ace Queen of Diamonds.
3.7.
The problem I have with Le Mans is he's shown a propensity to be very impatient, even though he has battled back well. So at some point he might just get fed up with the heads-up battle, even though it's for the bracelet and so much money is the difference between first and second place. Depends what happens here. He's liable to just... He's like a placid volcano.
Yeah, just going to erupt every now and again.
Yeah. Donkey says Le Mans looks like a D-Gen Blues Brothers. Actually, I see what you're saying. It's pretty funny. Okay, bet a 4.2 million in a call. Turn is Gin for Linares. Now, if Le Mans checks, I'm checking this back, hoping that Le Mans is going to become that volcano on the river.
This is just crazy what he's doing here, Dan.
Yes. You can call me Action Man Dan because we predict these things. 7 million is the bet from Le Mans. Now, if I was to see Linares raise here, I would not be happy at all.
No, just smooth calling in position here, man. It's going to be the only play. You're never ever going to be folding here, so just give the guy some rope.
No, it's just when we seen him do that with the aces earlier, want to give him the rope. 3 of spades.
What's this?
What the hell?
What did he say? All in.
Oh.
He said all in, oh my god.
What just happened, guys?
He shoved for 65 million.
What just happened, guys?
What a crazy hand to commentate on.
What?
They just called it the Placid Volcano has erupted. Le Mans has finished in second place.
What just happened, guys?
I don't care.
He says he doesn't care. Linares has prevailed as your World Series of Poker Europe mini main event champion.
Well, when you're heads up, it's hard to have something, right? So when the board pairs up and I know he doesn't have a house, I just apply maximum pressure. Unfortunately, he have the nut flush, so I just ran into a bad hand and I did a strong move in the wrong spot.
So you make it spades?
No, I would do it again. It's very unlikely to have the nut flush when you're heads up, but he have it, so I guess GG to him.
It's going to be a fun one, ladies and gentlemen.
你死咗個。你死咗邊個咧 ？Martin Cabral, maybe? I don't know. It looks like Martin Cabral.
This me in Canada?
Me and Canada. D-Negs, you're in rough shape, mate. Not anymore. Daniel Negreanu flopping trips. Daniel Dvoris with the nut flush draw. 560 in the middle already. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Hand number 3 of this 50k. Note the stack to pot ratio. Around 4.
160. One bet 160.
Dvoris going to continue for small. In the form of quarter pot. Man, D-Nex just gonna click it. Clicks it to 360. And I was speaking to D-Nex. Went to pick him up from the airport. He's telling me about some of this new funky stuff he'd been working on, and I gotta admit, I'm a big fan of this. I mean, you could get Dvoris to just pile here. Although Dvoris blocking some of the King Jacks, Jack 10s of the world. That may try and get a sneaky one through. Yeah, Daniel was telling me how he's been coming with, you know, some limps, some like 4.5x, just taking some really unorthodox lines, some quirky stuff. And look at this. Daniel Negreanu has leveled Dvoris into 3-betting on the flop to 800k.
Oopsie doopsie. Oopsie doopsie. I might be fucked here, but I'm not.
5 seconds.
All in.
All in.
Yeah, fuck it. I mean, if you got it, you got it. Just what are you gonna do, right? At this point, you got to play to win. All of it.
How much is it? Can you count?
Let's see. Okay, we got
Announces all in.
that he asked, right? Because then he's probably doesn't have a queen. 1.1.
Daniel fading the snap call.
1.6.
Absolutely loving this.
No, you can't. You have to pause the clock.
Yeah, he gets it at 20. So that's 1.6, 1.9. This is more than I thought. Okay, 2 million.
He could effectively increase his stack by over 50% without seeing a turn or river. Boris just gonna run the numbers in his head. Chat, I do apologize. I'm so confused. I didn't hear call announced or anything. Cards are on their backs. The dealer didn't say call.
I'm trying to calm myself because I have PTSD being all in.
This is a chip lead pot.
Stress disorder.
Ace on the turn. Changes nothing, although Dvoris does pick up an additional 2 outs. Ace or a spade needed for Daniel Dvoris. And there it is, 6 of spades, corner
Nobody
pocket.
would believe me, I promise you. Nobody would believe me of how, like, I could feel that one. I could feel
6 of spades, corner pocket, and we're gonna lose Daniel Negreanu.
Oh, you don't need to fold, yeah. You got me covered, right? Okay.
Daniel Negreanu gonna bow out.
No. If anyone knew, I swear. Like, I guess you guys see it. I'm always on TV when it keeps happening. Oh, boy.
Yeah, you almost have it nice every fucking 3 days.
Wow. As I said, we have PTSD with you, Daniel.
I'd never go all in. I don't think I'd ever be busted.
That is how it works.
Yeah, and it's important to note there, when we do have eliminations, we are trying to get the players to have as many interviews after their bust out as possible. So bear that in mind. If you see one of your favourite players getting eliminated or whatever the case may be, chances are it's going to cut to an interview from time to time. It's nice to be aware of that before it happens. Cito going to raise to 175 with the ace-9, 9-6 from the cutoff.
9 against ace-queen, 8-6.
And look, Pliashko is all in by default here, Alan, with the ace-queen, 8-6. Again, you might need 2 questions.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll keep in mind, as long as you're writing down that stuff, bro, I got you covered.
And this one is 50-50 as well, as we see the flop of Jack 10-3. Pliashko, the favourite to remain in this tournament, as we see the turn.
Of course,
wow, nice.
Whoa!
It's for you, round flush, bro. You just made the round flush.
Not something we see every day. The royal flush.
Indeed.
Sit back down, Pliashko. He's probably raged that he only has 200k there after getting such a massive hand.
Indeed.
But better than being knocked out.
Oh.
Yeah.
Welcome back, one and all, to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Final table? Not final table, Randy.
Final table? Come on.
A couple of days premature,
but we might see some of these guys at the final table as they keep playing in this manner.
I'd imagine so. There's a man there who'll be one of the favourites to make it all the way there. It is, of course, Adrian Mateos leading this featured table. Been a little up and down, but just won that huge pot before we went on break. Backdooring a flush against Amano Di Nicola, the Colossus champion, sending him home with just the one bracelet. He'll take it.
He'll take it, but you know, it's obviously disappointing given that we are approaching the money in a little bit.
Yeah, we are getting closer and closer to that point. Very interesting part of the tournament, as always. Here's, of course, yours truly, James Dempsey, alongside Randy Nanonoko Lu in the booth as we call the action. Working our way through this day 3. And we've got a fun table, Randy. If you're just joining us, the players have agreed to play the show 1 game.
That's right. So the dealer is going to show 1 at random every time someone wins a pot. And we've seen spots where, you know, someone's 3-bet lighting, he has to show a 9, and it can kind of tell a story that maybe you aren't as tight as we think you are.
Yeah, of course, everyone able to see every hand on the 1 hour delay, but the instant info is so much more relevant to the current dynamic at a table. Sometimes our old news is mainly useless. Show Trent, the shortest on the table here, being in some spots, obviously had to make a fold, got bluffed out by Jonathan Pastor, who ran a triple barrel bluff with no equity,
suited,
Randy.
yeah.
That was a fun one.
Pretty impressed with the way Pastor has been playing, as well as, of course, Mateos with that monster stack. 132 big blinds can do damage.
Oh yeah, that's not the person you want with the big stack at this table. Just 6 players nestled here, due to a couple of departures in the last few hands, most notably Di Nicola. Looks like we are going to get things back underway any moment now. Andre Dessert there to the left of Mateos, being pretty snug. Okay, here we go. We were waiting for a moment.
Okay, so we did add a new player there in seat 6.
Sergio Kovrig jumping in. I believe that's the flag of Romania, Randy. I'm sure you're not going to challenge me on that.
Won't challenge you, but he's got a stack he can play with, 31 big blinds.
Right. A stack he can play with, but a bad seat. The empty seats being upwind.
Yeah, but it's break time. Maybe that seat is the lucky seat.
Ah, you think it's going to work like that?
I don't know. We'll find out.
Coming in here with a couple of cashes this festival. There's Kovrig. He actually won a bracelet here back in 2021 in the Turbo Bounty Hunter. So a fan of Kings and the World Series in general.
That's hilarious. He just swapped the seat, swapped chairs with the one in between him and Joe Tren. It was an unlucky seat. He knew.
He's been watching the stream. He's seen 3 people bust in that seat. He went, no chance am I taking that thing. Move me on over.
That's strong.
Also, the colour of that hoodie, that doesn't strike me as unlucky.
No.
I feel like that can flip things around. I like that hoodie. Yeah, I can pull it off.
I feel really sorry for the player who's going to sit between these two. It's just the death seat.
The death chair.
Yeah. We have a game on. We have a game on. So when you win a hand, the dealer picks from the winner 1 random card.
We all play. Like the dealer show 1 card. Like
okay, that's perfect, Ivo. Didn't expect the good news in the morning.
It's okay anyways. It's most of the time it's one of his cards. So
we stop the game if someone say we stop.
I think he was pointing at Mr. Mateos there, Randy.
He definitely was pointing at Mateos, so it's good for everyone but him.
Kovrig first hand at the table, sitting down with those 30 blinds, getting told the rules. The plan show 1. He says not a problem. Opens up with 2 jacks. No shame in showing either of those 2 cards. He'd like to show both on the river at Showdown, one imagines.
Maybe you just show both so that you doesn't look like you're up to no good. Could see that.
Yeah, if you open with an 8 there,
yeah.
you're like,
I had pocket 8s.
Am I going crazy or is Jonathan Pastor changed shirt.
Yeah, he's white now.
He's like, oh, I didn't know I was going to be in the feature. In that case, I'll make a bit more of an effort.
Dress it up.
We're here for it.
Three clubs.
I was dominant.
Three clubs.
No. Maybe it was just the chair. That chair's won a hand. Hope you enjoyed a brief break. Myself and Randy both went and had fruit. Some like us. Mainly because the dessert option maybe wasn't as stellar as it's been in the past.
I think the reason you come to these stops is literally just to go to the buffets at every single venue. Like, what? Dessert shopping? Alright. Joe Tren with pocket 10s.
I can't deny it, Randy. You called me out. Good read.
5 rows, 23.
The Ducks right behind.
Little different scenario, isn't it, with Mateus facing an open off a 20 big blind stack, far less playability. So does decide that there's not as much upside with the twos.
Yeah, especially against the 20 big blind stack, you're not getting as good of a price, but Pastor's got ace 10 suited. Could be interesting.
And Joe's been fairly active, played a lot of hands. Reasonable for Pastor to think this ace 10's in fine shape.
Yeah, does he think it's worthy of 3-betting or just flatting? I think flat is usually the play you'll see, just because it might be a little bit too much to get 20 big blinds in with, but it's also retains some of the worse aces and 10x's that would just fold outright to your 3-bet.
And happy at when I imagine is to see resolve folds. He does get the heads up pop. A heart in the window, but no more behind it. Queen 4-5. Interesting nonetheless, because Pastor has peeled from the small blind.
Small blind peels have a little bit more queen X's, I would imagine, that doesn't want to, you know, get it in pre, but too weak to just outright fold, like the queen jacks, some king queens.
Right, and there's going to be hands like 7s, 8s, 9s.
Could see that as well, especially against a +1 open. Five of hearts is a little bit relevant, gives them that extra equity to perhaps continue.
Sure does indeed. Stab, and they're still maybe thinking, well, I can be up against hands like King Jack, King 10 with some of those backdoor flush draws. Those backdoor hearts myself. I'll have a look at one at least for 17,000. And of course, he's in reasonable shape against some pocket pairs. Deuce does give him a gut shot on the turn.
Tricky for Joe because he normally would want to just check back the turn just because he's got 2 10s with 1 over pair, 1 over card. The thing is, he knows a lot of these ace highs has picked up some equity. He doesn't want to give a free one to them, hence the bet.
Nice. And it's kind of fun because we saw him make a very small turn bet in a heads up pot against Pastor earlier when he had the boat, having popped a boat with deuces. And Pastor would be aware of that now, of course, having way over an hour ago. Ah, we're going to get to show one. I reckon he shows a black 10. Was it the spade?
What did you show? 10 of club.
Ah.
Yeah.
10 of clubs, not the 10 of spades. His little look.
Thank you.
This is awkward, the 10.
Yeah, because would Queen 10 bet again there?
Also, not all Queen 10s open from +1, so, you know, people are thinking, what's this guy just getting out of line?
Right, and I have to admit, I can't recall if Queen of clubs was on the board or not. I think it was 2 black cards on a rainbow flop, so maybe impossible to even have Queen 10. Given the Mateus laugh, that maybe what the hand there was the Queen of clubs on board.
This is different now that he gets to open the action with the Ducks.
Very different. Got Rick. Not the kind of hand you really want to look down at. Well, maybe it is, because you just get to fold and not play against Mateos.
Yeah, I prefer a hand that was playable personally.
Well, obviously you do, Randy. You're a degenerate.
Give me them aces.
All right, fine. We take aces. Oh.
The feeling.
See a
You have
deuce?
to show a deuce. Of course.
On the bubble, no pre-flop, so it's not fair. I will play more hands than you guys.
Yeah, but we know anyways that you will play more hands. It's not changing anything. Yeah. Everybody knows that you will play more hands.
First flop, I'm fine, but pre-flop is too much. For the moment, it's fine.
Ah, okay. It's fair. It's a post-flop I'll show on the bubble, but...
I mean, I don't...
between pre-flop and post-flop? Pre-flop like...
I mean, it's not fair if...
Everyone can imagine right here.
It's not fair if pre-flop I play way more hand than you guys.
Yeah, I was saying they can
you play
imagine. But your rules, really.
It's not fair they've got to play against Sergio Mateos.
I think Mateos has realized that,
We can start at like 15
yes, he's V-pipping more and not so good for him. At first, didn't really think much of it. It was like, oh, it's okay. Well, you know,
I think
show one.
Yeah, when you're a player as well known as capable as Mateos and Isaiah mentioned at the start of the show, someone who is so adept at adapting.
Until the bubble, your image is anyways
That extra information he thinks he's going to be able to use better than most, but he's now realising he's going to give away a lot more information than everyone else.
I only play with cards.
Yeah.
Maybe having to show a deuce, he's realised that when he does start opening wide...
That's when it clicked, because before he was getting like power hands, right? Like ace, king, king, jack, queens.
3 something.
But he's still pretty happy to show for now to kind of not cut off this little side game. In the meantime, it is a blind versus blind confrontation. Interesting.
Yeah. Nice swap. Checking through. Show with the 3 of diamonds is working for him.
Yeah, he got a free shot at that turn, where a lot of players would just fire away at 10-8.
One, too late.
1 card.
You mix. Next. Forget.
8. I couldn't lie, right? I would be an asshole.
It's on stream.
There's a lot of chips coming in here.
I lie, I say Jake Diamond, but no lie.
So we have to explain the rules once again. For those of you in the chat asking, the players are playing show 1 game. So at the completion of every hand, if there's no showdown, the dealer has been instructed to randomly select a card and flip it over of the players. And that's what Mateos suddenly realised, that maybe he's given up too much with the chip lead as we approach the bubble. Doesn't want to show just how wide he's going to be playing.
Joe Tren in the small against the big stack of Mateos. Got about 23 big blinds.
Yeah, bad seat draw.
This is interesting because 10-3 offsuit actually raises in this spot quite a bit. Polarize. Try to take it down pre, knowing that Joe's got a good price, and he is going to reach for chips.
This is where things can get tricky, but with Queen Jack suited, of course. We do continue and flop best on this Jack 9-3.
A little bit of peace for Mateos, who checks it back.
Right, with that piece, perhaps deciding.
That's a great card for Joe because now he can represent a lot of straight draws or flush draws and try to get value with his top pair. Confident 45k bet. Does Mateos keep his opponent honest?
Yeah, so scary, but even if he's ahead now, there's so many river cards that he can't call on. And lots of those bluffs do have a hell of a lot of equity.
Does lay it down correctly, nice.
Very nice.
One.
Which card's going to get shown this time?
You have to,
take it.
It's a big one. Yeah.
That's the rule. You pick one.
Is it the queen?
Mm-hmm.
Same. Same. Queens.
No, Joe. You do it. You do it, sir.
No, you don't. No.
Queens. Same.
Okay, one of the players next to the person who won the pots. Yes. The dealer can show, so one of the players next to can show.
Okay.
Just someone pick is.
Playing show one matters.
That one will lose, maybe.
Well, just play post flop now because we'll take 2 time pre-flop.
Yeah, okay, so only post flop now.
Yeah, only post flop.
It's not. It's
Same
like
math as a phase I haven't seen for some time in the poker world. Here he is. Always talkative at the table. Very, very accomplished live player. Whole host of big results. I don't know, Randy, if you've had much chance to see him play.
I have not.
Yeah, one of the loudest at a table normally.
There we go. Feel right at home.
Yeah, this is... But again, bad for the rest of this table. It has got harder with him here. Someone who's yet to make a big dent in the World Series of Poker scene. Very familiar to fans of the World Poker Tour. Having a victory and a couple of second place finishes in the LA Poker Classic. Back-to-back years he got second place in that event.
That's it, going to 3-bet against Joe, who's got Jack 10 suited. And it's a big 3-bet to 75k, so it's going to make it harder for Joe to want to see a flop with this hand.
Alright, Randy, that a facet of being from the big blind, one assumes. Kind of want to go a larger size, out of position.
Yes, you do. Then again, it's quite big against the stack that Joe Trent is kind of open off of. But it does... Some people do this as polarizing to try to force your opponent to 4-bet jam or fold, and you know you've got an easy decision yourself if you're holding like some offsuit ace or of course the nuts pre to call off.
They broke the table. They broke the table. How much? Really? I thought there was like 3 before that.
Yeah,
Sure, who really wants to play this hand?
You can tell that he really wants to, and he's like, man, the price is disgusting, and does lay it down.
No showing.
No pre-flop.
Only post flop. Only you show.
Okay, so they have changed the rule to only post-flop hands need to show a card. Okay.
I assume that was Mateos that suggested that.
Next time you win, we're gonna ask you to show one.
We are not like this.
I'll show two. Just to support you, also want to. Pre-flop. Don't care.
Just post flop now.
Did they change table every level?
2 levels.
Every two.
Level and
Yeah.
We go
That's
after
just
this
got here.
level. We already was one level here.
He wants to leave us already,
Early, I'll
Randy.
stop all that.
What did you say to him?
I didn't say anything. But, you know, some people don't like their cards being shown. Wouldn't mind showing these one down. Pocket kings.
Mm-hmm. 58 blinds. I'd like to get all of them in pre-flop if possible. He's like, wow, Mateus didn't find anything to mess with me on the button with. Doesn't seem fair.
Maybe Bickley can come along. Suited queen in the big, min raise. Good price.
Yeah, very good price.
Sorry.
And, well, a bad result on a queen 6 deuce flop, Randy. It's the board his opponent's going to attack. Sadly, it's one that he's hit, and hit hard.
Yeah, he's obviously got quite a good hand of that top pair. Razai looking to get multiple streets with his pocket kings.
See how small he goes. Well, 2 blinds. No draws on board, of course.
It's also that board texture, though. He expects Razai to fire his whole range. Gonna proceed with caution for now. Even more trouble as if he was to pair up the 4, it would still be behind the pocket kings.
Right, and usually we say a board pairing deuce is a good thing for a big blind's range, but having faced a +1 raise, Randy, I guess there's fewer deuces in that
Yes, board pairing a little bit less just because it's deuce. It's a deuce besides ace deuce. You don't really expect him to have it. Whereas I think his game plan is to just go for bet jam a lot.
And he's sizing up this time a little over half, 55 into 95.
As played for now, I just can't see how Bickley could ever fold just because his opponent could be barreling off some spades. You would check call some ace highs, some 6x's. So you get close to your top of your range. Does check call.
Resulting in a 200k pot. Messiah with, pardon me, Bickley with what, 1.1 times pot. Checks it over for a 3rd time.
At this point, I believe Razai thinks he's very likely to be up against Queen X, but what kicker he's not sure about.
So does he have 2 sizes here?
It depends on what he thinks of his opponent, how they would react to like a smaller bet. If he jams and put them on their life on the line, given 150 remaining in the field, you know, it's hard to say. Looks like he does want to go for all of it.
Pushes all the chips in. Bickley feeling sick. He just wanted to hear a check back there. He wanted a check back and win the pot.
He's made a big statement though when he check called flop, check call turn. He's got a lot of queen X's and he's got to ask, will my opponent try to move me off of this hand? Problem is his kicker is so bad it just plays the board that Razai can actually safely value bet more than just an overpair in a spot like king queen, ace queen. They'll be going for 3 straights.
Right. And those natural bluffs, Randy, the ones you mentioned, spades, but perhaps there are more value hands than bluffs here. Well, I think he has made the call. He knows the player he's up against, more than capable of being light here. Bickley not willing to lay top pair down to his man. Can't say you can fault him there. Getting 2 to 1. Knows his man's going to be applying pressure as we close in on the money.
Queens on my brave days.
Good strategy.
Said it before, it just recently.
So I did show down 2 cards this time.
Yeah. 2 black kings?
Yes.
GG, Mr. Bickley.
Getting older, getting more responsible, no more.
As I mentioned earlier, former 4th place finisher in this very event 6 years ago.
Not like Adrian.
Good, he plays more than
What did I miss? Only good cards I saw.
Only good card.
Down below 150 players remaining, 123 paid.
40 minutes of the stream. It's like
is there way
top range, top range, top range, top range.
Is there way to win chips? Having good cards. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Oh, right. Top range again. In tight, I
That's it.
I got it far.
Up over 60 blinds now. Mateos flashing a queen as he folded. And I hear mention of Lady Gaga. The Ren Lin line is spreading around the world.
Yeah, it's pretty much known around the poker world. Not just when he's at the table.
Ren, second place finisher in that 50k diamond high roller to Santosh Subana. I have to say, we've had some great champions thus far. Deset is going to be champion of this hand. Just a question of how much he can win.
Most likely nil if he does fire this flop.
At 15,000. Would be a lot of line from Jonathan, but I wouldn't put it past him. He's the way Deset's played so far and his demeanour definitely looks like a man who's quite keen to just get himself down to the money. We've seen a lot of medium length tanks before folding, not many hands played. If he really believes it, he might go after his man with the 8 of hearts.
You're onto something, James.
Yeah. And
just saying, look, you're probably c-betting way too much on this board. If I check raise, there's nothing you can do. He's there sitting with mid-set, loving this action.
Yeah, it's beautiful for him. This time, actually, giving no reaction to the check raise. We've seen him very animated in pots previously. He's going to pretend he's throwing in a reluctant call.
Yeah, make it look like you're weak.
Now, does Jonathan have the wherewithal to recognize he made this play because he expected his opponent to fold a lot? When he calls, he knows it's a much tighter range.
The thing is, the queen gives him now inside straight draw, and it overcards the board, which would be pretty tough for Deset to continue if he was holding just like an ace-4, ace-3, some pocket pair, not a jack. It wouldn't surprise me if he wants to fire once more. Does give up.
Right, but may expect, even with that 8-9, there's a good chance he's going to get a look at the river card.
Right, if your opponent is holding a jack, they probably wouldn't bet the turn. Although this set would want to kind of get some value. Got to protect a little bit against hearts and clubs.
Oh, yeah.
With value against some jacks that check raise the flop.
Right, and we're still very deep with 174 in the pot, playing 422 effective behind.
Yeah, he wants to build the pot, but this 80k bet, I think, is going to be the end.
I think Pastor's just going to realise he ran into it a little bit there.
Show one.
Which one? You can
I pick.
Do the same.
Not too bad. Not bad, yeah. Not bad.
Was it the 5 of hearts or 5 of diamonds?
Don't know, but both cards are
well,
relevant.
Yeah, they're both relevant, but I think 5 of diamonds, you'd be like, okay.
Be set.
This guy's got a set, maybe. 5 of hearts, give you a pair and flush draw.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
It's more funny to play like this. You big blind, so I'm not gonna raise anything. Only top range.
Question in the chat asking, does the table change today? Yes, we will be mixing up feature tables, of course, as we play through the day, as is only right and fair to all involved. Some people thrive on being on the feature table, Randy. Some just want to be away from the lights, anonymous in the field. But there are a lot of big names still in the mix that hopefully we'll see at some point today, along with the ones we have here. On the break, I did a little walk through the tournament area and saw Nacho Barbero still in there, presiding over a reasonable stack.
That's some respect to Razai. Just saying, hey, I know you're gonna punish me. You got the big stack. Before you look in an ace.
I know it.
I like this man.
Got a free bet him if he opens.
I've seen him play a lot of tournaments.
What about 5 open? If I open, you have 3 bet?
No.
Just call?
I have a free bet versus button open.
It's fine. Okay.
Good read.
Just having a look through the overall chip counts, Randy, over on Poker News. Andrea Radici, who started, I believe, second in chips in the day, is currently the chip leader. Kanishka Kabir, who was second in chips, also still in the top 5. Axel Halle, Leon Sturm, two of the big names that we haven't seen yet.
It's been only uphill for Desset. King Jack.
Yeah, and maybe into his toughest decision point yet.
690. Thank you.
Could see actually Razai taking this either way, whether a flat or 3-bet. Plays pretty well both ways. They are very deep, roughly 70 big blinds. Gonna proceed with caution, also retain some of the dominated hands that would open like this King Jack that certainly would have folded. Call for eggs in, 8-5 offsuit.
Yeah, I guess that's one of the negative points of calling is you allow the big blind in, but if it comes ace-6-6 and your opponent's drawing nearly dead, it's a joyous moment. Desset with reason to bet.
15.
Trying to rep that ace.
Yeah, I guess the king high is going to be a good a decent percentage of the time, but again, just betting small and picking up the pot.
If you can just bet 15k and win it, why not?
Of course, does pick up a customer in Razai, who makes a boat on the turn. Desset, of course, still ahead of a lot of hands. Beats all the flush draws, so he's going to check it back. Queen, actually, not a great card for him to see. Was Queen high. Heart draws now getting there. Pocket pairs that wouldn't now yield.
Feels like Razai is going to try and bet and get paid off by some river pair of queens.
Does he ever go with like a really small kind of induced sizing here?
Yeah, and also it allows him to even get looked up by some baby pocket pairs. See a blue and a yellow, at least 30 exact.
Now that's it. Recalculating this one. That queen is a really bad card.
Doesn't have a heart in hand though, where some of the flush draws will check call and bluff as played.
Jackets of hearts. 10x of hearts.
Does he give credit to his opponent to value bet a queen in the spot? If so, that would increase the amount of hands that would go for value.
Right, the sizing looks like the corner number to me, Randy, that a queen might be inclined to bet 30% pot. Kind of a, not a full block sizing, but also doesn't scream of an ace. And there are avenues in which Desset has checked back an ace on the turn.
That's the big one.
Nice fold.
Jack of hearts.
Jack of hearts.
Tricky one.
The Jack of Hearts shown.
Was not king?
No, Jack of hearts.
Oh, Jack of hearts.
It's the card that most of the bluffs have in them. Jack 9 of hearts, Jack 10 of hearts.
That's right.
Of course, Queen Jack of hearts could have been valued. Ace check off. He's thinking ace check off 3 bets at quite a high frequency.
If we play show 2, we don't need cards up, so...
It's in the back of his mind that he might have got floated by 2 overs. Or 2 broadways, that is.
$142 remain.
Fold.
20 players time, Randy, will be inside the money.
One sparkling water, one espresso.
Interesting, a little suits connector in the small. Ideally, you would want to be in the big to close the action.
It's a 30 big blind stack against the cut-off open.
Does he really want to put himself at risk, though, to lose chips when we're so close to the money?
Right. In a vacuum, maybe more attractive, but with just 19 players from the money and a 30 big blind stack. So much of his tournament equity must be in reaching the money with that stack size, I'd imagine.
Yeah, for sure.
Just 3 times starting stack.
He wants to play.
Alright. Recognising the cut-off range is going to be pretty wide, and correctly so. Albeit not in this instance. Now somewhat of a decision point for Pastor, Randy.
It's a big decision because if he 4-bet jams and is wrong, this would be about 3/4 of his stack, which would put him in the danger zone. Then again, Ace Queen it's a bit of a monster, especially cutoff versus small blind.
Mm-hmm.
Like, can he maybe call and see what happens? 4-bet jams in play a little bit.
Yeah, he must be aware that everything we just mentioned, Korvik doesn't particularly want to be 3-bet calling off many hands at this point.
Show 2, so we don't need to.
So there you go. Just does get the 4-bet jam through.
We lost the show 1 pre-flop, so.
That's why he asked to show 2.
Good that I folded.
Obviously got the 4-bet jam before with Ace-5 suited through this time. With Ace Queen off as he looks to climb up the chip counts. As we are edging ever closer to the money, of course. Here Mateos, the one leading the way. Both in play and in chips, Daniel Rosai getting up to near milli mark. Andre Dessert, very healthy stack now. A fresh face, we haven't seen him play a pot yet, Stefan Hulen. Also has plenty of chips. It is Sergio Kovrig after that 3-bet bluff that failed at the bottom of our particular ladder. But Zhou and him, both short but not crazy short. Other than that, everyone's got
50
like an average
plus,
stack.
Yes, they can play for sure, but they're not going to be looking to play.
Average stack, you see that top right, 575k, 57 blinds. And on our table, the 6th biggest stack is 50 big blinds. Here is Hulen. Again, not liking it when you hear you get moved to the feature table. Chances are there's some big guns here. That's certainly where he finds himself. Well, as we get to this sort of stage of the tournament, Randy, there aren't too many soft spots left.
Getting a little close up on Razai as he contemplates his decision. Alright, so it's pocket 4s that open. Razai's got King 10 suited. And he's got position, so he's going to fight. Whereas the last hand when Ace Jack, he was in the small out of position. Position is key in this game. Let you see your opponent act first.
Yeah, nice. Welcome to the table, sir. You got a pair, you open it up.
Only you show.
Not on my watch.
Before you start crying.
Oh, kings.
Come on.
I king.
You're king?
You show both.
Yeah, that was a big statement, you know, showing that you're 3-bet lighting. You're okay with it.
Against the guys just on the table.
Ace king. Any card is good to show.
That's the stream. Not at Ace King.
Elkin up saying Matas needs to decide if he wants to be really, really good at poker or really, really good looking. You can't have it all, mister. Well, I chose to have both, Randy.
Ace and king.
Yes.
Problem with your mic?
One combination, the rest you have to do yourself. Watch the stream.
Beauty is in what? The eye of the beholder? Is that the same?
Same color? Suited.
Are you saying I'm not good at poker, Randy?
That's exactly right.
Okay.
Not good at poker. Or the other.
So you saying I can have neither?
Pocket 3 is going to lay it down. It's understandable. He's an under the gun. You know, he's sitting comfy. He just looks so cozy.
Yeah. Like I've got a couple of layers on there.
It's like waking me up when we're in the money.
Hoods on hoods on hoods. Yeah, no surprise to see him fold that one. I'd be folding 2 on this table. Hulen got 3 bet the last hand. Going to open his second hand at the table. And Daniel, as I showed him the King 10, wakes up with Ace Queen.
There's some history going on.
The next hand. This is where things get interesting. It feels like we just got a 3 bet again.
Yeah, he's going to play off of that, thinking that he'll get called by worse dominated hands.
We'll see. Hulen does have a decision point. 60 big blinds deep. Getting ever nearer the money, but Ace Kings feels like such a big hand.
He is covered in this spot.
He does just say
no
all
nonsense.
of it.
15 is good. Look at the count, please.
Obviously, Razai creates some sort of dynamic, but I think he's pretty comfortable when he's 3-betting with Ace Queen that he knows he might get called by some weaker, but the jams are still going to be this kind of hand, and so it's not like he's wasting the Ace Queen by potentially 3-bet folding.
No, but he didn't love it, of course. Does get to hear from the hands better pre. Getting an official count in case it's a small stack, but 610 is quite a lot.
And it was a swift 4-bet jam from +1.
Yeah, so it's not like he was just going YOLO with some random cards.
Go on.
Eventually lays it down.
We play the game.
You have to pay if you want, so...
You see, nobody showed, only you.
What? I shot 1. What do you want from me?
That's a nice settler. You get 3-bet off the first hand and you just get to 4-bet pile on the guy the next hand.
Not good enough.
Not good enough for 60 bigs, huh?
Might have gave him more confidence in jamming when you saw King 10 suited last hand too.
Robert saying why with 61 bigs? Well, we are close to the money.
He just wants to take it down pre where he's likely to have the best hand. Doesn't want to call, doesn't want to have a shot to outflop him or play a guessing game if he doesn't flop ace or king. I think it's perfectly standard in that spot.
Yeah. Let's see, it's third hand at the table, dealt a pair once again. Perhaps because he 4-bet jammed the last hand, feeling like
a little bit of respect.
The guys are going to be a little less inclined to come after his opens. They don't know he had Ace King. They'll be fairly sure it was a hand. It looked like Ace King. There you go, covering 23 blinds. Really, really not incentivized to play hands off that stack size now. With just 19 to go to the money.
Okay, just 15.
I think reasonable to just be taking a few seconds before making any decisions at this point. A little bit of stalling will surely be occurring. Mateos King 9 suited from the small blind, obviously very deep,
it's
very
interesting
talented.
Because he's up against under gonna open, which is pretty strong, which holds a lot of hands that dominate the king, but he's just content of taking flops, expecting to get more check throughs, maybe take a shot at it. Desset's got 10-8 of clubs, clubs smothered, but it's very playable. Three ways we go.
Queen 8-5, couple of spades. Not the kind of board that Hulen will like to see against.
Oh, but he's
these two
immediately reaching for chips.
Wow.
Trying to muscle the big stacks.
Yeah, he's going to get Mateos out. Desset though with the second pair. He won't be enjoying it against a player who's open under the gun, having just had to 4-bet jam to win a pot. And now wants to bet this 3-way with Mateos having peeled the small.
That's not a great mid pair, also not much backdoor prospects. Although it is a pair after all.
And over to that second card as well.
I was regaling you in the Triton.
Oh, thanks, bro.
I was rooting for you.
Thanks. Yeah, I couldn't spin up the one big blind. Oh, the cool.
I mean, you spin up on after bubble board.
Yeah,
because you're like short. Like
yeah, I had like eight bigs, double up.
Wow. Double up, and then.
There we go, Huin.
You knew it looks super strong.
It does. It does.
We finished with the game.
Got the right man, and I think Desit's looking to avoid the close spots for now.
Yeah.
New player came in.
I get those vibes as well. Maybe slide into the money first.
And a huge favour to do so now. He's, I think, more than doubled up since the start of the day through a variety of pots.
Yeah, I'd be pretty surprised if he doesn't, unless there's some big collision.
Right. Yeah, it takes a cooler for him. I don't think he's going to go blasting it off on this bubble.
Oh, in Cyprus.
After Cyprus, I played one, but like this was the first time I played this series. But I didn't play the 100 in the main. But next one, Jeju I played.
Good, I think.
Yeah, it was better than like when I decided to skip, I thought it's not that great, and then it got like actually pretty well. So regretted that decision.
To raise 20. 3 plus.
It's always nice when you're sitting at main event bubble and all the players are discussing which high rollers they're playing next.
Yeah, they're high rollers for a reason. 2 jacks, look at these hands.
Ooh.
We're playing close to 100 big blinds.
But against a +1 open.
He might flat, he might 3-bet. You can really see it go either way.
He does come with a 3-bet, and now a real interesting decision point because Razai has just under 100 blinds to start the hand with ace-king from +1. Feels like this is the perfect candidate to 4-bet with, but we're almost 4-bet bluffing, aren't we, Randy, when we've got 100 blinds at this stage of a tournament?
I actually wouldn't fault him if he just flats in this spot. Sure, it allows your opponent to kind of maybe get there, but you don't really want to stack off right now for this many big blinds, especially from this strong position. You're so close to the money, you can retain some hands that will fold. I think this is absolutely the right play.
Just probably doesn't really have a 4-bet range from there. Maybe some bluffs and kind of aces, but I like it. And Mateus will be aware of that. Mateus will be aware there's some very strong hands still in this continue range.
Nice start. Oh, follow through. Full house.
Now he's going, why didn't I 4-bet? Could have got peeled, could have flopped the nut boat. Let's see if Mateus comes with a pretty small bet on this board. I mean, he still gets to have all of this, doesn't he? He has the 3-bet up.
Yes. If he had ace-king, he probably would still want to build the pot, so he might go really tiny, even close to like 10. It wouldn't surprise me. 20% was that? 32k?
32k it is. Razai. Just of course going to play coin. This is kind of fun because unfortunately for him, Mateus does have a hand, but if Razai was in here with like a king-queen suited or something,
you might see Mateus kind of just blast, yeah, and Razai would be in a tough spot.
And even if Razai had a hand like ace-10 suited or ace-jack suited, he's not going to enjoy facing 2 to 3 barrels. As it is. Mateus is flop bet. His bad news for him, but is he going to be inclined to try and turn jacks into a bluff? Seems unlikely.
I don't think he will. He still beats a little bit of hands, right? Like the 10s, the 8s. I might check call one for a small bet.
Right, he doesn't have the diamond either, does he? So there are the queen jack, jack 10 diamond combos in there.
Yeah, of course, those Broadway straight draws, brick out, although he is holding 2 jacks, which isn't ideal if you want to bluff catch.
Now, I feel like there's multiple options here for Razai, whether he could even check. Mateus certainly capable of taking a bluff line here. That's what he's going to do!
Show him.
The king was enough. And Maddie with the little smile.
Yeah. You missed the flop so badly.
Yeah.
But great hand nonetheless, even though it's just a 3-bet pot with 1 c-bet. So much we can learn from that, Randy. Didn't get married to the ace king. Flat to protect the rest of his flatting range. He's gonna allow Adrian to bluff the cards that are best for him.
The deeper you are pre and the earlier position you raise, then you kind of want to have some ace kings in your flatting range to kind of protect. Especially if you're not 4-bet bluffing a high frequency, there's kind of no need to protect with that hand.
Yeah, maybe 5 now.
Chat asking why he checked the river. Well, he's going to have some King X and some hands like Jacks and 10s.
He also
nines
thought
and
that if Mateos was having an ace, he might play in this manner and have to be put in a tough decision.
Yep. And even Mateos, if he had a hand like King Queen off himself or something that he bluffed with pre, maybe go for some thin value on the end.
This guy's not playing tight. Queen 5 suited on the button.
Whoa,
let's
step
attack.
out.
I know the feeling when you flop nuts.
Maybe emboldened by the last time he opened the button flop to set against this man.
Have a 5 in that one.
And the guy just folded out of turn.
Pretty unlucky. Adrian probably had again King 4 suited or something.
Yeah, I was just putting him on bad hands. And look at the 3-bet that's incoming. It feels like Pastor is just
for me. I needed money.
really trying to attack this player specifically, right? Check raise 8 9, ace deuce now.
I can understand it. I think
all the smokes.
there's something about the sort of level 1 tanking 10 to 15 seconds before folding every hand. You're kind of telegraphing that you're really, really keen to make the money.
Yeah, he got that data, of course, right? Since we've been...
And then, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
He's seen some hands. We'll know. That set folded King Queen suited to a 3-bet by now, I think. No.
Okay, show low.
You don't have to show when you fold, but he did.
He also showed an ace just to kind of pretend he had something good. There we go.
He asked me how
Wow.
much to play. You wanted me to
Cashed a
raise.
lot in that 5K
Ah,
to
you didn't see my
win.
account.
He did.
His bracelet for 770,000.
And that's a good one to win.
Tricky
5K 6 max. Any of those
I swear
bigger
I'm
buy and
looking
6
like
max
all
events of the
last
World
year.
Series.
I saw last year.
Stacked with great players.
I know how to
Randy,
play.
it's always a
WSOP main event.
big boon to win one of those. You get a little respect.
Yeah, a lot of meaning, of course, to that bracelet. And in 6 max, you gotta know how to play against
it was
loose
just
ranges,
on
and you
the-
can see he's demonstrating
In
that.
the end, it's more about the Vlada's face, like.
I remember.
Face? Yeah.
Back in the day, it was always
yeah.
the
Only
10K
I
6
think
max
like,
was
I
the event,
could not
Randy.
fold
That
like
I think everyone at the World Series knew that was the
just
One of the
like the-
toughest ones out there.
it was like the no limit hold'em
yeah,
poker
you
players
get
championship. It was like you win that one, we all know you got game. Like any donkey can win the main. You know?
Donkey can win the main. Buddy. Although, to be fair, the main event champions lately have been very strong.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Matas play any hand, have I? Ace-Jack? Time to fight?
I thought you were going to say you haven't seen the current main event champion, Dan Wyman, play too much poker since then. I was going to say
He's got
I
too much
bumped into
money.
him in Rome
Oh, did you?
in September, bizarrely.
What was he doing in the Coliseum?
he was at the Golf Coliseum at Marcus Simone Golf Club for the Ryder Cup, as was I, and I bumped into him there. He was obviously supporting Team USA, I was there supporting Team Europe. Obviously, Randy, I know you were glued to the TV watching the Ryder Cup. You'll know that Team Europe were victorious.
Was he wearing his bracelet?
He wasn't. He was hanging out, drinking some beers, watching some golf in the sunshine. Matas. Opening up ace-jack off his 50 big blind stack. Daniel going to defend with a wheel ace from the big. And his stack now rising. Raises board. Seems like all the opens are coming from +1, Randy. What's going on?
Trying to represent something. But they've got the ace-jack. Broadway. 2 big cards. It's going to just fold out a lot of big blind continues. Range advantage, of course. Maybe barrel twice.
Want to pick?
That one had two. Not the same color though.
Yeah, so.
Joe Trent doesn't care about seeing what the shown cards are. He's just, I want to sleep.
Hey, having a little nap between hands.
Safe to say he was out late.
With a stack of yellow behind.
I think he was playing some PLO after bagging.
1.15.
No questions asked. For sure he was.
Desert away from the seat as the cards get pitched.
Still cover me, yeah. And by how much?
Maybe the genius is out there to tell us how much each hand's worth to be dealt in, Randy. At this point. Lines at 5k, 10k. Hulin, he's not shy. And I think that ace king came up just the right moment for him. These guys are like, well, maybe we can't push this guy around. Koffrig with dominated ace-6 offsuit from the big blind.
He might just stay away. You know, his stack is dwindling.
137 remained. 123 paid.
Yeah, 14 to go. Oh, he's wild, isn't he? Ace-6 offsuit.
Yeah.
What a play.
Well, he has seen Hulin open a lot of hands. Albeit one was met with a 4-bet jam, so we can assume that was real.
Koffrig is... He's just trying to leverage the fact that players are trying to abuse this close to the money situation. Nice. He's
well
strong.
Done. Very, very aggressive play. Flipping things around, Randy, like you say. We're thinking he's going to want to play tight this close to the money, so he uses that. Rips it in. GG Team Pro. How much do you reckon they pay for the close-up of the badge there, Randy?
No idea. Yeah. Wrong guy to ask.
Myself and Randy beaming this action to you from King's Resort here in Rosvedov. WSOP Europe main event day 3 coverage. We are getting close to the money. Still very early, though, on this day 3. Just the second level of 7 beaming to you today.
Lady Gaga.
A little later today, myself and Randy will be diving out the booth and making way. Mr. Henry Kilbane and Arnie Nejad. No doubt, Randy, they're probably grinding some Chinese right now.
You know they are.
Stôl je veľmi, veľmi ťažký, čo sa týka obťažnosti ľudí.
Daniel opening button off that big stack. Matas defending with the on top 9-10. Randy.
There we go. On top 9-10.
We got some connectivity here. Well, both flop a little something on this King Jack 4.
A little bit more for Razai.
Yeah.
With the diamond draw.
Betting lead and the button.
Ako kdo, no?
With the straight draw in hand against this price, I wouldn't expect him to fold. Does have backdoor diamonds as well. Can represent a king if it does kind of check through on the turn. A lot of playability in this spot. Actually cut out raising chips.
Wow.
This is going to get very interesting because Razai is holding the A-high flush draw in position. In a spot that's supposed to favor him a bit.
Right. Can look surprising a little to see a check raise on this board. but we are very deep, so some of those strong hands do want to announce themselves very early on, don't they, Randy, and shadow this out a little bit.
One of the main questions is, would a stronger flush draw play in this manner, or would they just check call?
Right, you want to be live.
So he feels like they would check call, hence he can kind of still chase that diamond.
Oh, both players now with a gut shot. Matas somehow ahead after check raising 10-9 on this board and getting called.
The problem is he knows he's up against a lot of King X. Also blocks a little bit of those diamond draws. Maybe he thinks his opponents have paired up a little bit. If he fires once more, maybe he's attacking like an ace, queen, ace, 10, I could see.
Right. 10 of diamonds blocking draws both ways. Has to be of some concern. On the flip of that, he's set up to potentially triple barrel if one of those draws were to complete. And I guess, Randy, in this spot, Daniel's going to want to check back a lot of that King X still. Get to a river where he could potentially value bet it, so he reason enough to check back.
Yeah, he needs to ask himself, is it a disaster if I bet fold a hand like this?
Right.
I would think so. If you had a king, would you bet turn as played, or would you check and try to see if there's some weakness shown on the river as well? There we go.
I like it.
Makes sense.
Still bluff the river if he needs. And the jack a great card as well, right? Because it's certainly a hand he can bet call a check raise with.
Yes, the thing is, the big blind shouldn't have any jack X's in their range besides like king jack. You know, like players when they're holding middle pair will often just check call. Why bloat the pot out of position? I just don't ever see a world where Matas can ever follow through with a bet which would get it done.
Does he ever go with like a small sizing, blocky kind of thing just to knock out the draws that have continued, or is
it would cross his mind for sure, right? Like an ace 10, ace queen, queen 10. All the draws, of course, usually better than 10-9 high. If you do that though, you kind of don't want to be holding the key card that blocks all of it, which is the 10 of diamonds.
And I guess a block sizing wouldn't necessarily protect you from those hands still bluffing you potentially, given that he can hold some jack X. He does elect to check and, well, has the best hand, but surely Daniel Rosai's found one of the better cards in the deck to bluff on. With just 8 high, that has to be the plan.
Yeah, so does he want to bet big to try to represent the jack, or maybe a little bit smaller to allow him to have king X's in this spot as well? That's kind of the main question. Kind of depends on what kings he thinks Zimbalas would check raise with, if at all, on the flop. He's going to try to rep.
225.
The big one.
Over betting.
Trying to rep the ace jack. Could see it.
Yeah. Well, kind of a nice hand from both, Randy. Intriguing.
Not this one?
Yeah, whatever we want. Choose one.
Yes, wait.
I think he knows.
That's a good card. Yeah, I like this the 8. More than like a 10 or something.
Right, now he knows.
He said he liked the 8 better than 10. I prefer the 10.
Very intriguing stuff here on day 3 of the World Series Poker Europe main event.
Too well.
Yep.
Hoolan.
I wish I had 4s.
Very high VPIP thus far.
I'm really happy you're on this phone. I would be very sad if you showed 4s or King Jack.
Got break with the offsuit king on the button. Wow. Okay,
did you expect this?
No, I thought we were just wasting sort of 20 seconds and folding, but this man is here to play. He hasn't read the memo. Does he know there's only 123 paid, Randy? Has someone told him?
He definitely knows, and he feels like he can just attack the blinds who are going to try to squeeze in there. Matas, Simbalas with Queen Jack. It is Joe Tren in the big who is short, hence why Kovrig is attacking.
Right.
He might be thinking, let's just rip this one in. Like, is this guy really got the goods?
If he'd seen the hands that Kovrig's had, he'd be very tempted to, but obviously we're on a 1 hour delay.
He doesn't know yet.
He doesn't know that the 3-bet jam was ace-6 offsuit. He doesn't know the 3-bet from the small blind was it 8-9 suited or 7-8 suited, something like that. Of course, he doesn't know he folded that hand. He does, though, take the spot.
What a fighter. Oh, Joe had a spot to rejam himself with King Jack, but now he's facing a forced confrontation if he wants to commit. These two players, man, they're fighters in this Coliseum.
Actually, gonna be fun because if they think they can pick on Joe, they've got the wrong man, haven't they? Because he's inclined to put up a little battle on the bubble, Randy.
That's right.
He's got 4.
After losing the pot.
Yeah. That's how I run.
I know you're too good to know that you're not tilting.
Thank you.
At least
little
not
dealer
on the table.
switch.
I don't know how you're off the table.
Off the table, terrible.
I'm just collateral.
And whilst they do that, a reminder.
That's how the whole tournament will be like.
Joe
No chance.
Poor guy.
shortest with 21 blinds. Kovrig with 23. The rest 50 plus blinds. With Mateus and Razai separated by just 9,000 chips now.
Mark humor from Karma.
Nervy time for all involved. Hulin, again, +1 seems to be the seat where the cards are put. This would be very liberal.
I don't think he's going to attack of ace-6, is he? Not after the history they've been involved with. Joe Tren with ace-king. What timing, because he does kind of want to pick up some chips to allow him to survive when blinds do go up eventually.
Yeah, it's a big time to find a big hand. 21 blind 3-bet jam. Hulin's just seen a lot of action on his opens.
Still in?
Yes.
You'd want to call this off more if it was like you open off the button or cut off.
Right.
The blinds here, Joe shouldn't be messing around too much.
And perhaps not this close to the bubble.
Exactly for that reason.
This tournament is particularly for like the group of my friends has been a really good tournament. Like last 3 years, like I got 10th, then my friend got 3rd, when your viral won. When your viral got 2nd, my buddy got 3rd. Next year my brother got 6th. It's been a good one for us. Let's see what we can do today.
Daniel Razai talking of his brother. His brother's still in the field here as well. Did notice his name in the chip counts. Both Razai's.
What is his brother's name?
Yeah, he finished.
Armin, I believe.
Okay.
Runner-up.
No, but is he now in still?
Put me on the spot there, Randy.
Oh, I thought you knew.
I did. Armin Razai.
Nice.
Vlados is also still in, I think. Vlados is still in. Tamasauskas.
Resume up to now been overshadowed by his brother, but a very strong player in his own right. I've had the honour of watching play before.
What is this rock? Did you see that?
Little card protector.
Okay.
Do you think he's just trying to tell everyone I'm a rock and then open all these hands? Is that the play?
It's not working.
No, it's not. Pastor with ace-6 suited in again at that +1 seat. Just awkward. Feels like he wants to play it. could certainly understand just shying away from these spots, Randy, and now we're just 10 away from the money.
Look, King Queen suited is definitely a hand he could re-raise, but he's seen Pastor like 4-bet rip it multiple times with like an ace-5 and ace-queen at this point, so why waste a hand? Flat in position. Looks good.
And I imagine Pastor pretty snug from +1. See, he's well, a little looser than I might be, Randy. I think I'd just pretend I didn't get ace-6 suited.
Ace-6 suited's like...
Slide it in. I'd slide that in. I'd look at Mateus and go, oh, I'm getting such bad cards. I'm so card dead here, Randy.
Yes.
Yeah, 520. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, 525.
I'd turbo fold it as well, so anyone watching the stream wouldn't see I fold it. You know, the graphics would just skip past me. I've got all the moves, Randy. I just need to get there.
Oh, he's got trip aces.
Yeah, okay. I would have raised the ace-6, obviously, knowing I'm going to flop trip aces, Randy. Obviously, I'm playing ace-6.
Yeah, nice. Rizai. He's got king queen, waiting to see what Pastor does. Does check.
Interesting, because typically we'd say a pre-flop raiser from +1 especially attacks these kind of boards, but against the +2 call, his opponent still has a lot of hands to continue with, doesn't he? And well, if he had any concerns about his kick-up, they're alleviated for now. Making a boat.
That's a great card for him, of course, just in case he had those kicker issues, as you mentioned. Can maybe get looked up by some king highs. He can represent like a counterfeited pair. I think the game plan is, look, check. Maybe my opponent will take a shot at it. If they don't, then I'm going to fire out.
Nice. Interesting to see how Daniel feels with that holding. He's not going to get any of the pairs to fold above a 7, I guess, and he beats everything else. Innocuous deuce on the end.
Should be trying to get value at this point.
Go for a tiny block. 15k was that?
This is one of those spots where you just go, fine, pay the man his money. You know, 15k, maybe I'm up against a similar hand.
Yeah, so besides that, it's almost encouraging an attack to come in, but an attack that's checked an ace back twice seems unlikely. There you go, it does get the crying call, Randy. As you suggested, he might just do. B-Deg asking, are we streaming the whole thing, or is the final table going to be pay to watch? We are streaming the entire thing right here on YouTube and Twitch for free over the next 3 days.
You know it. I like it.
Oh yeah.
We can watch someone win 1.5 million euro.
Maybe we get a cut.
I don't think so.
Do we? Is it not like a commentator piece? Chalk a bit off.
You can go out there and try to buy someone's action now at this point at a premium, of course. But no, I don't think we're going to get a cut, but I'm okay with that.
Okay. We get to learn though. Maybe that's worth more. So in the chat commentating, the players are cool tired. Well, it is day 3. The high stress environment. There's been a lot of action here as well outside of just the main event. Plenty of events for these players to get involved in, and some legendary cash action that this man, no doubt, has been in the middle of. Well, the +1 opens continue. This one is wide, Randy. We've stepped out.
100%. And it works. It gets King 9 offsuit out there that definitely could have saw a flop if it wanted to.
Mm-hmm. Is it just the rule +1 has to open?
Yeah, you're fixated on that.
I really am. I mean, something's going on, Randy.
So you're saying this is the one, +1 opens.
Maybe. He's been keen. Covery very active considering the stack size. He's going to play it, Randy.
+1. Let's raise.
Wow, it's great that he gets a hand now because he has been so active. Normally, you'd be looking at 23 big blind stack open from +1. Very close to the money, thinking, okay, this is pretty nutted. We know it's anything but from this man. Although,
Folding quickly, but not Hulin.
snapping from the small with a suited wheel ace. Says, I want to have a look. C3. Pastor closing the action for a blind more.
He hasn't been shy of seeing flops.
No, he's got plenty of chips. Position against the man who covers him, but he is going to get out of the way. Well, okay.
Respect to the +1 open.
Mm-hmm.
I see it.
Yeah. Whoa!
Did he just flop it?
He just flopped the joint with the steel wheel draw, Randy. This is disgusting for Kovrig.
Especially if he sees a check raise incoming. I don't see how he could ever get away.
Right, and this is a board that if he gets check call on, he's going to feel like maybe I've got my guy on 7s, 8s, 9s, something like that.
100%.
It's very hard to see how he doesn't want to get all the chips in here. He's bet 25 into 60. I wonder if Hulin ever thinks he could even get Kovrig to stack off with a hand like Ace-King or Ace-Queen if he's got it. And just raise now. He is going to go for the more natural line, having all the hand, Randy.
Yeah, also blocking diamonds and stuff like that. Turn card is the 5, and it's normally a bit of a scary card, but it's actually the small blind that flatted instead of the big, which should have a lot less 5x in their range.
Yeah, it feels like he's in a decision point here, whether to go milky, try and keep all those other pairs in, or does he want to deny equity against the flush draws and
the ace as well?
Right, especially those nut flush draws. Yeah,
I don't blame him that he's reaching for chips in the spot.
Oh no, that seems more than reasonable.
And he's betting quite a committing stack.
Mm-hmm.
I think Hulin asked for it all.
It does go all in. Kovrig gonna snap, hoping to be shown a hand like 8s or 9s. Instead,
That's a good hand.
sees he has just 4 outs, but at least he's got outs now, Randy.
Does have more outs.
Queen or a 5 to make a boat against the flop straight.
Close.
Paint card, not enough. GG Kovrig. The curse of seat 3 continues.
Mm-hmm.
Lady Gaga. Can you put? Yeah, can you?
No, it's unfortunate because he gave a lot of action, picked up the big hand, thought it might go his way. At least he gets a free phone on the way out.
Free phone.
It's a promotion we do it here at King's. If you play on the feature table, you bust out, you get a phone.
You get a free phone with all of your data on it.
Preloaded.
He tried to do the seat swap. Remember when he got to the table? Apparently it's just seat 3 no matter which chair is sitting there.
Yeah. Well. Imagine that, peeling ace 4 suited, just see the flop come out of that. You do the double check, like, wait, what? Is that really the flop? Opponent has an overpair?
Excuse
I think he played that hand great.
Just a quick question. How many are like each
You
stake?
need to do like a stack of 20s.
Please.
No, 20.
No.
I think 16.
No, but this team chip?
Yeah.
It's mandatory. Like.
Yeah. Okay, I will.
Thank you. This is like trying to figure out what your stack is and I can't.
20 stacks for Hulin. Mandatory, they say.
Yeah.
Or you can do
Gotta have it in a way that
like 17, 16, 14.
other players can easily eyeball your stack.
Maybe if the guy know exactly like the stack with the
Joe from +1.
Maybe math, you know.
Gonna burn some time.
Nothing wrong with that.
Aggressive.
Oh yeah, I'd be doing the same thing, Randy. I'd be doing it far more egregiously, in fact.
Also, we'll be doing this with King Queen.
You team short stack, now you
That's it.
big, strong. It's more impressive now.
He has a nice hand. He's up against a player with a wide range.
Yeah, I'm just curious to see if he wants to get involved
I think
with the big stack right now.
I think just from what we've seen, he may even just let this go and wait. He knows it's not much playing time until we reach the money. Yeah, not surprised to see that, Randy.
Do you have yellow one behind? No, so,
it's okay, it's understandable.
Do you have yellow?
Yeah.
Big min cash upcoming.
Me? Yeah? Okay.
Yeah,
Can you
certainly.
just put on the...
Like
yeah,
this?
thanks. Yeah, perfect.
Oh.
No problem, usually.
Chips police.
And if you overfold a few hands now, Randy, it's not massively detrimental to your overall prospects in the tournament, is it?
No, it's just a small gain. The flip side is that your opponent might just put you to test for all of your chips still, and if you're not holding the nuts, it will be hard to call down with. He knows where he's at.
I better go safe.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't need to know.
Let's go for the safe route. Don't tangle with Adrian. It's funny, I watched like the In the Mind of a Pro when we were in the 10K 6 Max WSOP, and in the video I said this exact same sentence. When I saw you on my table, I was like, okay, don't tangle with Adrian.
And? You did?
I did tangle with Adrian.
He beats me every pot.
That's a good rule, though, in general. Don't tangle with
Out
Mateos.
of his way, and then I just like made 3 flushes on him.
It's a good strategy. We don't have to mess with him back here, Randy. We're okay.
I tried to, I just made good hands.
Safe.
It's safe. Ace Jack in the muck for Joe Tren. He's like, alright, I know the value is me making the money. Not trying to get out of line right now.
Yeah, tough spot. One of the guns to play that hand.
Good fold.
Pastor certainly just burning a little time here.
That's what he does?
Go for.
You got me.
You know, we played like Poker Masters like with him, like we hear that it burns into your mind.
He's a good person.
Yeah, very fun at the table.
Good character as well. Can ask. I have 5-ish. There's some yellows here behind.
Zait. Gonna raise it up against the stacky covers in the big. Although Symbolas Queen 9 of diamonds and a 50 big blind stack in position certainly will be enough hand, one imagines, for him to continue despite the bubble dynamics.
Gamble too much. No future.
Well, good flop for the big blind defend. Top player open-ender. Daniel with a piece himself.
Yeah, with that Queen Jack 10, you would think that a player is capped to not have an Ace King.
Right, big pair's unlikely as well. Maybe for that reason, Daniel recognising that he may well get caught here, he may well be behind, but he's unlikely to get raised.
It's pretty much near impossible for him to get raised on this flop. And he can kind of decide whether to multi-barrel or not. This is where it gets uncomfortable. Just because you know your opponent could have the goods. You do have top pair with a straight draw, although sometimes the king drops in, you're holding the bottom end with the straight.
Mm-hmm. We do proceed to the turn. Non-interfering 4.
I'm curious to see if does he follow through with one more, just thinking his opponent's got a weakish range to not re-raise pre.
Imagine, Randy, slightly problematic that we're holding the 7 of hearts and a 10. It seems like flush draws and some bottom pair combos that we want to
Well, he does block some 2 pairs, which would have the firepower to call down.
Look at you, Randy, you sicko. You're already thinking about firing 3, aren't you?
Yeah, I don't think this is a fire 2 and done spot unless like it's like a king or ace or 9. Looks like he is going to check. That is going to be amazing for Matas Simbalas, who didn't want to see that turn bet. That was the main one he feared. I'd be inclined to think you'd want to check this hand. Stop opening the action, you know, to put your stack at risk.
Let's see how he goes. May think that Razai just goes 3 suits of value with the best hands.
Yeah, if Razai had a good hand, I don't think he would shut down. But he's actually going to reach for chips. This is ballsy, but correct. I like the way that Matas plays. He's fearless.
I guess, Randy, again, I'll use a phrase you mentioned earlier. This isn't a hand, if he were to get blasted off, is like a complete disaster, right? If he's up against a better hand now, maybe finding out for 80k is not necessarily the worst thing.
Looks like this 10-7's not interested. Well done. I think if Matas had like king-queen, he's more likely to check because that draw is, you know, more nutted straight, whereas the 9 is, it's not really the end of the world, right?
I like it. I like it. Keep doing it.
Even gets a smile at Mateos.
Joe Tren, you okay? You okay there, buddy?
He keeps waking up looking at cards. Well, I've only got 2. Oh, I'm playing the tournament still. When's the cash game start?
He's like, am I in the money yet?
We're close, Randy.
20.
And you know we're close when someone is opening ace-4 offsuit under the gun. That's Mateos.
Let's say, well, let's not call him someone. Let's show some respect, Randy.
The Spaniard.
I was actually thinking you're gonna go with like king 7 off.
If I had king 7 off, I would. Don't worry. What are you flopped the fucking straight or what?
No, I am monster. No straight though.
I'm just going to get some action from the other big stack on the button. 100 big blinds deep, Randy.
Decent holding. I think his game plan is more to see a flop, just because of how good this hand is. He knows that Mateos is messing around a lot pre. Keep those hands in there. You got position, always ideal. As Joe Tren gonna muck this queen 4. No connection for both players. King high board. The ace-10 blocks some continues, right? Like the straight draws, backdoor flush draws. Does check. Interesting. Little spade for Mateos.
Yeah, it's still an ugly board for both.
Yeah, I don't really expect Mateos to fire, just because he'll be playing a pretty big guessing game on what to do on rivers.
If he were to bet here, it feels like it's not going after like 5s, 6s, 7s. Those kind of hands. It's kind of small part of the range.
Tempting to bet this open into straight draw, but then again, your opponent could be in call down mode.
Wow.
Found it.
Drilled it, Randy. Offsuit 4. Looks
card.
So innocuous. Now Daniel himself think about Maybe betting here to make some of those small pocket pairs fold as well. He'll see the 4.
Say what? 4?
Love it. Well, a rare moment of silence descends across our table. It is high stakes drama at this point. We are very close to the money in this €10,000 buy-in main event.
It was silent till you opened your mouth, but okay. Thank you. Going with the theme. Here comes pocket fives. +1. Your favorite position.
Yeah. That's where all the cards are. Imagine if all these cards had been put on the button. We'd have had a load of bust outs from
a lot of collisions.
3 bets and all sorts going on.
Not this time for Pastor. Interesting. King 10 suited. I don't know if he's looking to play out of position right now. He's trying to slide into the money, but Mateos has got pocket 9s. Against the big stack, making the call quickly.
Mm-hmm. And well, a flop that may see Hulen get in a bit of trouble. Looks pretty good for 2 5s.
I would say so. Just 1 overcard and it's a low overcard.
Now, Mateos playing very deep. Does he ever try and wrestle control this pot with the 2 9s?
I don't think he would. Just kind of depends on what he thinks is going to call him down, but I don't know. No, he does. He does want to raise it up. Okay,
yeah.
He's a tough opponent. You just can't put him on standard lines.
He really is. And we've seen Hulen turn up with wider hands. I don't think Mateos has necessarily seen too many of them, but he's seen a high frequency out of that seat. And the 7-2 tray is one that Hulen's not supposed to hit.
He heard him say, do you have a flush draw in this spot?
Oh, good fold. Just loses the 25k bet.
He blocked a little bit of the semi-bluffs, like the 4, 5, 5, 6 that might check raise that flop.
Can you beat flush draw?
It's hard to beat flush draw.
So questions about the plan of play for today. We are going to play 7 levels. This is level 2 of 7. They're 90 minutes apiece. So we have a full day of coverage coming to you guys.
So we're going back to the normal table.
Yes.
We should be getting in the money. I'd imagine in the next level, Randy. Only 11 players to go, 10 players to go, something like that. Fewer, in fact. Just 8 players to go. So I'd expect it to burst in the next level. Now I've said it, Randy. Of course it won't burst in the next level. We'll go on forever.
I'd be surprised if it doesn't.
Obviously this table very deep stacked, but there must be a whole host of short stacks out in the field.
A real nice start, pocket queens.
Table 136.
Adrian raising from the small, and he's going to have a really high frequency against Desert.
He's supposed to have bluffs in his spot, right, to open off of this stack. People trying to lean on Desert, and he's got King Jack in the big.
Yeah, this feels like too much to be folded.
You got to call this one, right?
Yeah.
You know that Mateos is messing around. You got a pretty deep stack.
Yeah.
So it's not like you won't be put on the line too often post. Oh.
Wow.
Damage could be had.
Wow. Wow, Randy. Mateos flopping it all on Queen 10-7, but little does he know, his opponent has a lot of equity, considering he holds top set. But it is fun, because he is supposed to put pressure on his opponents here. Unfortunately for him, he holds all the deck, so he's going for a smaller size here. Perhaps a little exploit here, Randy.
Yeah, the thing is, if you're holding all of the best hands that can give you a lot of action, you need to size down to try to not get these 10x and 7x to fold. Quickly called by the King Jack. And the straight.
Oh my! Randy! The coldest of decks. Mateus will like that card as well because so many of Dessett's continues may have picked up straight draws now.
Exactly.
Maybe 2 pairs.
Could be 2 pairs, could be like a Jack 10, 8-7. You know, there's so many hands he can get more value from. And look, you see your opponent bet twice.
He's going for medium sort of sizing here, Randy. 70 into 120. The half pot. I thought we might see him go really big, as we so often do with him. But again, perhaps because he has the top set blocking the top pairs you mentioned.
Right, if you're holding a set lower than top, then you size up because you don't block the top pair. Now the big question is, does Desset put in a raise or just call?
And again, I like this. It doesn't look like he's got it to me. Just looking at the clock. He's been doing this all the time, kind of burning a lot of time. How does he find just the call? He knows Mateus is so aggressive, Randy. He knows he can fire a big bluff on the river. Terrible card for both players to see. Mateus knows a lot of those continues have just backdoored it. Little does he know, it's a card that may save him. Does he go for a small sizing?
I could see, like, you know, the 10-15% block.
Right, because he can be up against 2 pairs. A lot of hands have just rivered 2 pair as well.
Okay, so he's going to check the side based on sizing. The thing is, Desset's hand is so good. In case he's up against a jack, he kind of wants it all, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if he sizes down, he loses some value against that. Does he think a 2 pair would call?
I don't think Mateus would find a check with a jack. I think he knows. And it's gone for, it looks like something around half pot himself. Exactly that. Oh, Mateus is going to feel sick. How can he get away from top set here, Randy? 4 in a row on board. But the hearts have missed.
Hearts have missed, but some 2 pairs are going to be very happy to check back river.
Yeah, and yeah, he's not beating anything else for value, is he? There's no value betting here. And he knows Desset's been pretty snug. If he'd seen as much as we'd seen, he'd be even more inclined to believe this bet. But at the same time, Randy, you flop top set blind on blind.
Like,
how'd you ever get away from it?
How does this happen to me?
He's thinking, what heart combos would Desset turn into a bluff? Like, even if he had a hand like King 10 of hearts, may he just check back and hope to win?
Right, so it's some kind of unpaired heart hand that he beats as bluffs, you know, an ace-x of hearts.
That called the 3.5x pre-flop. He knows Desset's kind of been inclined to fold. If he gets away from this, I am declaring him the best player in the world. I do that all the time anyway, Randy.
Okay, got it.
Super tough decision. Just credit for even thinking about it.
Never seen Mateus this pained in a decision.
Especially for what is not so consequential to his stack. 13 blinds. Doesn't affect him too much. He does flick in the call. Such a hard one to get away from. Not surprising to see it, Randy. Wow. Shows it.
Showed him the queens.
Desset's just seen how unlucky he got with that river, I think. Although, could have been worse. Could have paired up. Monstrous. Cold deck.
Nice river. I cannot raise 2.
Well, that is it, Randy. Our second break of the day and another big hand to finish on. I believe the end of coverage of this table. But myself and Randy will be back in 13 minutes for more of this World Series of Poker Europe main event.
I bust in a pretty standard way. I guess I was fairly short, and the guy on my right limped, and I just checked behind him. He was in the small, I was in the big, and I flopped a set, which is fantastic when you're, you know. And we got it in. He had a flush draw, and but he didn't make his flush, but he hit runner for a straight. But it was like I was waiting to the last card, so I was in there with the chance.
Sweat, man.
Always a sweat. 10 of diamonds hits the river. Kim going runner to eliminate Boatman in 5th place, and he looks disgusted.
It's been a pleasure.
But really, the pot that did for me, I nearly folded earlier when the guy had kings, and he'd re-raised me, the guy who was the short stack at the table, and I nearly didn't. It was so short, I thought he could be doing it with a lot of hands, and it was a shot to knock him out. And so I just, on the chip stacks, I decided, although I was probably behind, as it happened, in that hand, I flopped a pair. I wasn't in bad shape. So it was those two hands really.
Do want to take a moment to acknowledge and welcome those of you who are streaming live on the Poker Room Kings Twitch and YouTube channels. Randy and I do have both chats open and are monitoring the chatter in there. Obviously appreciate all of your enthusiasm for this World Series of Poker Europe. As things do roll on, did mention day 1A of the main event is taking place. There will be 2 day ones. And that is certainly the reason behind why it is. As we pulled up to the casino here today, we saw more people out front than we had at any other point.
No. But I have problem that
If there's a problem, they will tell me. You cannot tell me.
Next time you didn't put it in the hand. You know that, yeah? Yeah, it happened last time, yeah? And I said 7 times to this guy, and he didn't still put it. Yeah, I'm just saying, please ensure that.
165.
Okay, so if you're wondering what it is that's got Martin bent out of shape, Randy, walk us through it. You were in the booth, I believe, last time when Orpin and he were at the feature table.
See. No.
So
go on.
Basically, Orpin is waiting until the action is on him to scan his hand.
Mm-hmm.
And Martin, for whatever reason, has decided that this is an issue for him, and he's not really happy about it, and he's zeroed in on Orpin. You can see Orpin doesn't seem to be too flustered by it, but Cabral just having a bit of a go, let's call it, at Orpin over this matter, and Orpin pushed back and said, "Hey, listen, if there's an issue, I'm sure I'll hear about it from the staff. You don't need to worry about it."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's goes to show how he can ruffle some feathers from time to time.
Couple of jacks here looking to do some ruffling.
Put the chips for the dealer. It's a very big table. Thank you.
Joe
You're
Chuen.
definitely right. It just your delivery made me laugh. I said you're definitely right, but your delivery made me laugh.
Fighting with the king-queen suited. Suvarna liked the price. Ace deuce deuce. Nobody likes this board.
No, especially not Cabral. Didn't want to see that ace. Joe Trent thinking about taking a shot at it.
Like this material might make like a nice mattress.
You can see it.
Yeah,
I can see it.
Like a little memory foam.
Ooh. 155K lead from Joe.
Cabral's going to expect Joe to c-bet most of his range on an ace deuce deuce board, so he probably is going to pay off one and see what's up. He likes to take mid-hand swigs of water, I've noticed.
Really?
Yeah, he really does.
Oh, this might be a way for him to kind of measure himself.
His version of the, what, Oreo cookie from Rounders? Teddy KGB?
I don't think it's a tell. But
oh, he only took one gulp. Interesting, because one of the outs for Joe is that jack from his point of view, but that would give Cabral jacks full. Be huge trouble.
Suvarna, oddly enough, would have had a 10 if he had stuck around looking for backdoor equity. Totally understand, obviously, his decision not to, of course. And look at Joe Chuen.
This is power.
Leaning on Cabral.
He's giving Cabral a lot of credit to still call his flop c-bet with all of the pocket pairs. And they wouldn't be able to handle heat 2 barrels. Plus, he does have a little bit of blocker against an ace-queen, which would feel comfy on this board. Maybe he has got a lot of intention to fire one more to kind of really push against like an ace-jack or lower. As it stands, though, the jacks is in an awful spot here and does lay down the best hand. Joe Tren, China.
No, as you mentioned, the jack would have been the disaster card if Cabral had come along, and
can we rabbit hunt?
Joe would have had Broadway, but yeah, second barrel getting it done there. Great shot of Martin. It was absolutely the feather ruffler here at this feature table in the 50K. Shout out, by the way, to In Crypto We Trust on YouTube, joining us from South Korea, mentioning that
I think ace queen.
his countryman, Gab-Yong Kim, who is third in chips overall right now, is
Ace 2 off.
the man he's got his eye on. Says he's a very good player.
Yes, he is. Anahang. How do you say it again? Anahang. Yeah, Seo.
Anahang.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Now, do you get the sense that Cabral is now not scanning his cards on purpose to just counteract?
He does strike
Orpin?
me as that guy.
100% this is designed to get under Orpin's skin. I don't think it's going to work, but you know what I mean? These are the sorts of things that Martin is always doing out there.
How much is that? Tower.
What just happened here?
Joe Chuen, big blind.
He just ripped like 30 blinds into his limp.
This is a stuffing.
And I have 80 in, yeah? 80, yeah? That's correct.
This is confusing for Cabral. We don't know his whole cards. Didn't scan him yet.
Ace queen again?
Oh, he's in the neighborhood.
You don't know? Look, look. You can always look if you don't know. Fold. Show.
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 1,000 cash, as you.
1,000 cash? Tomorrow. 1,000 cash. Dollars or euros? Dollars or euros? Or once?
1,000 cash, as sure.
I pay.
Joe Chuen asking for 1,000 cash from Martin to show his hand.
King 9. Fold.
King 9, you push me away already.
Only nuts.
A minute.
Joe back at it. This time with more chips, he leaves 600 back. Raised to $1 million, and he's run into an ace-king. And you see Emile Bisset happy to push forward 2.9 million. Suvarna with the ace-king suited, by the way. And might this be one of those situations, Randy? Because if Suvarna
3-9. No, 2-9.
comes along, maybe, just maybe, Joe looks at this and thinks it's a bad spot, or there's no way he's got a shot at a triple up.
The problem is that we're not in the money yet. So if we were, then he's got a lot of reason to fold, try to get a little pay jump. But he's put in like a lot of his stack, $1 million. Maybe if he made it like 600, had $1 million back, I don't... We'll see, but we know the ace-king suited definitely is performing pretty well in this spot. Because let's just say Joe raises to 1 million and folds, leaves 3 big blinds, and Bisset happens to bust out. There's still 2 from the money. It's going to be so hard for him to still creep in there with the remaining 8 if that was the case. I think he just got to flick it in and hope for the best.
Yeah, and
it's crossing his mind as he threw out all the time banks first.
Hope is really all he's going to have here, but
he knows he's dominated in one spot, almost certainly.
The aces all block one another. The kings are blocking one another. His jack is the cleanest of cards available. The problem is he needs to hit it. The struggle is so real for him here, Randy.
Yeah, he wish he could have like a Jack 10 right now. Or something he knows that is not dominated. There's no chance that Ace Jack has ever just got 2 overcards against both these hands or he's dominating one spot.
Okay, gamble.
Gamble, let's go.
1 to 30%. Oh, 30%. Yes. Lucky.
Yeah.
Flush.
Last 600,000 comes forward, so the main pot will be between 3 players. 2.6 million on the side between Santosh and Bisset.
先算放一个。
不用，就发勾就行。这把赢了，好起来了，510吧。
So 7.9 million in total available to Emil and Santosh. The flop, somehow the case ace finds its way to the board, but facts remain in terms of Joe's need for a jack. Backdoor spades for Suvarna.
No pressure, but jack. No pressure.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, Suvarna picks up the nut flush draw. You can see the stress on Bisset's face here. As currently he's chopping the whole thing with Santosh, but a spade on the end would dash his hopes. A jack would keep Joe Chuen in there. What's it going to be?
Wow.
It is a spade!
No.
Runner, spades, and we've got a double knockout here. And look at Dvoris.
I told you flush, you know?
Very thankful.
Yes.
Obviously, nothing for Emil Bisset to do. Ace King against Ace King. Deeply unlucky.
Welcome back to King's Resort here in Rosvedov. Myself, James Dempsey, alongside Randy Nanoloko Lou, as we get ever closer to the money, Randy. It is day 3 of the main event, and we're almost there.
We're almost there. This is the most tense part of the tournament for most, and we got a new featured table. Look at who's up at the top. Alexander Keating. Massive stack. He's a splasher.
He is a splasher. A huge stack there. And look at that. The man who is 5th in chips, Stephen Chidwick. One of those super high roller regulars, widely considered to be one of the finest players in our game today. He has 33 blinds. A very different setup here around the table we just saw, where almost everyone was above average. Here, everyone bar Alex is below average, which gives him such leverage now as we go to this bubble.
Also see Wei Ren Poo, who shipped a bracelet, I believe.
Ah.
Yeah. Here for this big 10K, record-breaking 817 entrants.
That's fair. I
1.5 million euro up top.
I completely agree with you on that.
Oh yeah, I'm just looking. Obviously we had a previous 5K 6 Max champion on our last table, but Wei Ren Poo did win the 5K 6 Max this summer. So saying, those are the kind of events that get you a lot of plaudits winning the big blind 6 Max events. Always tough fields. Jesus. He's short. This man knows how to navigate tournaments. Still 131 remain. 8 from the money. This man doesn't need much invitation.
25.
Queen 9 certainly going to be enough ready. This is going to be a completely different change of pace from that last table.
Yeah, I think he also will come in with worse than just Queen 9.
Where can I give up the big? It's actually going to be funny because I feel like a lot of the action on this table maybe jams over Keating opens more than a lot of the post-flop play we saw on the last table.
Yeah, but even then they can't just jam recklessly.
Right.
Because they don't want to be out right now. So just a little bit, chip up a little bit and hang on. Stay tidy.
Welcome back, chat. We see you. Myself and Randy.
I see you.
Always got one eye on the YouTube and Twitch chats. Question, is Mark Cabral still in? Don't believe so.
Well, he's no longer in the tournament for sure. But we do have this man.
Yeah. I said the last time before the break if Adrian Mateos had folded, I was going to declare him the best player in the world. Maybe that guy's got him.
Maybe.
Maybe. Two of the finest players, that's for sure. Keating, 9-4 offsuit. How liberal are we going, Randy?
Yeah, well, if he's opening this, it's pretty much safe to say he's opening any two.
There we go. 27. Sudikus. Apologise to my man for the mispronunciation. I'm sure one of them. I'm sure whatever I say, I'll get it wrong.
Geese is in the big. King 9 off.
He is the one who has a good stack as well.
A playable stack? Does he want to mess around with the table chip leader? He does. Like that people are putting resistance, especially if they're opening 9-4 offsuit.
Right. He knows it's a super wide range, and he has plenty of chips that just by calling doesn't mean he's going to be put to decision for most of his stack. On a lot of boards, he can navigate, but the 4 in the window. The domination flipped. Keating with that C-bet. What a big C-bet of that.
Yeah. Trying to make a statement now. Easy.
I guess, Randy, take away the actual hand we have. He probably wants to be C-betting quite big because he's going to have a lot of bluffs. Is that how we approach this? And the other players don't want to call as much because they might have to call off down the streets?
In theory, these boards that kind of hit the big blind when they're so connected, especially with like a straight possibility from the get-go, you're supposed to bet larger and C-bet less frequently. Of course, there's a lot of different dynamics though when we're playing in the tournament setting, especially approaching the money.
Yeah, it'd be fun to watch him play what's sure to be a lot more of these spots with some really mediocre holdings. And Selmo, another player with a reasonable stack, 500k. But a terrible seat, of course, with this man. 2 spots downwind. Oh, Randy, this is the fun part of poker, when you've got this stack and no one can fight back.
This is a very different featured table than the last. Keating, not gonna stop.
Sudikus with 2 kings. And just flats. Laying the trap, Randy. Laying the trap.
Yeah, that's a big trap.
Hoping perhaps someone else behind jams.
One of the shorter stacks, yes, and also he knows that Keating is opening pretty much any 2 at this point, so let his opponent maybe catch a piece or try to bluff him off of his 2 kings.
And I guess also, by just flooding, we don't even necessarily have to commit our entire stack with 2 kings by the river if we face 3 barrels.
Yeah, I get that. What about this board? That's trouble. But it's also hard for Keating to actually ever put you to the test as a bluff, right? Because you do have a lot of queen X's that calls flop, turn, and river. He's hoping to take it down now.
Yeah, I thought this might be one flop that he doesn't even try on, but just in case He's going to have a stab. Does certainly look like the cut-off peeler's board. Let's see how hard he's willing to go.
Found it.
Felt like this was a one and done. Unless he just knows he can make them fold so many good hands, like a Jack X. Maybe there's a hand like 10s or 9s in there.
Yeah, I like this check back for the 2 kings. It's hard to get paid off 2 streets by worse. But control the pot. Maybe let your opponent think their hand is good.
You win.
Certainly does win.
Might be the case.
He said, I thought that might be the case when he saw 2 kings. Where?
No, there's some traps in there. Interesting though as well, it's good because Seleucus obviously doesn't want to 3-bet too many hands against Keating, doesn't want to get it in too often, so perhaps selecting just to play range as flats there. Still can juice behind and...
That is very interesting, you know, I'm curious to see how he takes further hands as we stay on this lingering money bubble-ish situation.
123 paid. 16k min cash. We will seize up as we get closer. 8 away. We do expect it to fall on this level, Randy, but
this time Keating decides to lay down 8-6 off, so a little bit too early position. Too many people to get through. It seems like he's raising like any button and cutoff though at this point. Guerrero,
sure.
King 3 of hearts. Don't. Oh, is he actually raising?
He's going to try and get one through. And again, I guess there's the guys behind aren't too keen to play. He's got Jesus on the button here. Folds Chibik with 30 in the small.
Oh, that timing.
Then Selmo with Ace King in the big just snap jams.
That's when you hate life, when you're like, oh, I got it through. Maybe not.
It's also worth noting, Randy, we come into this table. They've been playing together for 3 hours. There may be a lot of information already established between the players here. Maybe if Dan Selmo's been folding a lot of big blinds, it's when you might try and attack even though you're short yourself.
Yeah, I could see that. You know, it was supposed to get through. But now it's going to put him even more in the danger zone. Now you got the kings, Keating.
This isn't right. This is not right, Randy. Raising it up to 28,000. The rest better hope they don't find it. Guess this just burning a little clock.
Naturally expected at this phase.
Yeah, this bubble could take a while, Randy. Average stack is still over 50 blinds. We know there's going to be some very short stacks in there, but it's going to be a lot of these 20 to 30 big blind stacks that just don't want to get involved.
8-7 offsuit against a guy who's been opening a ton. Getting shallow. Wants to play.
Yeah, maybe still far enough from the money, Randy, that he wants to play with these hands. I think if it was 3 off the money, then...
Oh, no, he's definitely not playing 3 off the money here. He's just thinking that he might even be dominating from time to time. Here we go. Not good for him.
No, not good for him at all. Although missing sometimes is good for you.
That's right. Obviously, if he made top pair, probably would lose the rest of his stack. Keating's been firing most flops, so why not when you got the overpair?
And he goes quite big again. He's C-bet sizes have been pretty large.
Yeah, he's just saying, look, if you want to play, play for it all.
I like it.
It's actually quite threatening because then you don't really want to defend the big as much against players who size up posts.
Far less likely to realise your equity against him than the others. But we got no show one game here, Andy.
No, they are not aware. But that's alright. Don't think they're looking to show, especially not Keating. Although he might still be up for it. Who's swapping dealers?
Oh yeah.
There we go.
On the hour. Dealer push. Head up to the stage, become a star. As we do, we look at the chip stacks. It is, of course, still Keating. Way the most chips here. Way Rampu, the shortest. Martin Guerrero went for the raise fold, didn't get it through. Sub 20 as well, but Chibik, 6th in chips, still has over 30 blinds. And he'll know better than almost anyone, I think, how to approach the situation. Even a player like Stephen Chibik knows that it's so important to get in the money. It's not about whether you're scared for 16,000 euros, is it, Randy? It's about making the right decisions.
Making the right decision, and also falls in line of trying to make it into the money. Of course, you do have to take some risk if you do get a good spot.
Guess it's limping in. King 10 off.
Got Queen Jack on the button.
It is Keating in the big blind. Maybe he's just deciding that when Keating's still on the hand, wants to kind of deepen the stacks. Doesn't want to risk busting. Anselmo happy to overlimp. Queen Jack obviously on the button. Keating therefore gets the option with 10-6 off in the big.
He might be thinking this hijack limp is weak, especially the button.
Right, the button makes it that bit more attractive. Some extra money in there.
There we go.
Wow. He's thinking I can limp in here, see a flop at my price.
He tried to contain the pot to be small, but it's telegraphed that his hand is not something that wants to play for more.
Again, we are just joining this table. Who knows what's been shown down in similar situations so far?
Oh, D'Anselmo was not shaken.
I mean, D'Anselmo has the look of a man who's looking for bigger prize payouts than 16k.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's behind, run it for now.
Keating happy that he flopped a pair, does check. Oh my god, did he just open rip it?
443k, Randy, have that. You want to push me around the bubble, pal? Love this guy.
What a play.
D'Anselmo.
0 F's given.
Take a bow. Don't try this at home, kids. Already 3 cashes so far this series here. Looking for number 4, although willing to not make it 4, Randy.
I mean, it's hard to say, but I do like what I'm seeing. Someone who's just not going to let the chip leader at the table just get away with slaughter.
No surprise, as I look through his hand mob, that there's a scattering of caches in higher roller tournaments. It looks like the kind of guys.
This is a great spot for 2 6s to try and take it down pre.
12 blinds.
He knows he can't really just wait around.
Right. If he gets it through, purchases another orbit.
There we go.
Pays the rent.
So Survival is key.
A round's worth of rent. Dan Selmo. Going for it, Randy.
It was not a small jam as well. It was like 440,000. Big blind just 12K.
Yeah. I think it's like double pot at least.
It was a pretty good read though, because he probably expected. Hold on. Screw
Now.
that. Look at aces.
Last time he played a hand, he limped in. Got more action he can handle. What's he going to do with the aces? He's going to raise it up. And it's kind of nice sometimes to have a good hand after you try to limp and it didn't work. Now you try and raising. They're like, well, if he had a good hand, surely he might try the limp again.
Ooh, this is interesting because 2 6s right again. More stack.
Oh, it's scary though, isn't it? Against the under the gun with Keating on the button.
Like it too because he saw Geese's limp fold, therefore his raise should be in theory stronger. This hand can crack a good couple of aces if it wants to. Well, he's in the small, not closing action, so he's out.
Yeah, I think
look at that.
A number of these players are looking just to get inside the money on this table. He flashes the aces.
My friend Fuchsia.
If you limped again, I would have.
Well, it'd be interesting what you've done had he limped, what the 2 6s might have done behind. Would they over limp potentially?
That's true. He might. I don't know if he can over limp, just because he's not coming from the blinds. I don't know. It would be tricky. Jam, but fold. No, there's a lot going on at this main event. WSOP event. Should we happy to just fold for now?
Stevie's going, I wish I had chips. This would be a lot more fun.
Yeah, game plan for Keating is just open very wide from cutoff and button. He knows that the blinds need to wake up for hand if they want to continue.
Sidicus has played just the one hand, 2 kings.
Very playable.
Geese so we saw him defend King 9 offsuit before, so certainly going to defend the Ace 3 suited. And he's not afraid to play pots against Keating.
No.
He's going to play the cards he gets dealt. Again, he has what, over 40 blinds. Well, finds a piece on Ace Queen 9 and a very good piece at that.
Yeah, a little pair on pair action for Keating. Does he want to just try and check this one down?
Right.
Given he doesn't have much of a kicker as well, but I guess maintain control for small bet.
Yeah, they've gone very small. Telling perhaps. We go big when we're bluffing. Small when we got it, but it's the bubble. We get away with this stuff. Ooh, check race.
Didn't expect that.
Wow.
Don't think Keating expected that as well.
But on a rainbow flop. A queen. Yeah, a queen with no future as well. The 7 kicker.
Yeah, no future is right, and there we go. Keating hasn't been getting married to his hand. Gonna show him an ace? Not this time.
No show. Those in the chat asking about the players we saw before. We have switched up the tables, so the likes of Mateos, Matas, Razai are all still in. They just moved back to the main tournament floor. I believe we're doing 2 levels max with each table. Obviously, keep it fair. Don't want the rest of the field getting all this extra information. So. What a play he made. That Queen Jack.
Is it Guerrero's time to fight? Ace 9. It's a decent hand. Button. No one's busting yet.
Yeah. I wonder, we go by the number in the top right of the screen. Still says 131 from 817.
Button pass.
So that's how many we came back with from the break. It's funny, they were busting a, ticket out, Randy. They were dropping out. Then you get to break and everyone gets 15 minutes to think about their life.
Also, think about a game plan, right, going into this spot, because you might be thinking, well, I've got this tight image, maybe I can attack occasionally, or what do I expect the table captain to do? Are they actually, getting in there at a high frequency or not? The break is actually kind of an important part of the game for people to kind of reset a little bit.
Yeah.
Now let's go to the buffet.
I saw you in there, Randy.
Saw you as well.
It's funny, you were actual food. I just had a couple of bits of dessert.
Another one for Ace King, for Guerrero, I mean.
Yeah, and just jamming and taking these things down isn't a bad thing, is it? It's not like he wants to elicit action.
Yes, so you lean towards jamming a lot more now, whereas if you weren't on this money situation, you probably would raise to try to induce. He might still do that, but I do kind of prefer jamming off this stack.
What's interesting is, of course, he did try and get one through with King 3 in this spot. He's going to jam the Ace King. I think we can go for the raise call perhaps with the really strongest of range. We want to have some raise folds.
Mandatory show.
I had to show the 7
deuce
deuce
in the big.
Randy. Got to show it. I would have called you, but I had a bad hand.
Is this an any ace, any position situation for Keating?
Oh yeah.
Feels like it. Blocking hands that can give you action, as well as the semi-bluffs. Here's the Ace King for Geese's. Instantly raising.
Wow. Kind of going in enticing sizing for Keating. I guess, though, Keating has a super wide range despite having opened up the gun, right? So we can go a little bit smaller?
Yes, and also he's just simply not afraid of Keating, as well as the other guy, the Italian.
Everyone's at different parts of their journey in poker. Some people... Whoa.
What is going on? Did he stack re-racing chips for a second?
Oh, he was doing it whilst...
Or was he just counting it down?
Yeah, I think... He was doing it with one eye in the direction of guesses, and I wonder if it was to try and get a read. Completely understandably. Nothing wrong with that. But he just saw guesses check raise a minute ago. He defended another pot. Maybe he levels himself into thinking he's getting played back at. Maybe he's thinking this man wants to make a name for himself on the TV table. Or won't be the first time.
Yeah, or maybe he thinks that Geese's would be willing to fold like a really strong hand. Pre, you know?
True that.
So he makes the call out of position.
Well, this is...
dicey.
Yeah. See why though? Obviously he thinks he can leverage post flop. Oof.
This is the trouble of these type of hands, is you make one of the best flops for your hand, but you're dominated.
A snap bet from the 3-better on this board that certainly favours him. Of course, having got this far, very hard Randy from do anything but call. Oh no.
Oh my god, did
wow.
you just hit 2 pair? This is not fair.
I guess it's the snap bet again, just 30k? That's juicing, Randy.
30 into 262. It should get Keating to put in a raise now. He knows that ace-king is a big part of his opponent's range.
Is he giving him ace-king when he bets so small? It's such a curious sizing. The speed of the bet, though, as well.
I don't think he knows what this small sizing is, but
Right.
he knows he's got the best hand.
Right. And does he think perhaps Gessis doesn't really know what he's betting this size with, given it happened within an instant of the check?
Okay, he was going to cut out raising chips.
200,000. What a peculiar spot. Gessis now found himself. Did he announce all in?
He announced all in, got snap called, and oh my, Gessis is in trouble.
He is in trouble, Randy, but he can still get out of this. A king, queen, or 5. Monstrous pot. 1.2 million in there. This is one of the average stacks at risk. And a hold for Keating. Gessis unbelievably out.
That is brutal. His opponent made the loose call of just ace-4 offsuit. Check calls and hits the gin card, and he's right out of there for that massive stack. You're never safe, even with a stack like Gessis.
Wow. Keating now over 2 million in chips, further accentuating his position on this table. As we're getting very... I thank the dealer. I think that's the least he can do.
Wait for a play. That should be balancing, right?
Was that seat 3 that busted? Just curious.
It was the unlucky seat, Randy. You're not wrong. Feature table seat 3. If you get it, demand a redraw. That was an insane hand. Decision points every stage there that seemed a little peculiar.
Yeah, and actually his turn bet is what cost him, because it allowed Keating to kind of put in the raise to put his stack at risk. But you can't really blame him. He's got top pair, top kicker against an ultra loose opponent. Wouldn't be surprised if Keating's at the top or near the top of the chip counts now with that elimination.
Yeah, huge pop for him. Certainly, according to Poker News, was Kaneshka Kabir, the man who started the day as the chip leader with 2.1 million. And that's what Keating's got now. So if he's not the chip leader, he's right around it, Randy.
That they know about it downstairs because the plug didn't change.
And Stevie keen to get another player up here, of course. Take one of those empty seats. Get closer to this money bubble.
Because it's not correct. One guy can, one player more.
Should be.
Yeah, it was saying 129 before the bust out, so we are down to 128.
Ooh.
Just making sure that the... Wow, walk with the butchers.
Show him.
I would have called that one.
You call that one or not?
I would have called that one. I saw you looking like you wanted to open, then you saw it was my blind. You're like, forget about it.
Not that blind. Probably not that
I might have
blind.
folded pocket fives.
I had pocket fives, you think?
You had pocket fives that hand?
I had
But I thought you when you were looking at your cards, I thought you had pocket fives. It's very, it's extremely weird.
pocket fives.
Yeah, you swear you had pocket fives? You trolling me?
I swear. I had that face,
I saw you look at your hand, you're like, I'm going to play this hand. You're like, forget about it.
Not fours, fives.
Fives, exactly. Where are you from?
I sweet. Barcelona.
Barcelona. It's one of my favorite cities.
I think if you're from Barcelona, you hear that a lot. Never heard anyone go, yeah, it's not for me, Barcelona.
Not for me. So yeah, was spot on about pocket fives. Interesting because there's definitely a live tell aspect of this game.
And Keating is quite a proponent of that, isn't he? I think his player's always.
Why are you guys so worried about it?
Looking for chat.
I was watching too.
Yeah, looking for reads. Another monster. For the monster.
Okay. Should see him raise into the big blind just because they're never going to attack him if he limps and traps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you try and trap with this hand, you end up running into something better, I think. I didn't have the decency to show this one. Just took it. See guesses in the background walking around on the phone going, yep. You won't believe what happened. I got ace king against the lunatic. A 3-bet and he called me. It came ace high. It was all looking so good. The turn was a brick. But it wasn't a brick, Randy.
He had 2 pair. Oh, did he have ace 4 suited? No, ace 4 offsuit.
Yeah.
The American psychopath.
A psychopath sums it up. Welcome, one and all, those of you joining or rejoining us. We have mixed things up, a fresh feature table. So we're on the 3rd level of the day and just 5 away from the money.
Waiting for the table to balance.
I think that's exactly what he's doing.
Looks like waiting for table to balance.
With 128 left, Randy, that means the table should break and all tables should be full because it's 8-handed. Stevie knows that the 2 seats that are empty to his right. So if he tanks a long time, those 2 seats will be filled and he'll get 2 more hands before paying the blinds.
He tried his best until it was
okay,
out of line. Ace 3 suited for down Selmo.
Keating picking up on it, of course.
Sorry?
I said I've been playing fast the whole game.
Of course, yeah, no, I don't even have a problem with
the button was here when he busted and we should have got to play it right away.
I'm completely on your side, I just thought it was funny, that's it. I'm not messing with you, I'm just... Everyone's doing it, it's fine. I'm sure all the other tables down there are taking forever.
Yeah, I mean...
This has been the fastest table. This has got to be the...
Probably the fastest table, to be honest.
I would bet anything that we've had the most hands today.
Yeah.
Is he trying to encourage him to slow down? He's got the big stack on the bubble and they're playing quickly. He's going, you guys are playing too quickly. You guys should slow down. I mean,
oh, he's trying to reverse them. Like, oh, we're playing fast because we don't, you know.
Yeah, he's trying to reward them.
Yeah, like you know.
You guys are so great.
Round of applause, knowing that you're at a disadvantage.
25.
I was wondering if you might see him even increase the raise size as we get closer and closer to the money, but the min raise is working. I guess there's not too much reason to change.
Close to the other one.
Queen 6.
Whoa.
I was going to say Queen 5, and then you started getting a little excited. I thought you might have...
You're messing
That's spooky.
Yeah, okay, I got to take a break.
But you're right. Normally you would see some bigger raises, but I don't think the price matters at this point, even for the short stacks.
I still can't believe we saw A3 suited folded from the man who was willing to risk it all with Queen Jack, limp calling a raise, going after Keating.
He'll be back.
So we are, I believe, going to hold up whilst we fill these 2 seats, Randy, which is only right given they're going to have to post the blinds.
Who do we get?
Well, someone's got the seat they don't want. Little do they know.
They don't know.
So it's not the place you want to be.
When you sit down, there's a big target that follows you on the back.
It's a trap door. It's a trapdoor. Still holding up for that one more player to take the empty seat.
Oh, yeah, you're totally right. The tables, I didn't even realize it was an even number. It was like 6. Now I totally understand what you were doing.
So this is the
Some
spot
chips
where
coming in here.
Yeah, Chidwick was looking to get some free hands if these two players do come in, which they do.
This is a big stack. Keating's got some competition. This may change the dynamics.
No, do you think Keating's worried?
Happy.
No.
You're not happy.
I can go broke.
You got more chips though.
I don't think so.
More actual chips.
Hey, I was going to say, that looks like over sort of 2.5 million nearly.
Yeah.
Which is more than Keating has, and we know Keating's right up there. Maybe the chip lead stack. Ah, it is. Radici. Start of the day, second in chips.
He's got a toothpick in his mouth the wrong way. I mean, like floss.
That's when you know you've got a customer, Randy, when they do things differently.
Yeah.
Try and put that man on a hand.
That was an interesting sight.
Well, Keating's getting some really big hands, right when he's supposed to be playing near laney 2.
Yeah, he's gotten like the best hands and the worst hands in the game and still opening them up in the cutoff.
Just had ace, queen, kings, and aces from.
I promise you, if he just takes it down pre, he's going to show.
Guys, I'm not messing around. I got good hands.
He's just like a friendly guy, even when, you know,
and we
it's
do
tough.
We do have a new player in the big blind. They'll just know that Keating's raising a lot of hands, even without having been here. Panetti will see the chip stack, know it's wide, but with Jack 4 offsuit. And look at that, 126, Randy. Just 3 away from the money now. It is surely time to go squeaky tight.
Still looking at this floss pick thing. It's marvelous. Never seen anything quite like it.
We never know.
Oh, he didn't show? Kidding.
He doesn't want to make them feel good. Wants everyone to feel miserable. I'm on board with it.
Should not have 2.5 million chips to need change. There's not enough small chips on the table. Imagine Chip leading the tournament and needing change.
30 blinds and probably a hand he wish he got in a different seat.
Haven't seen him raise a single pot yet.
I was about to ask, does he go a little bigger? He does 2.5x. You're opening a pretty tight range, aren't you? So going bigger kind of makes sense, I guess.
He actually doesn't want any action if he can help it.
Right.
A little bit of stalling to be had. Of course, not looking to play this one, but if the TD feels that everyone's playing too slow, we could go hand for hand. Radici in the big with the massive chip lead stack.
Hmm.
He's going to put Chidwick in tough spots post, maybe?
Yeah, you see this. You see Stevie Chidwick. He's a man you know would normally be getting after it. Not often you see Stevie Chivik on the back foot, but he may be behind right now. But certainly a flop he likes the look of.
He's supposed to c-bet this board at a very high frequency, but it wouldn't shock me if he wants to play a little slow, just because we're 3 away.
Yep, 3 away on the bubble. Has opened under the gun, has that super tight range. As Randy says, there's a lot of jeopardy with a lot of hands. Well, there's one pair hands. Ace, king, aces. Be concerned. He's gone super small.
Not going to shake out 9-7, of course.
Get some action. Oh, the wrong kind of red. Your name's Chidwick.
Chidwick should be looking to check down at this point. This turn card improves some of the big blind. I would just check jam you, and you don't want to, you know, bet call off or bet fold this type of hand. Clean outs to the nuts.
Yeah, some magical things can happen if it comes to heart as well.
Mm-hmm. Especially against a chip stack that's so big and checks it back. 9-7 is good. With the arrival of the 10. Radici should want to try and show this one down. Just 4th pair. Beats all the ace highs, queen jack. Really hard for him to ever get called by worse if he bets, unless he's just trying to block to set the price himself. Okay, looks like he is going to think about betting. This is... Oh no, this is a bluff, right? Look at that sizing.
Wow. Overbet. Fascinating.
Full pot?
Oh, it's exactly full pot, you're right.
That's a very interesting play. I suppose it's to fold out, you know, all pairs that isn't a king. Like I just c-bet and got there.
But with those sort of queens and jacks, it's not like he has a lot of 10x, is it, having opened under the gun?
He's not supposed to. I mean, I guess he could have ace-10 of hearts that would take a shot at it. But I don't think he put his opponent on a king to bet flop, check back turn too much.
Right.
Regardless, though, he's a fearsome player despite the very few hands we've seen, because you know someone's willing to turn a hand into a bluff against a short stack. At this phase is...
Against Stevie Chivik of all short stacks as well.
He's like, you're Steven Chidwick, yeah, but I'm Andrea Radici.
And I have 2.4 million chips.
What are you going to do about it?
Exactly. Beautiful stuff. We can see why he got those chips. He does cover Keating improbably. They have 4.5 million chips between them, Randy. Kind of absurd. There's 45 starting stacks between the two of them. A big drop off to those above at 50 blinds, but down Selmo, he looks like a bit of a character.
Well, he's a guy with 51 big blinds that could be all in it somehow on the flop, despite it being like, you know, 1/5 of his stack.
Yeah.
He's a fighter.
He's willing to go. Going to be a man who wants to play for glory as well as the money. We Rampu, the shortest, just 12 blinds as we're 3 away.
Yeah, Wei Wenpu's got to play super tight right now. We are playing with 126, so that's a lot of tables out there. And more likely someone busts, and you can kind of slide in there.
Yeah, just looking, the floor came over, spoke to the dealer, and I don't see cards getting pitched or anything, so I'm willing to bet. I think the floor may have made the decision to go hand for hand now. Obviously, a lot of tables out the floor, maybe some excessive tanking going on. So
that makes sense, especially with this many tables. There's someone out there that's tanking, and Keating was right that he guarantees that we're playing the fastest at this feature table, as well as they were on the outside. One pip higher than ace-5 suited comes in. Panetti. Looks like he's sporting a no gamble, no future hoodie. But this is not a good time to have gamble. Maybe after you slide into the money. Chidwick, 9-3 off. Mucking.
Be careful when you look at Be careful when you look at your hand.
You will see.
I saw you had a club. Thank you.
The reverse toothpick. Can't do a reverse play. Turning that flop pair into a bluff.
All day. His neighbor's been seeing his hand, and trying to bluff him, and he's just been calling him. Like, all right, this guy's only got mid pair. I can get him off of it.
Have a hand, Randy. We could be here a while. This many players
Crazy hand.
in the mix. There's still 3 to play.
Table of this, the World Series made in Europe.
Final table?
10 years ago or something.
Well, here we go. Action from an outer table. This is nice. We'll get to see what's going on.
Yes.
You viewers at home who haven't been here before, you get an idea of the size of the main room here at King's. Very large.
So post-flop confrontation on the turn.
Yeah, but the pot doesn't look particularly big, just one of the blue 25Ks in there. So it looks like 2 very comfortable stacks playing one out. Can't see the button anywhere.
Do see an ace on the first card.
Yeah, ace 7-5 with a queen on the turn. Is that jack on the turn? A couple of spades perhaps.
Is that Leon Sturm? It is.
It is. There we go.
He was covering his face for a second. I had no idea who it was.
I saw the hoodie and thought this must be someone who's come from Monte Carlo.
The Bombay hoodie, yeah, I see it.
So, another regular in the super high roller circuit. Someone who had a big stack coming into the day. Looks like he's still in that position right now. Over $1 million in blue chips. As we pan around, who else do we have? Ah, I see a Nacho in the foreground. Oh, I'm going to hit that guy in the head. No, I missed him just. Give you an idea what's going on in the floor. We have our tournament director Andy overseeing matters. Matas. Ah, so did our feature table break? Was that Matas there betting out? I thought it was. 25k chip.
Look at that board.
Not Matas. Pardon me. Apart from the clothes in the face, he looked the same.
I see it.
Alright, nice. We get a little peek. Of course, if there are all-ins on the outer tables, Randy, as you well know, play will cease on the table, the cards will remain face down to all hands complete, and then we will run the all-ins. Unknown if we have any in this hand.
What else is going on? Oh, I like this camera guy. He's working overtime. He's going to every single table that still has a hand going on. Looks like
Maria Lampropoulos there in the foreground. Players, chat were asking about her earlier. Well, here we have a hand very early in the stages. This is just
open raise.
Yeah, taking a while for them to get to here. I don't know whether the big blind has been long in the tank.
I'm liking this guy with the black blazer and the sunglasses. He looks rough.
Yeah, I'm not going to mess with him.
You want to play all in? Okay. I've got all the chips. Show it to King 10.
To the cameras.
Thank you.
I like it.
Oh.
Quite literally a showman.
Where's the rest of the table?
See, the problem they have, for those unfamiliar with Kings, is as we look at it here, the camera left is a wall, and behind that wall is the main tournament area, and there's the shutter down. So you're very much divorced from the rest of the tournament today. I know tomorrow the plan is to have all the tables kind of up on this level, next to the feature table. But for now, it doesn't feel like you're in a tournament. You can't see any other tables around you. No one else is playing. You can look over. There's a few people grinding some blackjack.
You're not sure if someone busted out as well.
Right.
Okay. So we are going to play the next hand of hand for a hand.
Alex Keaton from +1. He might open it up, but the man on the button is the man he has to worry about. Or does he have to worry about? Because there's the man there. No.
The man is gone.
The big stack was away from the table, thinking, oh, hand for hand, maybe go to the bathroom. Anselmo in the big. He's a man who's willing to risk it all. But King 4 offsuit, even though it's dominating, it's not one he's going to play. In the chat, whilst we have these few moments of calm as we work our way down into the money, please do let us know if there's anyone in particular you're rooting for. We'd like to know who you're about. There's lots of friends and family of some of our players always watching the streams.
We're just waiting.
Again, hand for hand.
Dempsey almost falling asleep. Keating's out.
A little coffee perhaps. A long day forecast for him, one imagines. This is the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Bubble time. This is brutal, Randy, when you are that short stack and this is going on. It's just a stressful time.
Yeah, it's funny because you're like, okay, give me a hand that's super good pre, like aces and kings, or just don't deal me anything at all and just try to punish the rest. Even the dealer's like, are we going to play or what?
I like it. Oh, the downside was not there at the table, but I thought he was for a minute. It reminds me of that scene when the when EPT Berlin was robbed back in the day, and there's a room scattered of people. Everyone's running out the room, and there's one guy just sat at his table, rocking back in his chair with his arms folded. You know that guy's not one to be messed with.
Yes.
Right. There he goes. You missed a hand.
Want to go floss?
I mean, it's your responsibility to know. Maybe he was expecting there'd be all in the other table and you'd hear an announcement over the tannoy that we have an all-in call. But there were no all-in calls at hand, so that didn't happen. Big Alex, no one's at the table, you can just steal. You have to do it with cards.
Yeah, you can't just, you know, shoplift for potato chips. I might as well look at what he's eating.
Oh yeah.
What do we have?
What's
I actually cannot tell what that is.
Is that some sort of tea that's been delivered?
But it's massive.
It is. There's mint at the top.
But what's on top
honey.
of it?
I think honey packets.
Okay, honey packets, like a plate.
Yeah, so he's gone for mint tea with plenty of honey. Okay, here we go. Further action. Outside on the floor. This coming to us from table 151. And it looks like it's Vladis Tamasukas. Michelle Tochi. Vladis in seat 2 there. And pardon my butchering of names, but Randy would do a lot worse.
We'll see. Maybe I'll take the next one. Maybe I won't. Regardless.
What is the action here?
There's an all-in in front of.
Oh yeah, he is all in. He's all in for not a lot as well. Look at the pot size. So we had an open, I assume here, from the bigger stack. Tochi. We can hear an announcement going off in the room. So there is another hand running out right now with a player all in. And I think I just heard the words, the all-in player will double, which is not what you want to hear when you're one of the short stacks. Look at these, some of these short stacks around. We're getting a better idea now. Player in seat 3 there, not on too many chips as well. Seat 1 looks particularly short. It's the worst thing you can hear when you hear an all-in run out another part of the room and you hear the words. Oh.
So it is an all-in call.
Ace Queen is all in, declares Andy. That's Gladys. Find a jack for the unlikely outdraw, but not to be. I mean, just double, but right now I don't see any blue chips in that pot. I think he's very short still.
Yeah, he was just forced to kind of go off his hand. He'll hang in though. He'll be happy. Perhaps enough breathing room to try to slide into the money.
Another hand. I don't believe we had a bust out. We didn't. 126 remain. Everyone making it back in time for a hand though this time, Randy.
Well, you're not going to miss 2. Let's see, how loose is the chip leader going to open? 8-6 suited, I think, will qualify into cutoff.
Oh, yeah.
Suited 1-gapper.
Especially when Keating's not in the pot, Randy. The other stack that can do damage to you.
Yeah, he's got game.
Do you guys remember what table we were? Do you remember what table we were? What table number we were?
148.
Okay, so we don't break. That's way down.
This is interesting. Wei Wenpu with King Jack of Clubs in the big, gets close to action. Does he think maybe he's got forward equity? But it's risky because if you jam and get called, you could be out of the tournament. Maybe he calls and hopes to flop top pair or so.
Right, a hand that does play very well, but
he's going to rejam this guy.
He recognizes Radici is going to be very, very wide, potentially even as wide as any 2, Randy.
No fear.
I love that. It's a gulp. You saw him gulp before he did it. And it was like, okay, here we go. I don't like it. That's a big pickup. Bold play. Again, if we were 1 away.
1 away, maybe. Maybe I just hit the mark.
Maybe. Just hit the mark. Or maybe see a flop.
No, but the way Wei Wenpu's been playing has been kind of fearless in some spots. So I don't. You know, he's trying to chip up while he can, while everyone's playing tighter. And as well as the big stacks opening loose and can't call jams. Something wrong with Chidwick? No one wants to sit by him? You see that? It's exactly 2 seats both ways.
Well, would you want a seat next to Chidwick?
No, I would not.
And there's no one smoking. I go to the hallway, I'm like, there's no one there.
If I ever sat down next to Chidwick, I think I must be playing too big. Where's the small game? Send me on my way. Ha! The Rizai brothers sat next to each other.
That's hilarious.
I know they in a hand together here. Daniel's staring his brother down. I think they are. Blind on blind.
I see a 3, 4, 6, 3. Queen.
Alright.
No flushes got there.
Wow, amazing if they are battling.
They both have very healthy stacks.
This is great. And say there's no friends at the poker table, Randy. Not even family.
No family at the poker table as well. He's going hard. 85K.
Did you really do this to me, bro? Fantastic stuff. Looks like there's about 130, 140 in the middle. Kind of a little over half sizing.
A fight might break out between those two later.
They call Mum. He's picking on me. Tell Daniel to stop picking on me. Maybe not. Foreground there. Our other event going on, the closer. Plenty of players in the mix. Main event is in the back of your picture there, and then again, for those of you unfamiliar, just to the right of centre, past that wall, you can see the feature table, just the bright lights you can make out as we look at a table involving Nacho, who has moved all in, it looks like, against Zaki Hamani.
And what's Nacho doing on his phone? Is he
he's probably sports betting or...
Sports betting? Okay, it's not one of those Candy Crush games.
He was clicking away at some of those earlier. I don't know if you see it. Is it all in on call and they're just waiting to run it? Is that what the situation was?
So they're waiting for all the hands on each table to complete before they run the all-in and call.
And I think, did Nacho say ace queen there? Was he? Alright. Over on table 129, Michel Pucci and Arvidus Mefeldus. Again, just apologies, gents. They're putting this one out. And we have a triangle in play, and it looks like... Has he bet... Did he bet like a dry side pot here or something? Is that what's gone on? Because there's no chips in front of the all-in player, and there are chips in front of...
Yes, that would make the most sense.
Seat 1, and I can't see action elsewhere, so...
Nice read.
I don't know why he hasn't taken those chips back yet.
It's a pretty low board. 2, 3, 4. Another number.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Pull the chips back. What's going on? I'm confused, Randy. Oh, any ace.
Any ace.
Is someone facing action? Doesn't look like there's other cards in the hand. Does he actually have chips back himself? Is he... No, the all-in triangle's there. I'm very confused, Randy.
I think we're just waiting for all the tables. We're giving you a little preview before we go.
I like it.
Bam, bam, bam.
We got some action, that's for sure. See the tournament clock in the background is paused on 39 minutes 48 seconds. We are going to run off 2 minutes for every hand, Randy, on the hand for hand. So if you are playing, you don't... It's not like you only get 3 or 4 hands this level. You get plenty of players. We flip back to the brothers. Oh, he's been raised. Wow. Christmas is going to be a little frosty this year. Blind on blind encounter. We don't know how it got this far, but it was a reasonably sized bet on the river. Bro on bro.
Like, bro, come on, really? You gonna bet now? Raise me? In the spot where I should be strong if I do fire, and someone's recording it?
Yeah, I like
that.
Taking
a photo?
Someone in the foreground recording it. Sometimes, Randy, you see these kind of pots between great friends and family, and people accuse them of soft playing. I think we can rule these two out on that front.
They're playing hard for sure.
You can only assume these two discuss poker a lot. Probably, my guess is no one knows their game more than
I would think.
each brother, you know.
There's no chance they're staying in the same room after this too, if they are.
I love this in the foreground. Yeah. Oh, great shot, Mr. Cameraman. Oh, this was our feature table, of course. Because I see our man.
Joe Trent, what are you doing?
Joe Trent has no interest in this. Oh, is it over? What happened? Someone bet?
He's watching like drama or something. What?
Reside 2 took seat 3, but it was seat 3 on a different table, and maybe not as unlucky, Randy, as he pulls that one in. Where's the room? There's still action to complete.
Should get a preview.
Here we go. Oh, this is our deuce 3 4 5 board. And unsurprising to see a chop chop. Ah, the all-in player perhaps getting a little fortunate. Ace 10 v ace queen finding that wheel. so far. Short stacks prevailing.
Yeah, we haven't had a buzz. Here's Nacho. He's all in at risk.
Against Zaki Hamani.
4, 4, 5. Turn is a deuce. River guard.
Oh, king on the river.
Bye-bye, Nacho.
GG. Nacho. Nacho Barbero. A man on an incredible heater in 2023. Finds himself 4-outed on the river, on the bubble, Randy.
He did nothing wrong. Found a spot to take a shot and he's out.
Well, there we go. Play resumes. We're down 1 Nacho. Just 2 more to go. Brutal run out for Nacho. It's all smiles though. He knows it's the game.
One step closer to money. Yeah, he knows it's the game.
Look at that. Look at that tea. What else is in there? All sorts of things floating.
I don't know. Pineapple? Is that possible?
Pineapple in a mint. What brandy?
Okay. I have no idea. Vodka?
More likely than pineapple, I'd say.
Okay.
Don Selma looks like a man who has no time for this hand-for-hand nonsense. Just like, give me my cards, I want to play. I don't want to sit for 5 minutes and wait for other people to play. Keating, facing a raise from the only stack that covers him. But of course, they're so deep in his hand. Plenty good enough.
Just a normal hand of poker incoming. For now.
Well, you say that, but it's Alex Keating, Randy.
And it's Radici.
Look at these. He's thinking about doing something here. Okay. He bluffed me into thinking he had a decision. I could see his cards.
I think you can take this one. There you go.
Ace, Queen, 3.
Does pick up inside straight draw and potentially the best hand of that King Jack, but Radici is going to fire his ace. Trying to get some value. Usually the way this hand plays is just check call, see if he can spike the 10, maybe turn to the bluff depending on how it runs out. Might be some trouble as he does pair the king. If Radici wants to go for one more street of value, although his kicker has a bit of trouble.
Yeah, respect between the two big
look at
stacks.
that one.
Backdoor trips.
He's going to want to bet in a way to just get paid off by ace-x, which is a very big part of his opponent's range. There we go. Size it up.
85,000.
85k. Spades missing. Wheel draws missing. Broadway draws, of course, not missing.
Super hard to fold in this spot. Top pair.
Right. When you know Radici's not as wide when Keating's still in the hand, but it's still opening very wide.
Plus, you're also blocking spades, which is a decent part of Keating's range.
It's not like he gets to have a lot of King X either, is it? Because you think King Jack, King 10 naturally. But from there, it's
King X suited, I suppose.
Yeah, the King X with spades. From there, it's a lot harder. Like you say, he has all spade combos, seeing the flop. All the 4-5s, the deuce 4, deuce 5 suiteds at least.
He probably also doesn't expect ace-x to bet 3/4 pot with this run out, but he's leaning towards call. It feels.
Is there any part of him that thinks this could be an ace-x as well, or is this too big a size?
I think it's too big of a size. What a laydown. That is discipline. Keating got a little too greedy.
Radici,
Apparently.
take a bow. Incredible fold. Incredible bluff against Stevie. Albeit, made the best of it. But showing that willingness. And now, the opposite. Showing the ability to get away from what should be the best hand so often. And the closer on break.
Okay, I was about to say, where are they going?
Those players heading to the buffet, Randy. Maybe the pizza's coming out soon. I think 6 o'clock's pizza time. Not that I know these things. Not that I've studied the...
Not gonna lie, I did eyeball the pizza station earlier in our break.
Alright, here we go. Out table 145. We find the likes of Leon Sturm in the mix. It's not him involved in this one. Looks like it's Jareth East, Kasparis Klevs. Jareth on the button. With a decision. A lot of blue chips in the middle. Facing an all-in wager. It looks like he has fewer chips than reside in the pot, Randy. Puts the test for his stack.
Yeah, that board.
Completed board, yeah. Is that the flop hearts getting there?
Looks like it.
We can assume an open from under the gun here from a big stack. And then some further barrels, presumably going in on 5, 8, 9, 3 jack board with the flop flush draw completing. Horrible feeling. You've makes the fold. You've played a hand on the bubble. You weren't sure, should I get involved? And then the big stack's done what big stacks do and put you to the test for all of it.
Yeah, and he's put in a decent amount of chips into that pot as well. Shrug.
Little smile, little fun. Leon's still studying his man after the hand. Some of these people don't get it. You got to get to the buffet quick, Randy. Those pizzas get cleared out fast.
You got to just miss a hand or two, you know, to make sure you're the first one.
You see Phil Helmuth in there anywhere? Should have a look.
No, I don't.
Chat were asking if he's about. Let's have a look. Do you see him? Is he? No, couldn't see him there. We'll have a look again in a minute. I see chat asking, is Maria still in? Maria Lampropoulos. She was still in on the last walkthrough we did, and we've only lost one player since then. So I can guarantee that she is still in, Randy.
Nice deduction.
Her compatriot, Nacho Barbera, though, is no more.
Done and dusted.
When I say no more, I mean he's still around, he's still alive. There's still tournaments this year he'll be playing.
Yes,
in a quest to win the GPI Player of the Year award. I know he really wants to do that. I mean, I want to do that, but I don't have a chance of doing it.
Would have helped if he had held with that ace-queen.
Certainly would have done.
Here comes Wei Wen Poo with the Jack-8 of hearts. I don't think he's going to want to get involved with Keating staring in that big stack right behind him.
Never
It's all about smiling and raising Queen Deuce off.
So, complete our hand here once again. I'm sure there'll be plenty of action for us elsewhere.
Patience is important because there's a lot of waiting time, downtime. This is our shot, the overview.
I like it. Oh.
What's happening here?
Well, Randy picking up action on table 149, where there is no more action. An open, a 3-bet, and a fold. Nothing to report. Again, that back corner is where the action is going down. We are 2 away from the money. nervy time for those involved.
You can see the clock spin run down a little bit too, right? You said 2 minutes per hand.
That's right. I guess this is 6th hand for hand, I think. Maybe the 7th. Only losing one player in all that time. Kind of surprising. There's got to be some tiny stacks out there, Randy, that have been folding solidly for the last hour or so.
It feels like there has to be some stacks that are sitting on like 5 blinds or so. Normally that's the case. And
where's the way? Ah, there's a face that I don't need to check for. Andreas Nemeth in the mix.
Yep.
Against Axel Halle in the small, in the seat to his right, I should say. So
high roller.
Two high roller regs battling it out, blind on blind. You know it's a bad table when there's multiple Triton scarves.
I see it. It is. Nemeth is going to cut out the betting chips.
Yeah, he's betting with the covered stack on a river. Board that reads, I believe, 9, 7, queen, deuce, deuce. No draw completing.
Doesn't seem pleased as he is taking his time in this spot.
Yeah, I think we can be sure Axel Halle is not going to raise at this point.
Yeah. Probably doesn't have top pair. I think he would have called by now. That's my guess.
No calculation on the phone there.
Interesting.
Looking at that stack. Are they betting folks pardon me, facing a bet of what appears to be 105k, is that?
Thereabouts.
With
he almost called.
Around double that in the pot, so a little over half pot the bet.
You always obviously know that blind versus blind confrontations have a lot of wide ranges, all cards in play.
And if we assume this one went limp check, which tends to be how a lot of these pots develop, although...
Oh, look at that.
You want to flip? Ace high or ace high calling? Well, you've got to win coin flips in poker, Randy, but that's a different one.
How does it feel to lose to a literal coin flip? That's hilarious.
That's brilliant. Yeah. Andreas probably thought, I'm getting this one through. And the guy goes, I'm going to flip a coin for it. You're like, oh, I'm only 50-50 to win.
He didn't even tell him. He was like, I'm just going to bust it out. You have no say.
It's good needle if he was always calling. Just to do that, to give the guy the fake hope that they might get one through.
I like where your head's at.
And then if you call and lose, you go, well, what can I do? The coin told me to do it.
That was a great call down. Just ace high. See Gabyon Kim. He's got a decision in front of him.
Yeah.
Seat 2.
Up against Bruno Mota, who has played this hand from the cutoff, and it's like a bet on that street will get done. Quite a few chips in there. There is Maria Lampropoulos, far left of the picture. You see our hand for those who are asking. Looks like she's got an okay stack. No mountain, but certainly enough to be navigating through this bubble, which would be a primary objective off that stack size. Imagine a lot of folds happening from that seat right now, Randy.
I'm going to use that coin flip strategy myself. But aren't you a little bit surprised you even had a coin to flip?
But if you're the kind of guy who wants to do a coin flip strategy...
Oh, right. You prep up ahead of time.
You bring a coin.
Okay, back to our feature table.
Here we go. I forgot about this.
I forgot it existed.
Look how beautiful light it is and vibrant everyone looks. Toothpicks are all in the wrong way. Tissues in places you might not expect to see them.
Oh, I spy.
Stevie Chibik, not in a place I'm used to seeing him, just folding a short stack. Dan Selmo, the man who is willing to go bust on this bubble. Well,
He's just like, okay, let's
He's
go.
like, let's just get everyone done with.
If you got it, you got it. But I'm gonna try and shut you out.
50 blinds, all you can eat. Shows it, takes it. Which I'm quite happy about, Randy, because it means we get to go on another walkabout. And I enjoy our little meander through the tournament area.
But I miss this guy.
Yeah, he's great.
You play the fastest even on hand.
Sorry?
Even on hand for hand, we're the fastest.
Nah, yeah, we know what we have to do. Fold or push.
Oh, sound like found the latter, that hand.
They do play extremely fast.
Yeah. Nice. Okay. Mr. Kim. All in at this time from the button. Action on Niels Poodle in the small blind. Yeah. Looks to have a decision. And the jam is sub 200, Randy, I want to say. Looks like that 3 blues or 4 blues would be 100. And maybe, yeah, around 200. Either 200 or 175, depending on if it's 3 or 4 blues. So we're playing 6k, 12k.
But you can see the small blind wants to get an exact count to try to figure out his opponent's range. Seems pained by it.
Looks like 3 blues. Actually a little bit less than I thought. That's about 175 actually, I think near enough. Bang on. So 15 blind jamming range on the button, Randy, but here's the bubble. That range should be a lot tighter.
Yeah, he's clearly thinking about that and how to adjust accordingly. Like, does he maybe have like a ace-10 offsuit?
He does have Michael Armstrong behind in the big blind to think of, although he is the covering stack.
Maybe some kind of medium pocket pair, 6s. Could be put in a tough spot. Does have the chips, as you can see. Wow, really giving this one a tank.
Obviously, effectively unlimited time on this bubble, within reason. This has gone past the point of thinking this long with a super strong hand to try and trap the opponent behind, doesn't it? It feels like this is a genuinely tough decision.
Yeah, on the cusp.
Obviously, if you had the aces here, you'd still think for a minute or so. Look at the vultures circling around. We have a short stacks from other tables. Go, wait, is there an all-in? Where's the camera?
Rooting for death.
Follow the camera. Oh.
Call.
Michael Armstrong. Maybe hadn't looked until now. Whatever he saw, he didn't like the look of. Oh. Of course, cards down. Pots going on elsewhere. We will have one all-in and call going off. And right now, I'm going to go limb and say the range probably favours the small blind there, being the caller versus the jammer. Makes sense that it would be a stronger hand, perhaps. They're discussing the cards.
Here we go, what do we have? Oh,
not yet. Maybe they've told each other. Maybe they haven't. Don't want to influence action on other tables. Someone's facing a bet they hear. Someone's all in with king, queen against aces. They're going to fold if they hear it's the opposite. They might call.
Oh, he's talking to him.
Dr. Spod, a regular in the chat, asking how many are we away from the money. We are 2 away. We went hand for hand with 3 left. It's taken a long time to lose just Nacho. Gab Kim has been called with his jam here. We wait for other hands to complete. Wish we had mics on them, Randy.
Yeah, they're just discussing like
what they have for breakfast.
No.
Which
like,
eggs they had?
First they're like, which pip? You know? Oh, here we go.
Ace Queen. The cool one. Is that Ace King? Gab can really find Ace King. Queen in the window, Randy.
No.
3 of no use. And another outdraw to get us one closer to the money. Gab Kim, well, sporting as you'd expect from such a great player. But that really hurts.
That's brutal. Got it in good. Jammed a sizable amount. His opponent had the right intuition that maybe Ace Queen wasn't good, but did find a call.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we can fault the call, can we, with Ace Queen for 15 blinds?
No. I'd imagine Gabyon Kim is jamming worse. But stone cold bubble now. Lost Nacho, then Gabyon Kim. 16,500 euro min cash to be had. They can survive once more. And let's just play quick hand over here because this is what they do.
They do play very quick. Radici, not interested. Chibwick, 1 away from the money. 20 blinds. Not going to play that hand. And Selmo, he knows it's, as he said, it's push or fold right now. 9-3. It's going to be a fold. Who? Oh, this is interesting now in the hijack. 14 blinds. And Ace Queen suited. Obviously, in a normal situation, we are loving life. But how much gain is there in picking up 2.5 blinds, Randy, versus risking the stack from the hijack?
And that's what he's asking himself. And the thing is, if he wants to continue...
Oh, he has gone for it.
Jam.
Oh, no!
Oh, no. Ace is right behind for Keating.
Wow.
What a disaster.
And Keating's continuing to get smacked by the deck, Randy. And Pooh's like, oh no, what have I done? What have I done?
The quick call.
Panetti will make way.
We're not supposed to show yet.
I'm not supposed to show yet, but has he revealed the situation to Pooh?
I have it. Sorry, man.
I have it.
Stunned.
Pooh's face. Oh no. His face. I wish we could capture that picture, Randy. He's just found out the state he's in. Well, all he can hope for here is, well, to somehow win the pot. But if he doesn't, multiple bust outs on the floor.
Ideally, he would want to bust on a table elsewhere where they can perhaps split the prize.
Right. So it doesn't come down to chip stacks, does it, Randy? If it's separate tables?
Separate tables, we split the prize. If it's the same table, it's the bigger stack that busted that gets to go into the money.
Right. So he knows he's in a bad situation. But maybe the players on the floor don't know there's an all-in call over there. That's table 133. See Stoyan Manjanev against Levan Rishulevi. Randy's nodding. My pronunciation's like that, Randy.
Queen 4 deuce 8.
You encourage me.
2 diamonds out there. Post flop situation.
It's like small blind versus under the gun. One can see why under gun opener may be concerned about a queen high board. Not many chips in that pot, I think. It looks like we may have seen no action since pre-flop. Is that Tobias Peters in the 9th seat as well? It is. The man who came, I believe, 5th in the Colossus and then won the 6 max. Having a great series. Yeah, glanced up, it is him.
The king favors the undergun opener, so I'd be pretty surprised if Stoyan Mandangiev fights.
Yeah, action to Levan, the opener. Mountain of chips under his domain.
See if he tries to rep that ace king. Just checking, let's see.
2 5s.
Pocket pair.
Reasonable holding from a small blind peel.
Good against ace high, I assume.
Certainly feels that way, doesn't it, Randy? I think if it was a lighter hand.
Would have saw c-bet at some point.
Yeah. Pooh just desperately hoping to hear all in and calls announced. Keating though has had aces a couple of times, kings a couple of times, I think. Ace queen.
He's gotten some big hands and definitely big action on this.
We saw him, of course, win that massive pot with ace 4.
That's right.
Making 2 pair against ace king as we have a showdown here, but a non-all-in showdown between Michael Armstrong and Akin Kabansky.
2 pairs good for ace 5.
There we go. From the small blind, looked like playing that one ace 5 suited. Witnessed his table mate busting someone the hand before.
We're going to survey the land to see if there's any more pots to be played before we see the fate of Wei Win Pooh versus Alex Keating.
You said it, he was in earlier hands, he'd shown the willingness to gamble. Wasn't just going to fold to the money. Wasn't going to play crazy, but this is obviously a reasonable hand.
Maybe a miracle.
And the rest of the room will love hearing these words. The all-in player shows ace queen. Covering stack shows aces. There'll be cheers going around the room. There are around 123 players wishing Pooh loses his hand, Randy.
Yes, and unfortunately that is the way it is. Here we go to a flop. 1 spade, 2 spades.
Hello.
Always a sweat.
Super sweaty.
Alright. And we can see not many spades folded. Oh, graphics revealing the muck cards. Very live. Black card, but a pairing card. Wei Win Pooh 1 card away from the unfortunate bubble. And that's what's going to be another black pairing card, Randy.
Close, but no cigar.
Good luck. Good luck, guys.
Ciao.
Wei Win Pooh is, pardon me, Wei Win Pooh is the bubble, but also collects a free phone on the way out. This is customary here at King's.
I mean, he took his spot. What's he gonna do?
Applause around.
Congrats.
Everyone is now in the money, Randy. That means we resume the clock as normal, and things go crazy for the last, what, 34 minutes of this level. As those short stacks start high-fiving the dealer as they move it in.
Keep your eye on the field size. Should go down quickly. Everyone guaranteed 16,500 euro on contention.
I mean, it's gone faster than expected because I mean, in two levels we were 110 at the beginning of the day, 175, 70, something like that. Yeah.
Almost 3 levels, right?
Almost.
You know, it's like almost 6:30, right? It's pretty late.
No, it's true. But,
yeah, we started 190, right?
yeah, well, so it's fast.
Keating's saying it's almost 6:30. He's talking to us in stream time. Appreciate that.
That's right. He did.
It's actually 5:30 for him.
Odd. That's very odd. Okay.
It's like your kind of time adjustments, Randy. You get a bit lost sometimes. In
Men from the future. Got it.
Yeah.
Guerrero. Pocket 7s. He's not scared.
Here we go. Easy now. We're all friends. We're all in the money. Here are my chips. Please take them.
Oh my goodness.
So it begins. It's kind of fun because he can certainly get called by a lot worse now.
It's insane.
And he's going to get called by a lot worse, Randy.
Yeah, I think so. These 2 5s. Usually it's good. Gonna get a count, but it's a pair after all.
What else would have played?
Oh, we fold? Oh no, okay, calls. Excuse me, graphical error for 1 second.
Either get out of here, I'm in the money.
So you can eat now.
There we go. Guerrero in the money and now in great shape to double up.
Couple weeks. I usually do a 36-hour one. This was a little bit bigger.
Ace, 6, deuce. Safe so far. 4 does bring additional.
Safe.
Very safe. Guerrero. I wonder how that would have played one hand earlier. If I was going to Guerrero on the button with his stack.
I don't know the answer to that question.
2 sevens. He looks at the big stack and the big blind, knowing that he might call with
maybe
wider hands.
I mean, jamming would have been okay, but maybe he just outright mucks. I wouldn't fault him.
Just muck and never tell anyone.
That's
apart
true.
From us on stream.
That's apart from the stream. But it's scary jamming into a stack size that can call off. Whereas someone with a similar stack, they can't call, even if you got the same range.
Actually, now to Panetti hasn't had a chance to play a hand at our table, I don't think, since moving in here. 30 blinds, a suited queen. See Stevie Chidwick in the big blind, and chip leader in the small blind. Not a very nice spot to be opening from.
No gamble yet.
Plenty of future though, Randy.
Is he going to walk Chidwick? Is he going to try and limp? Of course, if we were still on the money bubble, he probably would be raising, but things are different now as Chidwick won't be sitting aside anymore.
Look at that mountain of chips in front of Keating. Found aces at an opportune moment on the bubble.
Also cracked the ace king with ace 4 turning 2 pair for that monster pot.
That was insane. Aces 3-betted with that hand. Got the action he didn't want, or did want. As the book came ace high, but Keating check called and found 2 pair. Sudoikis finds 2 tens and has been pretty snug. We saw him play one hand where he flat and open with kings. Obviously,
yeah, that's
just
right.
Handcuffed because Keating was opening every hand in front of him.
But pretty comfortable with the 600k stack. Anselmo's out. Dirty diaper. Already multiple eliminations as you see the counter going down in the top right.
Yeah, just see Radici playing with the toothpick. This guy seems like a character. Playing great. That fold he made with ace-5.
Yeah, and also the bluff. Well, he turned his hand to the bluff with the best hand, but you can see that his head's in the game.
Right. That ace-5, not many players would have made the fold. And he'd open pre, being defended. The big one by Keating. For what if it was just like 2/3 pot on the river, having a top pair, c-betting flop and checking back turn. Keating wants to go for more of it.
Now we're playing Queen 5 offsuit.
Yeah. A stack, albeit just a few 100k more, looks a lot more impressive. As the 10-9-7 board rolls out.
2 overs, inside straight draw. Betting lead, but doesn't really want to bet this one and be a bit confused if his opponent does call.
Double paired board. Tough one, I guess, Randy, for Keating to try and bluff off the ace highs and king highs.
Yeah, especially when he checks through the turn. He's supposed to bet the 9 very, very often. This could be thin value, just ace high betting. Look at this. Thinks he can get called by like king high or queen high with the small bet.
I guess there are some potential natural bluffs, the deuces through sixes that have been counterfeited.
Yes, all those pairs would make the most sense.
Good fall from Keating there. Had a little think about it. Maybe thinking the king highs would be happy to check back and probably ace highs, but maybe reading that some of the ace highs.
Most players want to check back ace high in that spot, but you can see that Radicchio is just more of a fighter. Kind of tries to extract thin value when possible.
Right, worth noting there is a pay jump, but not until 101 players remain, and it's a relatively small one, 1,500 euros. Not something the players are going to be too focused on for now. We're just playing normal poker.
Normal poker with a lot on the line, though.
Well, yeah, a little bit on the line, Randy. 1.5 milli up top.
Radici. It's been active. Gonna be pretty happy to see ace queen.
24.
Does Chidwick want to take the spot with pocket fours? Has seen Radici open a lot, although it is still quite a bit of blinds to jam. 21. Things are different. Yeah, he's saying you don't have it too often.
Yeah, I think this is fine, isn't it? When he's got Keating in the small blind, still he gets to open a lot of hands.
I think we got a coin flip on our hands. I can't see Radici letting this one go.
280.
Try to take out Chidwick when he's short.
Radici making the call. A shot to knock out a very dangerous player. And of course, claim the 500k plus pot. Stevie though, the one all in. Inside the money. A very good looking 7-6 deuce. If you're in that seat, Radici needing help.
Just gotta dodge the ace or queen of a very dangerous man to double up potentially. Up to 546.
Ooh.
It's all paint, but it's safe.
It's safe paint, it is. And yeah, a little thorn in his side now. That man having, what, 45 blinds directly to your left is not going to be enjoyable. Here comes Stevie. Radicci still with plenty of chips though. Have been accumulating. Could afford a little nick.
Can afford it, but he doesn't want to afford it against the player who's going to leverage those chips and attack them now. Sitting on 46 big blinds with Stevie Chidwick.
Yeah, everyone here pretty comfortable. Martin Guerrero having just doubled up as well. Stevie doing the same. D'Anselmo on 50 bigs with Sudikas. But it is Keating with a whopping 205 big blinds inside the money. That is just an insane stack, Randy.
That's right, and you know, he's also separated himself between him and Radicci a bit, where he's got table presence.
It's kind of, there aren't that many tournaments you're playing where, there's plenty of tournaments you're playing where the starting stacks like 200 blinds. Here he is halfway through day 3 of a tournament with more than that.
That's right, the World Series of Poker main event Europe is one of the highlight events where people can play deep stack. That's why everyone travels out to play.
I see a question in the chat asking about Dario Sammartino. He's still in. According to Poker News, wielding a 1.75 million stack. Very dangerous player with history, of course, in the main event in Vegas.
Red roll.
Red Rover, bring Andres over.
That looks fishy, doesn't it? Stevie gets chips, then he raises the next hand. They're like, oh god, here he is.
I was wondering what that guy just said to him. Red Rover? I don't even know what it was.
I'm lost.
Okay, is this?
You go back down there after break. Level.
That's right, Stevie. We're getting our money's worth out of you.
That's right.
Yeah, he's better.
Ah, Mr. Nemeth joining the fray.
9. Perso già 2 showdown qua. 9.
This table's not getting any easier.
Certainly tougher. Andres Nemeth is one of the best players in the game.
And an absolute battler as well, isn't he, Randy?
Yes.
He's on the aggressive side.
He's very good at both No Limit Hold'em and PLO.
Mm.
Cash and tournament formats. Will be fun to watch him play.
From Hungary, right?
Yep.
I need you to translate something for me.
Okay.
24.
4 ace, 24. 5 plus. 6 plus, 7 plus.
Nemeth looks the business today as well. I was mentioning in the chat earlier about Thai players. He's checking the Keating stack.
Yeah, he's counting it down.
He's like, hang on a second, how many chips have you got? 2.4 million. Doesn't seem right. Draws that C. Oh, right, okay. Keating, of course, as well, a famous battler himself, so we may see real fireworks between those two.
Definitely very possible. Both players sharing the 9.
3. Pass. Heads up.
So these two at it again. This time Keating in position. Flopping enough to continue. On a board that Radicki can't like the look of.
Yeah, but he does have that ace of hearts, which is potentially going to come into play. Keating with the open in a straight draw, looking to stab.
Randy, you're getting devious, aren't you? You just seen the ace of hearts.
Oh, but he stays away, especially against the big sizing of 60k.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that from Keating today. Very big sizings in a lot of spot.
It's trouble. It's tough to play against.
Yeah, really fun.
On a bracelet in the 8 max.
All right. Well, this is an 8 max event, so clearly likes it.
It's been here before.
$700,000.
You used to be
for
a
that
hockey
victory.
player, right? Or
I still play. I mean, keep having to do surgeries and injuries and stuff like that. You play?
No, I wanted to ask you about the guy who died on the...
I heard about that, yeah.
That was insane.
Extremely unfortunate.
Hmm.
6 plus 7 plus. Someone died playing hockey?
Yeah,
I got on a
one
limb and saved.
player, he just like, he's sliding and hand just like kicks him in the throat with the blade.
Oh, yeah.
And he died on the... and people say that the guy was like, he had like many situations before where he was, out of line, and they say he wanted to hit him. Like, probably, not kill him probably, but that they say that it looks really intentional.
NHL or?
I think...
It's like a minor league thing.
This is
like
tragic
still a
hockey
serious
accident
hockey game.
right, that happened actually in the UK of all places. I didn't really know we had ice hockey until it happened. Dangerous sport. Much safer to stay here in poker. You might get a paper cut here. But
You can. Definitely not a physical sport.
Never playing hockey. Not that I wanted to, but now, never.
Alright, Keating in the mix once again. And then once again, against the other big stack.
Yeah, both players flopping the piece, not the top one, which is the jack. Keating's been consistent with firing large with any kind of piece. This time,
yeah,
half the pot.
Still reasonable sizing.
Definitely reasonable sizing.
Bigger than you tend to see in the modern era. Well, the modern era. The most modern era. Andy, we had a lot of eras Feels like every 6 months is a new era in poker. Keating, picking up some additional equity. Finding a gut shot.
Double checking. He doesn't think the 5 is ever good. But he doesn't think he gives opponent a fold, so does check back. The queen overcards the board.
Well, if his 5 was good, it is it now, is it?
No, because the straight draws do pick up a piece. King 9 though in an uncomfortable spot with 2 overs to his pair. That's a fear to straights as well.
Keating checking back, perhaps just
hoping to beat like an ace-x suited that had backdoor flush draw, I suppose.
And I guess a kind of bad hand to bluff with him, the fact you want your opponent to have a 5, the kind of hands they might fold on the river.
Right.
For me, it's hard to say anyway because I've never skated out. I've only goaltended.
Oh, okay.
So those kind of things don't happen. I've never had to like be in a situation where that guy was. I mean, he seems like an aggressive player. It's very possible that like he messes around too much and
inside the money.
That happened,
Well, but that's happening, but on this table,
people who mess
we've
around
seen as
too
double
much
ups.
just seems like more accidents happen around them.
Ah, D'Anselmo.
He's never seen these in a while.
Buongiorno. Hello.
Yeah, King Queen is definitely a hand that can put some resistance in
Right.
position.
Yeah, if you see, he doesn't know anything about what's going on this table. Sees D'Anselmo opening up from under the gun. Feels like this is the kind of hand we're more likely to 3-bet or fold with.
He's already cutting out the 3-betting chips, you know, King Queen. I think suited variety, you flat a bit more offsuit. Try to use these blockers, plays well post flop in case you get called. Easy getaway if you do get 4-bet. Couple 7s, Panetti. Not what you want to see, a raise in the 3-bet in front of you from undergun and undergun +1. He hasn't seen a hand in so long, he might be thinking this looks good. See if he can show some restraint.
Yeah, this hand's got to shrink up with these two positions. Oh.
Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Counting down his stack.
He's trying to work out if he has any fold equity. If this is a light 3-bet. Like it is. Could he make the hand fold? Decides no is the answer now. D'Anselmo's played everything very fast thus far, Randy. See if he can lay a trap. No.
Just instantly in there.
Have that.
How does that feel, Nemeth? Bit of regret?
Well, he tried. Can't fold it. Feels like he kind of got dealt a good situation to put some pressure on. More questions about Mateos. He is still in, as far as we know. Got moved along with the rest of his table back to the main floor. In fact, we saw that table in action in the form of both Rizai brothers on the bubble, playing a pot against each other, Randy. Daniel betting, Armin raising him on the river. And, well,
that's all that. Was fun. King 10.
The next family dinner's gonna...
It's awkward.
Yeah.
It's even more awkward if he doesn't tell him what he has.
Whatever he tells him, he's got to lie and just say, you know, up to straight. There's no future in telling him it was a bluff. Radicki, ace king on the button. Finally gets to have a hand he can attack Keating with. He's kind of been on the back foot in a lot of the pots.
Wants to win some of his chips back, doesn't he?
$90k, healthy sizing. From
Yeah.
the button against +1, virtue of the stacks.
Basically, it's because of the stack sizes. He's going to size up. If he's up against, like, say, a 20 big blind stack or so, he'll size down. Want to kind of cut your opponent's implied odds.
Age race 25.
Keating, opening once more. Sudikas, 10-9 suited, not interested against the undergun open.
Yeah, not really looking to play pots right now. Healthy stack of 600k. Panetti, Queen, Jack.
Itching to get involved, isn't he?
Yeah, you saw the sevens. He was like, oh man, I want to play this. And now he's got Queen, Jack for raise in front of him. But Radicki, Ace, King, once again. Same opponent.
Did he give him back? Now, we've seen Keating get curious earlier. How's he going to feel against back-to-back 3-bets? See if he goes the same size again.
Should.
4, 3, 9 to 5 cards.
He does.
Would argue this is the worst suited ace to play just because he can't make a wheel.
As mentioned before though, Keating is a battler. Does he think he can apply pressure?
Yeah.
They're so deep, Randy. Look at this. 6k, 12k, and they're playing 2 million effective.
Also, it's back-to-back 3-bets.
Right.
Might start to feel personal soon.
Yeah, you want to lay down the law.
Not going to give up as he grabs the calling chips.
Yeah, defending. You said it's the worst suited ace, but it's still a suited ace, Randy. It's so deep.
There's firepower on some flops. Oh, good window. Good turn. Good 3 cards, isn't it?
This is getting silly. Keating flopping the joint.
Not
Really
of others.
I'm going to try and check this back, and I presume just try and get it to showdown. And well, the deuce of diamonds is a card that you know has an improved Keating's hand.
Look at the trap.
Is he going for the delayed check raise? Thinks Radicki may stab if Radicki perhaps had something a little weaker than what he does in Ace King High. Oh, Keating thinking, how have I got to the river without putting any more chips in this pot? How does he look to salvage it? It looks like Radicki's got showdown, doesn't it? He's checked back twice. So does he just go big?
Yeah, he has to ask what kind of hands does Radicki have.
Oh, he's going to go small.
Yeah, he thinks he's up against Ace King a lot and doesn't want to blow it out. A pair often would want to bet when there's 3 spades out there, especially this much connectivity. It's oftentimes you see players want to get greedy just because of how strong their hand is, and this might get looked up.
Just looks so milky though, Randy.
Well, it got away from
He did.
the ace earlier against Trip Kings, against the same opponent, but there's a lot going on.
There is a lot going on. There's been a lot of one-way traffic since that moment. I don't even know if Radicki's aware that he made a good fold earlier. I've seen him getting up and down, so I assume he's checked his phone and has someone filling him in. Keating doing his best to look displeased with the situation. The truth is anything but. It's going to feel pure frustration in the way this last 30 or 40 minutes has gone. Keating, remember, opening.
Good intuition.
Well done again, Radicki. The 60k sizing, he didn't fall for it. Looked milky. Felt it's milky. Who can stop this man? Phenomenal player. Getting a great run of cards. It's going to be tough. One of the biggest stacks in the room. Interestingly, according to Poker News, Eric's Eye out there with 2.9 million in chips. There is one stack bigger.
Not much for these players. Folds over to Chidwick, King Deuce suited. Healthy stack, 546k, courtesy of that double earlier.
Yep, doubled up. Got an ace king through. Now opening up the range a little bit. King Deuce, but not a nice seat to be opening with, is it? With Andreas and Alex behind.
Yeah, tough blinds.
Can't think of two worse blinds to try and steal. Although,
got it.
There you go. Little rice more. Can't even defend.
Won the 2019 25k PLO for 1.6 million for Stephen Chidwick. GPI number 4. Look at the total live earnings, 54 million. It's a lot.
What's insane in our game, really, is 54 million only gets you number 4. I remember when Sam Trickett had his monster cash in the first one, drop getting second, and got up to 20 million in earnings, and the second best at that time was Devilfish with 6. I was like, well, no one's ever going to challenge Trickett for the number 1 from England. Stevie, we're nearly triple that now.
Easy.
Yeah. And now I'm going to go and say, no one's ever going to challenge Stevie from England. Okay.
And then comes who? Dempsey?
Maybe Grafton.
Okay, okay.
Ben Heath.
Better options as well.
Better options than me, Randy.
You just do damage to the pizza bar.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I get better value from the buffet. They don't get the full value. Really.
They don't make money off of you.
I'm getting ready for pizza. Must be nearly pizza time.
2 jacks in front. In the big blind, and notice that he does just call, even though he's got a pretty big hand that could have put in the 3-bet pre. Wow, I'm surprised he's not betting 2 jacks in this spot. Could easily get value, multi-street. Shouldn't fear to 9 too much from the hijack. Okay, well he does bait Chidwick to bet, so well-timed check from Sudokus. Just 18k, snap in there.
I wonder what kind of hand Stevie gives him here to this action.
A quick call, maybe like a little pair, like a 5.
And Deuce completes nothing. Stevie wise to this. Hard to bluff when nothing completes.
Yeah, and a 7 of 5 looks pretty good in the big blind if he was holding it. And the only reason I would consider betting here if I think like an ace-6, ace-8 are just gonna come along on turn and just check fold.
I feel like if he does bet, It's got to go really big, given there is a lot of 7x and 5x.
I don't think he's getting these chips back. Pocket jack snaps off. There we go.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he's gone off that kind of hand there. Maybe some clubs. And the ace-6, ace-8, those kind of holdings. They do make sense, hands that can get to the river and be weak and wouldn't enjoy facing that kind of half-pot bet.
So that flat in the big rewards Sudikis.
Yeah. We seem to be trappy. Flat kings earlier. Very different situation, of course.
Yeah, it is different, but
you see his style
similar
is
concept.
definitely to be sneaky.
Like. Always like.
It's fun. Makes you very hard to play against in a lot more of the situations when he defends. People know he can be as strong as that. A lot harder to bluff against those kind of players. Panetti finally getting a chance to get involved, Randy. He's been itching. Under the gun, you've always got a chance. You know?
You always get first opportunity.
It's always unopened.
Got a flat call in position. Whole cards down. Try to get them for you.
Yeah.
Nice spot to close the action. You know where you're at, post.
Beautiful spot for Guerrero. Flick it in.
Try to set mine.
I tell you what, Randy. A lot of the boards lately have had a deuce on them.
Okay.
I've been keeping an eye on it.
It's an odd thing to keep track of, but okay.
If you play the cards I play, Randy, you see the deuce a lot.
Do what you gotta do.
3-way.
Oh, you're right. How
Randy.
did you know?
Randy.
Oh my god.
I'm a genius.
Deck reads with the deuce.
We need to count the deck. I think there's a lot of deuces in there. And a board that Panetti may well hit while he's checked back quickly. Keating on the bunt, on a broken board, is going to stab. Guerrero gets to be the one being trappy, Randy.
Yeah, I would like him to check call just to give Panetti a chance to continue and not get away from a close spot. There we go. I like that.
He's going to have some diamonds, some 8x, King X. And we'll continue.
And if his opponent has a King X, he's going to want to keep firing as well on most turns. 3 diamonds, though, is a little tricky.
Bad card for Guerrero to see, both for Keating valuing with the worst hand, and also he could now be behind, and of course, could now face some outs.
How much you have in blue there?
Still happy to hear that question, though, isn't he? He still wants his opponent to bet here.
Yes, he wants his opponent to bet, and it's actually kind of nice that when the flush arrives, he has a diamond in case he was up against some diamond draw. He can kind of reduce some outs by 1. I think Keating, if he bets again, likely has a king. Doesn't.
Now, perhaps the most interesting decision point for Guerrero with getting to this river, but not really having any light hands, does he? Bar an 8, maybe.
Yeah, and even an 8 probably doesn't need to turn his hand into a bluff. More likely like an ace deuce, I suppose. It's hard to say. It's so few bluffs in his range of this run out. You might just have to get a little milky.
Right, like a little quarter pot? Or would you go a little bit bigger?
I think I would go bigger just because my opponent can definitely check back a king on the turn.
Right, and Keating did bet this one 3-way against under the gun.
Oh my god,
wow.
He checks. This is player dependent.
Yeah, giving maximum rope to a guy who's got the widest range at the table. Who did bet this one, like I say, 3-way against an under the gun open.
Yeah, and Keating is going to fire. He doesn't feel like he's getting trapped.
On 60k. I wonder.
I'm pretty tempted to raise in this spot.
I'm with you, Randy. Surely, if my opponent had diamonds, he would have bet some size on the turn, even really small.
Makes the call though.
Just flats.
Can we see?
A King Jack is that? He's going to be
Listen.
a little surprised to see he's beat, I think. Probably only worried about King Queen, Randy.
Yeah, exactly. You know, when he saw the number.
But it would have been hard for him to call with the King Jack anyway for check raise, wasn't it? Because Guerrero does have a lot of flushes.
True. That's very true. And that's why he went cautious there. And I just can't believe that you were talking about the deuce deck reads. You really nice usage of your abilities, my friend.
Well, Randy, I give deck reads, but that is the end of you and I in this booth because the players are going on break. You and I are going to go on an extended break. When we come back, these same players will be here, and maybe you get some more insights from I, Nejad, and Henry Kilbane, rather than whether the deck's rich in deuces.
Both these players, along with 12 others from this event, will be playing the WSOP Europe main later during this series. The Italian came in with a 3-1 lead over Saka. He's been doing a good job holding his own. Does flop best on the 5-4 deuce. Couple of hearts out there. Nicola with the 2 overs. Happy to just check back as he now pairs his 10, and that's a card that Saka may feel okay with pursuing value on.
Yeah, he's betting because when a player checks back the flop, they either just missed or have a lot of ace highs that has decent equity. King 10 making the quick call.
Oh, music to the ears of the Italian as it runs out clean. 11 million in the middle, and Saka is reaching blocking chips. Another bet of 2.5 million.
I actually think that Di Nicola can come in for raise against the block bet on this board. You shouldn't be too scared against like 2 pair plus. They might size up a bit, and clearly you've got a really strong kicker of your 10, and even ace 10 probably just gets aggressive pre.
Raise 10 million.
I love this.
Wow, he does just go for all of it. Oh, I do apologise, he said 10 million. Action back on Saka. Has an interesting decision. Flop went check check. He probed turn for 2.5 million. Di Nicola called. Blocked river for the same price. Now getting raised. 7.5 million on request. Based on how fast these guys have been playing, this is the longest tank we've seen, and an understandable one at that. What hands would play this way?
He knows that when he raised small, it induces raises a decent bit, and when he just leads that tiny 2.5 into that big pot, he does block the nuts a bit, 6-7, although I wouldn't think that his opponent would need just the nuts to raise the river. Saka's also thinking that a 5x shouldn't raise the river 8x since it'll be thin with the 10 out there. So it's just, is this a thin value raise, or is this just a bluff that he's just trying to pick off?
Given the moment. Oh, he's paid him off. Dina Cola scooping a 31 million chip pot, and you have to ask yourself, Randy, was there a bit of leveling going on in Saka's mind where he's gone small on turn, gone small on river, and then just convinced himself that it was the small bet sizings that Nicola was pouncing on with air?
Ramos, by the way, part of such an incredibly accomplished contingent of Brazilian players out there. Yuri Zivalevski, Andrea Kari, another one that comes to mind. Bruno Volkmann.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
What about Pedro Gargnani?
Yeah, he too.
So one's a coffee connoisseur, the other the tea connoisseur.
Don't forget tennis connoisseur as well for Volkmann.
That's right.
Time bank or not? Time bank, yeah.
Jack 8 under the gun. Ren activating.
This makes sense.
Time bank police.
Santosh in the small blind in these spots, or the big? Believe they had a player between them.
Molten's been given like 22 time banks this tournament.
I mean, obviously Santosh being the only guy who hasn't covered.
I'm convinced that you were given like 22
worthy of thought. Believe Devoris is between them.
Yeah, Santosh is in
You
the
still
small
have it.
small blind tends to play tight, even with a big stack.
Yep.
I like this awareness of the positions from Lin to find a spot to steal the blinds. Which he does.
How you wanna play, normal or friendly?
Oh,
You can choose.
did we have a call
Normal
from
or
Cabral? I'm
friendly?
sorry.
Let's say before flop.
Good luck.
Huh? Good luck? Okay. I think it means normal.
Good luck.
So, indeed, Cabral did flat, flew under our radar given that his cards hadn't been scanned yet again. A 6 deuce. Obviously, this is a sort of board that Ren is supposed to be able to rep.
Especially from under gun where he's going to raise a lot of ace-x, suited or not. And this sprinkle here is designed to just kick out unpaired hands.
Empty. What is this bet? You wanna bet? Bet like normal. What is this? 300. I don't understand. 300. Santosh, what is this bet? Can you help me? Probably 6-3, yeah. You wanna buy cheap free? Please. After the hand, please, next time.
So Cabral with a couple of 9s here does call the 300k c-bet. And note that the floor came over and asked him to scan his cards here mid-pot. He pushed back a little bit and said after the hand next time. Supposed to be scanning it before the hand.
Yep. I think he's saying, tell me after the hand rather than I'll do it after the hand.
Of course, they've told him multiple times in between hands, and that hasn't worked. So I think now perhaps a little bit more of an aggressive position being taken by the staff.
I hear you. Whoa, look at this. Red Lynch's got nothing. Cutting out chips. trying to apply that bubble pressure.
900 into 1.9. Not a negligible size. And obviously Cabral just fresh off of a double. Doesn't want to say goodbye to these chips too quickly.
This looks like an impossible call, but would be correct.
It's a call that's begging for a river check.
Exactly. But I'm thinking if Renlin bets his turn, he's going to fire a lot of rivers. This is an amazing call from Cabral. But one more street to be played.
And that street places an overcard to the 9s on the river, not one that rates to be of concern for Cabral.
I think the 10 doesn't change too much for Renlin. He thinks that once he got called, he is up against an ace, but he could ask for it all, and it'll be hard to call if you don't have a nice kicker to go along. He should believe that normally a hand like 9s and lower would be out on the turn, hence why he bet.
And there is a jam from Ren. Max pressure being applied. Stone money bubble, snap fold there from Martin. Think about all the spots in which he's taken time. In that one, he knew exactly what he was going to do. I thought it would be worth, given the opportunity that's presenting itself and the fact that he called flop and turn, maybe just looking up at Ren, engaging him in conversation as he tends to do, and trying to see if he could get any sort of tell.
Welcome back to day 3, the World Series of Poker Europe main event, live from King's Resort in the Czech Republic, home of the ongoing World Series of Poker Europe. We do find ourselves inside the money after what was a lengthy money bubble, just speaking off air to James Dempsey and Randy Lou about the shenanigans of Alex Keating on the bubble, opening super wide, understandably so, just bulldozing his way through the rest of the field. Overwhelming chip leader here with 150 bigs. We've got Andrea Radici also with a monster stack, 122 big blinds. Other side of the chip counts, Panetti on 19, Andres Nemeth also on 19. We've got Martin Guerrero and Stephen Chidwick. Middle of the pack, comfortable, hovering around the 30 big blind mark. Sadukis on 40 and Dan Selma on 42. So, 2 overwhelming chip leaders reigning supreme over this table. See, given the flurry of bust outs that we had once the bubble did burst, we are now guaranteed 18,000 apiece for their efforts. A long old ways to go before we start talking about that top prize of 1.5 million euros. Record breaking field here at King's. For those of you just joining us, my name is Henry Kilbane. I will be joined by none other than Arlene Nejad. Going to be calling the action for the next 4 levels of play. 4 90-minute levels left today before everyone bags and tags for what will be day 4. Current chip leader is Eric Tsai. Got Yulian Bogdanov currently in 2nd, Alex Keaton at this table in 3rd. So a few players over the 2 million in chips mark now.
I have to pay or you pay me?
The Razai brothers also in the mix. Some big names left in the field. Leon Stern, Michael Rocco, Victor Blom,
Less than 100.
But he's more handsome than me, so
Christian Rudolph.
He's probably right. He's probably right.
He's young, he's smiling.
So got Anton Sang, Vivian Saliba, Stoyan Madanjev,
Alzen, you're tough.
Adrian Mateos. Also in the mix.
It's got to be handy to open.
He's taken down this event. It's his first bracelet, if I'm not mistaken.
You can do it.
Maria Lampropoulos. Plenty of big names, all looking for glory here over the next few days. Can't sleep on Omar Eljak, obviously. Won this very event this time last year. As Nemeth with the raise and take
Different.
with the ace queen.
If I had his money, I wouldn't take it for 100 either. Actually, I would.
It's fun too, right?
It's nothing bad about it. Like, it's not like, I don't know, like, there's not like...
Adina saying Nemeth Pro Biz, that is correct.
No, we just booked business class flights.
Is it, what is it?
It's my travel company.
Okay.
You flying to the Win? Are you going to the Win?
No, I think I will stay in, stay for Prague.
Okay. Next time you come to the US, we can get you a flight.
Okay.
Good discount.
Nice.
Signed up.
Back-to-back hands for Nemeth, this time raising the ace-7 from early position. He's on the shorter side, as is the Spaniard Guerrero. Gonna peel with the king-queen of spades on the button. Short stack duties all round Panetti. Gonna get out of the way from the small. Second biggest stack at the table. The Italian uninterested in making this a three-way affair, so heads up the 110,000 in the middle already. Crucial pot for both players, by the way. Given that they are on the shorter end, and how about that for an action-packed flop? King 7-3, couple of clubs, middle pair, nut flush draw for Nemeth. Top pair, very good kicker for the Spaniard. At this SPR, surely the money's going to find its way in across turn and river. Or perhaps not now. Does check through. Guerrero turning trips. Nemeth reduced to just flush outs. Gets really awkward for Nemeth once flop goes check check. King pairs on the turn. You would have expected to hear from hands like queens, jacks, tens pre. Obviously still losing to hands like pocket eights, pocket nines. As well as some of these pot controlled king X. $170,000 out there, 285 back. Does brick out. What could have been an absolute disaster for Nemeth. Feels like he's actually ended up losing the minimum here. What difference it would have made had he just c-bet the flop. Spaniard obviously going to look to pursue value here. Yeah, it looks like a lot of value as well. Close to pot. 160 into 170. I'm a big fan of this sizing, especially after flop went check-check. He's really polarizing himself as much as possible. Would not fault Nemeth for looking him up either. He's going to reverse engineer this whole hand. Open from early position, button flat, flop went check-check. Would a hand like 8s or 9s now bet this size? That's a very disciplined fold, all things considered, especially the way the hand played out. Certainly could have cost Nemeth more chips there. Nice pickup for the young Spaniard, Guerrero. Up to over $500,000 now. As I welcome my own Spanish friend, compatriot into the booth, Ali Nejad.
Oh, I've got some some choice languages and expletives that I'd love to be delivering right now. Spanish, you take your pick. I was familiarized with German border control on the way into work today. Not just me, roughly 10 to 15,000 other motorists as well, it would appear. But we're here now, and that's what counts.
You're here. You didn't miss much. I only just jumped in post-break. James and Randy doing the heavy lifting on the very long money bubble. Took us about an hour and a half to burst the bubble, would you believe?
Understandable, especially when you've invested a couple of long days trying to work your way to the right side of that bubble. One can understand aversions toward being on the outside looking in. Perhaps a little bit more difficult for me to understand what we're observing here. This is a dental pick positioned in the inverted manner.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is this like a trend?
Certainly hope not.
Perhaps.
Chidwick at a feature table is a trend though, isn't it, Henry?
It really is. In the money as well seems to be a trend for Chidwick.
Stevie, one of the winningest to ever play the game. Well over 40 million in career tournament earnings.
Yeah.
Suited and connected here, big blind.
I was there for Seagate.
Yeah, most decorated player from the UK in the history of the game.
Very international now.
Comfortable check fold to
job working there in the summer.
this Guerrero character who we observed
17.
unable to get paid on the river against Andras Nemeth, who himself is a very accomplished player, flying under the Hungarian flag, Henry.
Yeah, this field, I was just scrolling through Poker News, as you'd expect, is pretty stacked. Some huge names left in the mix. Omar Eljak, who took this down last year, still in the hunt with a very healthy stack.
Picked up a bracelet already this year as well, and then finished second, I believe, in the PLO, was it?
Island of
Yeah. I know he had 2 final tables, one and then deep run the other. We also have Adrian Mateos, who's won this very event, still in the field as well.
Yeah, one generally cannot speak of players from Spain without including his name. King-Queen suited here for Radicki. He's got the deep stacked Keating in a way. 35K open here, just north of the min. Comes with the flat.
Yeah, these two have been swinging for the fences on the bubble. Keating, like a bull in a china shop, actually burst the bubble.
Yeah, Keating can do it. I'm not sure how many opportunities you've had to observe his procedures, but he certainly marches to the beat of his own drum and is unafraid to swing for the fences. Goes very hard.
We're going with Radicki, as in like gnocchi.
Yeah, gnocchi.
Yeah, okay.
Radicchio, I believe, is also
Nice.
a leaf included in some less than garden variety salads. 90k follow through here from the King 10 in spite of the lack of club on board. Just seeing what's what, perhaps not giving Radicki any credit for this board texture. And how about this turn? Binks the side card for the lead after Radicki did tear one off, interacting with that 5 of spades. Does pick up the gutter.
Yeah, Keating opening from early position. Just leveraging his overpair range advantage. Does spike the 3 out on the turn. Now opting to play sneakily. Bit of pot control again.
Yeah. Not sure what his plan was if he faced the bet on the turn. One would imagine it would have been a flat depending on sizing.
It's a very disguised top pair, right? When you turn top pair, not to state the obvious, I think. Kind of going into check call mode seems fine. Especially when we unblock hearts. Don't know too much about the dynamic with Radicki and Keating. Perhaps Radicki's got a tendency to just blast off when checked to, not taking the bait on this account. It looks like Keating's going to target hands like 6s, 7s, 8s here. Maybe some curious ace highs.
195.
195 into 270, close to what, 2/3 pot. Big fan of this sizing.
If Radicki had something like ace high, perhaps he would be more inclined, but does, I think, have a sense of Keating being active, deep stacked, maybe looking to chip up and play a wide variety. And as played, it does feel a little bit like a non-zero chance that the king-queen could be good.
Why is my man...
Why is he reaching for... Is this a raise?
Oh.
This is stone cold street poker here.
Hold the phone, Ali. What have you walked into?
Well, that's what Keating is asking himself right now. Is it the ace deuce, which I think has to be what Radicki is trying to represent?
Yeah, ace deuce, pocket fours, perhaps a 6-7 suited, although you could argue, expect those. Hey, lets it go, Ali.
Wow. Just when you thought it would be Keating upon whom we were going to be laying praise in this exchange, Radicki rises up.
You did like a big Euro trip in the summer?
I spent my summers in Europe until my visa runs out.
Okay.
If I played poker like that, I'd probably have a bloody nose more often. Maybe it's the others that are going to end up with the bloody noses when they're done tussling with the Italian. Assumptions, by the way.
I mean,
unsure that he's is he Italian? Do we have confirmation of this?
He is Italian.
Okay.
Take your blockers, take your game theory, leave that at the door, throw that out the window. Some street poker, some street Italian poker being played as well.
Yeah, he definitely clubbed Keating upside the head with the ossobuco there.
I don't think I want to question the dental floss or the use of the dental floss now. He can do whatever he wants.
We just saw that.
Ah, so you're saying that's not a nose piercing?
You know, I've never seen a nose piercing which involves obstruction of an entire nostril.
Yeah. It is 2023 though, Ali, you know. People mixing it up nowadays.
I mean, hopefully we'll get another look at it.
We'll get a little close up. You've seen the documentaries, right, of people with horns now?
What?
Yeah, no, you're not. I'm being serious. They have them. No, you've not seen that.
Is this a Burning Man thing?
I wish it was.
Oh boy. Nemeth, middle pair, gut shot, straight draw here, knuckling over to Chidwick, the opener from the button, understandably with the king-jack suited. Opportunity to follow through, but certainly this board in favor of Nemeth's range.
104 hands into the day, Chidwick and Nemeth. On the shorter side, Chidwick has one of those that wants to see turns be a disaster to check fold, 2 overs and backdoors.
Far from a disaster, however, the presence of a king of diamonds on this turn, courtesy of the check back from Stevie, and now Nemeth checking once more.
Certainly value to be pursued now. 88k in the middle, rainbow turn card. Top pair. Question is, how comfortable is Stevie in terms of sizing? How much value does he think this king jack is worth across 2 streets? Does still have a lot of bluffs, so wouldn't be surprised to see him size up here. As he goes, what's that, like 75%? Story checks out, right? There's so many queen 10, queen jacks, some ace highs that are now gonna try and empty the clip on this king of diamonds turn. Nemeth with a very awkward spot as well.
And it's made awkward precisely by Chidwick sizing. You go smaller, it's sort of an auto call. You go bigger, maybe the discomfort is too great. Just right is that 65 into 88,000, which Nemeth calls, and unimproved on the river. He checks once more. Let's see. Chidwick has added value on his mind.
Really curious to see what Chidwick comes with here. 172 is the effective stack. That jack of clubs is a pretty relevant card, obviously blocking the snap calls. Queen jack, jack 8, although you could argue jack 8. Well, double gut shot. Gonna be in there. Queen jack not gonna be there, as he does go for it all.
Nemeth. Fairly easy release on the river there. Not an easy opponent, though. Henry, you and I have had opportunities to observe him as well as Stevie playing in the super high roller streets.
Certainly have.
Both have been impressive.
It's always a treat for us to have someone like Chidwick, not to sleep on the buy-in or the players, but you know what I mean, like in these large field 10Ks with a bunch of online qualifiers, a bunch of live qualifiers, where perhaps Chidwick, used to battling against the high rollers that we cover, you throw in a couple of curveballs like someone like Radicki, who is just going to come out here with the Italian street poker with just king high. And for me as a poker fan, I love just seeing how the likes of Chidwick, the likes of Adrian Mateos adjust and adapt to their environment. So very curious to see if Chidwick can build a stack here and kind of go from there.
Yeah, Radicki's certainly more of a Ducati than a Vespa, based on observations thus far.
Yeah, he's not on the push bike with some Parmesan and fresh bread, is he?
Focaccia?
Yeah, he's not bringing down the old homemade vino. It's more of a, let's get the bottles of vodka in, we're going all out.
Chidwick, not all out, but certainly ready to go with ace queen. He faces a jam from Nemeth, small blind pocket threes.
Yeah, spin the wheel, 10 bigs. Nemeth knows that Chidwick's going to have raise folds from the cutoff.
Not this time, though.
Flipping.
376k pot.
Dead on that violence. Dead on that violence.
Nemeth with a big smile on his face. They've both been here a million times over.
Ace on the board, putting Chidwick in front. Nemeth with the wheel draw, however. Oh, and in it comes as the 4. Now renders the ace-queen drawing dead, looking for one of the 2 remaining 3s to chop. And not there. Somewhat predictably.
Baby run good is fresher.
Yeah.
Need to have another one. So I need to have another one. With the log back.
You want to? You want to?
Maybe.
Stevie just suggesting Baby Run Good is responsible for this. Perhaps Nemeth a new papa.
Sounds like it.
For the kindergarten, we're just checking out the kindergarten, so.
Sounds that way, yeah.
Some tips now.
Yeah, I mean, the Baby Run Good. It's something that kind of started off as a bit of a joke, wasn't it? And then you look at Jason Kuhn, for example.
I skipped some tournament and she asked me.
Chidwick, Nemeth. Who else comes to mind?
A bit too expensive now.
There are a couple of pretty insane runs post-fatherhood. Chance Corneth.
Sure.
Comes to mind. Panetti with a close one. 15 bigs, I think, with a 90-minute clock. I like pitching the 4s from early position. Gets super awkward on 95% of flops when the big blind defends and overcards roll off.
Sevens for Keating now. Ready to greet these 4s.
I mean, he is, but I'm not sure how comfortable he is. Panetti, +1, 15 bigs. Oh, bravo, Keating. Finds the 3-bet, happy to stack off. And this is what I was trying to allude to. Ali, the 4's open, 7 players behind. You're opening off of 15, it's a 90-minute clock. I think something noteworthy here to take away. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Ali. Well, I'm laughing, you know? And tell me why I'm laughing.
Well,
you know?
James and Randy have come back in to just pay a visit and comfort me for the traumas experienced on the motorway earlier today.
Oh, man. The traumas of the motorway, the traumas of last night's game.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it's all coming together.
It's just paying dividends.
I just went to Andorra.
Oh, man. We'll be seeing more of James Dempsey and Randy Lou tomorrow for day 4.
It's like, I think it's
still a long old way to go.
I think it's like a Spanish.
All I know, they're like really tough people.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, in football.
Oh, okay.
Football too, like they're not very good, but they're very tough. Like
they should play hockey then.
In the morning.
817,000 is the tournament average. 51 big blinds.
So you like it?
It's pretty absurd.
No, by the way, Panetti with the no gamble, no future hoodie, but didn't find the gamble with the 4s, of course, in the face of that Keating repop.
I don't think so. It's very small.
Jitters.
I think there's an airport. I think it does have an airport.
The King Queen.
Goes there, and it's not even in the country. It's like it's still inside Spain.
Keating with the fly flat beanie on, by the way. You gotta represent, you know.
Trying to make sure I get to every country.
It's his company.
Most of them.
Huh? Fly Flat is his company, actually.
It's his, is it?
It is.
I thought it was Mario Mosbox.
I just did the Baltic.
My bad.
I went to Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Finland doesn't
Maybe
really
he's simply an investor. Had some conversations with him.
Yeah.
About it. Isn't Mosbach involved in this project?
Like your girlfriend or wife or just by yourself?
It's just me.
Cool. Nice.
You're right.
It's even better. Even better. Like all the
Guerrero
guys
defends his big with the 7-4 suited. Chidwick, king, queen. Flops the gutter on the 10-10 ace board.
Just like clear eyes, smart people.
Yeah. I've never had a problem with any Baltic person ever.
Yeah.
This should be all Chidwick.
French people have the reputation for being rude, but French poker players are the nicest. I like every French poker player.
Shout out to Yo Viral and crew. French poker players getting some love.
Yeah, to be fair, it's
Nice
like
little
most
pick up there for Chitters.
poker players are nice. I mean, they play a game, they often win. In general, I feel like it's. But it's nice to hear that you're open. You're so open to Europe, the world. I don't think it's a usual thing in. I mean, to be honest, like I also only travel to like the big states in the United States.
Yeah.
I haven't seen like, so it's not fair to say, but.
Ace-9 for Radicki. Let's see what kind of appetite he's got.
First generation that really has access to all of it.
Henry leaning in, peering
See much of it as
with great curiosity at. Is it a piercing, you suspect, then?
I just like the word.
Like a little flower of some sort?
No, I
It's nicer than
think
saying I hate America. It's nicer than saying I hate America.
the bloody nose story checks out.
Perhaps. Not a given.
You know, hotel air conditioning can be brutal.
Oh, yeah.
Certainly give one a dry nose.
So Radicki having an appetite for this ace-9 offsuit despite being under the gun. Keating wants to dance with ace-4 suited. Panetti has a nice price.
Yeah, I think this open alone is setting the bar high for us in terms of expectations on what's to come. The ace-9 offsuit from under the gun is, I'd like to call, ambitious. It is Panetti flopping best. 120k in the middle, 176 back. Keating with a nut flush draw. Radicki happy to just wave the white flag.
You can check.
Yeah, I believe you.
I mean,
I had a hand I should 3-bet.
do we run it? I mean, we've defended big. We've flopped middle pair. We have the 8 of clubs. Disconnected 10-6 deuce. I mean,
well removed from a pay jump as well, as 20 spots will be a flat 18,000 euros.
yeah, I mean, I don't know what we're hoping for. Defending the big with 8-6. He is reaching for chips. He's got the no gamble, no future hoodie on, as Ali mentioned. I mean, does he just YOLO this?
Budapest, Hungary.
We're about to find out.
I like it.
He lets it go.
Or, Inter Milan? Juventus.
Keating
Where'd you say you're from?
and Radicki one apiece now.
Where'd you say you're from?
I live in Milan.
That's a scorecard I'm very interested in keeping tabs
You're
on.
the second guy this trip. Some guy he was from Rome. I asked him Roma or Lazio.
You surprised by Panetti's fold there?
Hey, it happens.
What's up with you guys?
It feels like the flop we want to just go with it on. We've got 12 bigs back. We've defended the big blind.
Do you have a home bet? Home bet?
We flopped middle pair, right? I mean, what flops are we getting it in on? If not the 10-6 deuce, maybe a bit results oriented in my mind, but folding middle pair to a single bet feels a bit ambitious. Feels a bit snug. $99 players remain, 817 runners in this 10,000 euro WSOP Europe main.
He's a good guy.
As I mentioned, some big names
He was also coach of
still in the mix.
Homeway, and then national team now.
Couple of bust outs from the outer tables,
6-7 years
just
maybe.
to
Everybody likes
update the viewers around the world.
Very good girl.
Daniel Dvoris out, but inside the money. 109th for 16.5k. There were, of course, a flurry of bust outs. Got Jareth East, Martin Wolf, a few Kings regulars, Marco Cortez as well, Philip Sander, all out inside the money. Everyone else, out these 99 players. Do you think dreaming already of the 1.5 up top?
You gotta be at this point, right? I mean, I'm not sure. I feel like there's some shared attitudes towards whether or not it's appropriate to have your mind on such things at this stage, or rather just take things hand by hand and let it evolve as it will, you know?
I know exactly what you mean. I agree. And I've been very guilty of falling into that trap of focusing too much of the money rather than the game, if you will.
What do you think you learned in
It's a slippery slope.
Like,
Allow yourself to get distracted.
that comes to mind?
Well, I mean, I've been coming to Europe.
Panetti's kind of been teasing us that he's looking to get the money in.
Not an easy.
Taking the rejam spot against an under the gun open with the ace-10-0. Very important in these tournaments, and I don't want to hone in specifically on Panetti here because it does feel like I've mentioned his name a few times. This is a marathon, not a sprint. It's a 90-minute clock. We saw the open fold with the fours off of 15 bigs. That may not seem like much, but it's pretty costly when you open 2.2 bigs. That's more than 15% of your stack that you're forced to fold. Defending the 8-6. Here we go, spin the wheel. He's very lucky to see ace-10 here.
Yeah, I think this is somewhat toward the bottom end of what Panetti, based on what we've observed thus far, would be willing to jam with. Ace-9 and below, I don't think it happens.
But he's also lucky that he's run into the bottom of the under the gun opening and calling range. Again, not looking to be overly critical towards Panetti, but marathon, not a sprint. Hopefully he can chop this one up and go from there.
Club in the window was helpful, but no other
There's just more crazy people.
clubs on the flop, so this one is destined for a chop. Note the way that Panetti's still staring at the board here. Just, you know, when you're the man that's all in, a little bit of anxiety regardless. No, it's okay, relax. You will be chopping, sir.
You've been there before, Ali. I assume it, like, even if it's in a cash game where, you know, chips are flying around, perhaps there's a couple of VIPs in town, they're dropping money left, right and centre, you're still yet to get a piece, and you just try and force it, but you try and, you know, rush it, like, okay, like, I need to get what's mine, and you kind of forget that, you know, you got to think more long term, long game. 90-minute clocks don't come around town all too often. Insane structure.
I don't like guns.
Ace-9-0 for Nemeth.
7 raise, 35, 8 plus.
Takes it up to 35.
3 plus. 4 plus. 5 plus.
Take it down, sir.
Sorry? Yep.
Best live cash just north of a milli. 2022 Triton Cyprus 50k, over 5.5 million in live earnings. Has won pretty much everything one can win online. One of the most feared online screen names. Also one of the most feared flags? Hungarian flags?
One thing about like
Laszlo Bojtas.
like,
Yeah.
no matter where you go, you never feel
It's one of those countries that you don't see many
you
people
always breathe from there. Like, that's
battling
so
out, but those that you do,
because like you go
typically very solid.
Right.
Fear
Every other
pumpers.
country, they know I'm a foreigner. No one knows you're a foreigner in the US because there's a million.
Yeah, exactly.
I hope he changes his Instagram bio to Fear Pumper.
Yeah, nice.
Natural
Much
9.
better than mine.
I know.
Oh, I've been hanging around with the Malaysians too much.
Got the Baccarat bug, do you?
Yeah, just picture Lunlun screaming Natural 9 every time. Oh man, do love those guys. We're here for the long haul, Ali.
Indeed.
Got ourselves a little 7 hours ahead of us. Should be wrapping up around 3 AM local time.
I'm looking forward to it, to be quite frank. Now we've, kind of entered the more meaningful phase of the event, implications to each and every one of the decisions, and storylines will begin to emerge in terms of late day surges.
Certainly will. Also looking forward to the clock ticking towards midnight as we head into the night shift, where the wheels will come off out there and perhaps in the booth as we get more delirious into the evening.
It's what we're here for, no doubt. And by the way, it's not exclusive to us here in the booth. Long day of poker, you begin to see those upon whom a toll is taken and those who maybe are waiting for precisely those sorts of developments to activate, kind of demonstrate their stamina.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, it's day 3, and the previous 2 days have been 10+ hour days as well. There's a lot to factor in here.
On him.
Oi, oi. Nemeth. Happy to take the rejam spot. After winning that flip against Chidwick, now has a very healthy 30 big blinds. I still can't get over that King, Queen, King 10 hand.
Yeah, that one was certainly, from what we've observed thus far, call it a declaration of war.
I mean, imagine you're in Keating's shoes and the delay catches up and you get the text messages from your buddies in the WhatsApp group. Like, he's like, what did he have? Did he have like 4s? And they're like, no, he just had King, Queen. And what do you mean he had King, Queen?
Yeah, exactly. That's so true.
He just had like...
You expect it's one of the 3, ace, deuce, 6, 7, or 4-4.
Yeah, or like at least
precisely.
a blocker, like an ace 4 that is turning into a bluff, like an ace 5 and ace 3. Like, what's going on?
That's when your buddies put up the shoulder shrug emoji and go, we wish we knew, friend.
Yeah.
We wish we knew. They're taking it to the streets on you out there. That's what's going on.
Just everyone in the group chat's like, yeah, we're just not folding to this guy ever again.
I think also it's pretty important to be mindful of the fact that as the delay lapses, and we are kind of in this
45.
Condensed remaining field of in the neighborhood of 100 players, that intel is going to come down.
For sure.
And once it does, adjustments will presumably be made, and moves like that might not be succumbed to quite as quickly, if at all.
Yeah, that is a great point. This is the second frame that these gentlemen are at the feature table. They were here pre-bubble. I'm going to be here for another level. Once that information does come through, certainly some adjustments. It is why we do randomize the feature table draw. We want to make it as fair as possible for everyone.
I was in Vegas this summer and I stayed in these, the Meridian condos.
You stayed at the Meridian. Yeah, it's terrible there, right?
I mean, it's
okay.
For what it is. It's closed, but it's like...
I lived there.
It's so dusty though, yeah?
Yeah, it's kind of dusty, but like... anyway, so I go to the gym.
Eager to hear the rest of the story, of course, as Panetti eager to get it in with the King 9 suited from up front. Showing some impatience.
I go to the gym
perhaps.
and then it's like 20 people there. Guy just comes in, doesn't look at anybody, doesn't say hello, doesn't give a smile. Like, he just has a parrot on his shoulder.
All right.
And then he just gets on the treadmill, starts walking, running a little bit. And then just people are just like looking at him, but like nobody like asks him. And then he doesn't say anything. Like, I don't mind if he has a parrot. I would just, if I had a parrot on my shoulder and I would come to the gym.
Yeah, don't act like you don't have a parrot on your shoulder,
exactly.
right?
I would say,
don't walk in there.
He's my friend Charlie. Like, meet him, and it's not like something like usual, like having.
You can't
I'm not sure what parrot owner etiquette is, let alone gym etiquette.
Exactly, that's what I feel.
Given these are two arenas in which I lack any familiarity at all, but
No, would have been nice. No, just the parrot.
I have always found it a bit strange when somebody has something so blatantly seeking attention associated with their
just, like,
apparel
the parrot to like the other machine, so it would just be there.
or like
And
an
then in 20
accessory, you know, and
minutes,
then
30, he leaves,
they pretend it doesn't exist.
doesn't say anything.
It's like, hang on, man.
In
You're
Vegas,
looking for attention.
Like I stayed in this Meridian
I'm gonna have to come in and defend the guy with the parrot. I wasn't aware that it's mandatory to introduce one's parrot to other people when we go out for a walk with one another. I
Well,
don't
you're
know.
in the gym, though. It's not a walk, right? If you're on a walk...
They're on the treadmill.
Yeah, but the parrot on the shoulder whilst running on the treadmill, I think...
Yeah, you got to get that cardio in as well. What do you want the
parrot's
parrot?
not really getting any exercise in that spot, are they?
I mean...
Maybe a headache.
I don't know. I've stayed at the Meridian. Lived there, actually, for a bit.
And you didn't meet this guy at the gym?
I didn't. I can't say I did.
You're not doing it right. D'Anselmo, doing it quite all right. Ace-Queen suited.
It's Vegas. You know,
Sure.
a guy with a parrot on his shoulder.
But, like, what's the limit? Like, you bring an albino boa in there, and then you're still clear, like, a water monitor? Like, what? Sudikis, by the way, 10-9, flops himself a gutter. Interactions in position for the Lithuanian. Faces a follow-through from D'Anselmo. Roughly level in stacks.
Very small C-bet from the Italian, obviously.
Gets no smaller.
Yeah, Sudoku's not going anywhere, right? Nut shot. And this position. And with the ace-queen remaining unimproved, 1-4-2 in the middle. It's gonna go check. I feel like the path to victory for Sudokus was on the turn. And D'Anselmo's just, in my opinion, been allowed to show down the ace-queen.
Bit of a gift.
A bit of a gift. Perhaps some dynamics that we're not aware of if the perception is D'Anselmo's a tricky and sticky customer. Perhaps we do just wave the white flag with the 10 high, with the king arriving on the river. Story checks out. Do feel like a stab on the turn. Felt mandatory. But back to the parrot, I mean, listen. You've lived in Vegas long enough to know.
Sure.
If you can go to the gym, get a good workout in, and the craziest thing that you see that day is a man on a treadmill with a parrot on his shoulder, you've had a pretty good and safe day.
Well, you probably haven't
Usually play
been
the same,
walking
but my
down
brother
the
says you're
strip.
playing great.
Is really
Right.
what that infers.
Right.
Can you see how long the next break? It's 30
Only
minutes?
30 minutes, yeah, because they added an extra level today. We're not going to be done till like 4 in the morning.
Well, they have added an extra level today. How dare you?
Added an extra day on the bubble day, on the longest day already.
Spin the wheel.
Panetti.
Gentlemen.
Ripping. And blind versus blind. Radicki waking up with this ace-5 suited. Says, let's go. By the way, I think we've got confirmation that it isn't a piercing. Nostril appears unobstructed now. But perhaps the piercing will be to these 2 6s. Not on that board. Ace, Queen, 6. As that set was necessary for Panetti. Now has a chokehold on this 392,000. Hang on. Ace on the turn, and despite filling up, vulnerability suddenly. Queen or a 5. Ace. All would ruin Panetti's day. Paint.
It's wet.
A little scary, but in the end, Panetti will double through Radicki.
I wanted to joke with you after the 6 if it's a good card. And then I see the turn, I'm like, thank God I didn't say anything. If something happens, I... 180. Double.
Uh, 180, no?
188.
Ah, 188, sorry.
Peak of the chip counts here at the featured table, day 3 of the World Series of Poker Europe. Main event, European Championship here at the King's Casino in Rosvadov. Ali Nejad alongside Henry Kilbane, and those of you streaming us live on YouTube and Twitch. Love to have you with us, as always, and are keeping an eye on the chat. Certainly hope you're enjoying this coverage, which will be going through the wee hours local time and not wind down for another 2 days after this, as on day 5 is when the eventual champion will be crowned.
And when you put it like that, it really does put into perspective just how much of a marathon this tournament is. This is on the back end of 2 full days of poker already, plus that 2.5 hour money bubble. It's whatever's left of today. But when there's a 1.5 million top prize, I think the 5-day grind is going to be worth it for one of these final 92 players. That man right there knows what it's like to win 7 figures in a poker tournament, something he's done on multiple occasions. Nemeth slowly but surely finding a bit of momentum. We're going to have to start propping, I think, today, Ali. We're here for 8 hours. We could do red flop, black flop. Obviously, that would be the easy one to go for. We could also pick one card out of the deck, and then there's a bonus if it arrives on flop, turn, or river. We could keep it small, you know, like 5 points on flop, 10 on turn, 20 on river. I think the most one of us would finish down would be around 500. If you ran really bad.
Who, me? Run bad, Henry?
No, never.
Guerrero, ace, queen here. Perhaps. Let's see. For now, I'm
We'll
enjoying
play it by ear.
third-party gamble, but sure, as the night goes on, maybe we get ourselves involved. Let's see whether or not D'Anselmo wants to get involved. Get the answer swiftly. Ace 5, not defending.
See, he's scanning through the field.
Never.
Just looking for some notables out there. Obviously, we have a handful on our hands here at the feature.
Which part?
Nemeth and Chidwick
Having so many chips?
being the
After-
best
after
known.
After they color you out and the blinds go up simultaneously.
Karai
it doesn't feel
Korkmaz
like it's-
Yeah, it's horrible.
of Turkey, who plays over at Merit,
I recognize that
I don't know
name.
what I've been through, man.
still in the field.
Maybe you
Omar
had,
Eljak,
I used to have this.
maybe you had
as you
8 million 2 hours ago. I have no
mentioned,
idea.
two-time bracelet winner,
I
playing
promise you
under
that.
the Swedish banner. Also in the field.
Fun thing to play.
Davide Kitai,
OG.
three-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner. One-time WPT winner, one-time EPT winner. He is threatening. Mateos, who you mentioned earlier. Adrian in there. Vivian Saliba, the Brazilian, in the hunt as well. Daniel Rizai. Victor Blom, Isildur, quietly lurking. Leon Sturm, bracelet winner. King 10 and King Deuce square off. Both make top pair here. Big advantage for Nemeth, who defended and now checks over. Let's see how Radicki approaches the lack of a diamond. Very coordinated wet texture here.
Yeah, especially when Radicki's involved, cut off open. It's going to continue. Nemeth, 480 back, top pair and a gut shot. I think the standard is always just going to be check call, reevaluate turns as he does. Turn the king high straight, but it does bring in the spade draw. I should say the spades do complete rather.
3 on the river now. Nemeth could hunt some value.
Yeah, turn went check check. It's a weird one where having top pair kind of goes against you a little bit here. Looks like a meaty bet though. Around 75% pot.
Well, now, if we're Radicki facing this bet sizing and you see the suspicions worn on his face there, can we remove the two pairs, sort of the incidental hands that have us beat?
You'd have to hope that Nemeth is turning a hand like 9-8, 9-7 with a spade into a bluff. That feels ambitious. Like a one spade type hand. Maybe like an ace-9.
But if we can remove the two pairs from sort of the value range,
Which I think we can, yeah.
then the polarity becomes like the aforementioned one spade containing a 9 combos, or obviously the credible 10x.
Problem, wow, it gets looked up. That's a pretty big statement, that call on the river with the king deuce.
What sort of statement is it, though? Is it one that says, I respect that you're capable of putting in the bluff there, Mr.
Sure.
Nemeth? Or is it one that says, don't push me around?
I think it's both. Like, yes, the respect towards Nemeth that he can have bluffs in that spot. But also, Radicki kind of signaling to me at least that he's perhaps a bit of a non-believer, a bit of a sticky customer who may be inclined to put the cape on. So we saw that huge bluff earlier with the king-queen. Now an attempt at a big hero call. The king deuce, no spade. Fun one for sure. Certainly an entertaining player to have at the table with lots of chips.
Ace king, min raising up front. No surprises on screen thus yet. Couple of fives now for Chidwick in the cutoff.
Chidwick just gonna flat. Actually surprised to see him flat off of 20. He's in the cutoff though.
How much did you start a hand with? 500? Thank you.
Does open the door for Nemeth to play these tens a little bit more aggressively, should he choose to. The squeeze spot all the more appealing now with the additional 32k. Just gonna come with flat. Again, 90-minute clock. Amazing structure. Expect to see players more often than not take passive lines in closer spots. Lower variance route, if you will.
So you see Chidwick's flat, inviting Nemeth to do the same out of the small. Keating likes the price. King 6-5 board, and Sadukis top pair against bottom set. This is a real problem.
All in.
Oh, just rips it. 482. Massive overbet.
Yeah, I mean, top pair, top kicker, aces, spades in hand. I feel like 4 ways, Ali. He's just happy to take this down right here, right now. Especially with the likes of Nemeth, Chidwick and Keating behind. 3 very tough opponents.
Yeah. Chidwick, of course, digs in. The good news for Sadukis is the only caller is a man that he has covered, but doesn't full pot, if we really wanted to go big, not accomplish the same thing as the jam, as we see a 9 of spades suddenly threatening the 5s.
Don't you dare. I had to do a double take there, Ali.
Deuce, a club on the end. Chidwick doubling here, and that is absolutely going to be met with disappointment, just given what a difficult opponent he is by everyone at the table, who's probably looking over at Sadukis going, sure, maybe the outcome ends up being the same, but you know.
It does. That is the one takeaway that Sadukis can find some peace of mind in, if you will, is that the money was always going in, even had he just see that, you know, a sizable bet of sorts, it was just always going to go in the middle.
Friends with John Jeffy?
Jonathan Jeffy?
Yeah.
He's a flat client. Yes, I am.
If you're friends with him.
I am friends with him, yeah. What? Am I doing something similar to him? Am I doing something similar to him?
No, it just makes sense. I've known him for forever, from the online days too, and you guys seem like, I don't know, it just came to my mind. So probably you do something similar to him, but like it's unconscious, like open, chatty, I think. Maybe
That could be true.
like
Shout out to JJ.
Online heads up back in the day.
Yeah, Jonathan
I
Jaffe.
know both of you guys' screen names, and
What was my screen name?
on Full Tilt it was Kadabra.
Yeah, I'm surprised you know that.
I think it was like something.
What was yours?
Probius.
Your Probius. Oh, okay.
On
Total, yeah.
Full Tilt it was my real name after a while, I think. Oh yeah. Oh, actually, it was my real name.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Were you a Red Pro?
Only for like 6 months,
Yeah,
but
right,
I registered as my real name because I wanted to be like the big names like Ivy and Durs or. So I
Remember? Yeah, now I remember that. I always thought it was like a fake name because it was too cool. Andres Nemeth is just it's a cool name. Some of you people like Coco, Andres Nemeth, you guys just get cool names. Just to start.
I don't know. He was Iftari, I remember. You're Jeffrey. And your name, Mystical, that was your start name. Mystical.
I didn't know anyone even knew that.
Hmm?
I didn't know anyone knew that.
It's crazy. I have such nostalgic feelings about
That
the
is
school online
that
days.
is nostalgic. There's nothing more nostalgic than that.
The US guys.
2000, like 10 online poker.
Yeah. I remember the big F-tops when it was re-entry.
Mm-hmm. Not even multi-entry.
Multi-entry, yeah. 600 is like 1.6 million for first. Yeah. I was grinding in LA. Still, and then I got
Panetti with the Queen Jack.
like 16th or something. Crazy.
Those days.
Fear not, by the way, Henry and I are very much still here and observing alongside you that which is going on, but doing our best to sort of lay out and listen in like flies on the wall. We know how much of a fan of the table talk you guys are. We are as well.
Yeah, especially when it's someone like ProBiz and Keating. These guys have been around a long time.
What's his online name?
You know, right?
No.
Stevie444.
Oh, Stevie444.
Played like so many sitting goals, always all in, and then just like. I felt that he was very lucky, but obviously he was using like the good push or fold stuff and.
Panetti?
You play a lot of sitting goals?
Not really.
Not really, right?
No, not like Elio and you. Just mostly like when things didn't go my way in other formats, I just played like some higher binds to get it back. So,
yeah. Easier to win.
Most of the time it was.
I had a friend who played 50 cent a dollar, and he was a great player. He could have played much higher stakes, but he just basically never had a losing day. He would play 8 tables at 50 cent a dollar, and he would never have a losing day ever.
Sounds like a nice
Like
life.
300 days a year, he'd have like 280 wins.
King. Feels like a nice life as well. Anselmo resisting the Queen Jack.
And I remember the US guys.
Oh
they
my
didn't have,
goodness.
Like, states or the country as location.
Sadukas, the only good news for Radicki here is just how lean his stack became after losing with Ace-King against 5-5, but this is going to be just what the doctor ordered for the Lithuanian. This is what I like to refer to as the blue button on the Shuffle Master.
This
for
one
cold deck.
This one will give you a bit of a bloody nose.
Mm.
You didn't deserve all in blind in the 100 rebuy. It's okay.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, you remember those, yeah.
Among the nastiest pre-flop collisions
You could rebuy when you had 0 chips, right?
you can ever see. Kings versus aces, and the all-club board takes the King of Clubs out of play as a direct winner.
Rebuy, and if no one called, you still got the chips out of it.
And now those Kings have just one out to ruin the party.
And Elke, they agreed to go like, I think like a 300
That's
or
not
500
it.
rebuy scoop.
Nuts on the river for the aces.
And they just get like, I don't know,
Sadukas
some warning or some penalty for that later.
Yeah, people got started getting
Nodding
banned
his
for
head in
it.
affirmation there.
I remember there was a big Pocket Fives thread about it.
On the upswing.
Well, Sadukas took
using like code words.
bit of a rough beat on the chin.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
The Ace-King against the 5s of Chidwick on the King 6-5
Back in the
board.
days, the 100 rebuy was my shot.
Not that poker's a fair game.
I I was not going all in blind. And the 100 rebuys. It felt so big.
Yep. Then they had 200 rebuy on Sundays.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that was a fun tournament. I was cheap. I was a max late reg.
Oh, you would do it.
I didn't want to
before
deal
it
with
was
all
cool?
the nonsense. Yeah. Oh yeah, I did. Oh yeah. I was the first one to be like, yeah, I think this is awesome. You're really close to the money, guys. No one told me I was an idiot.
Talking about the old unlimited rebuy
Back
days.
in the days, I used to have American backers. First, it was poker jammers.
I remember.
And then, like, I was in makeup, so I decided to play the 200 rebuy. And then he just like messages me out of nowhere, like, "Why are you playing this tournament?" And then.
That's a really good impression of him, by the way. That's exactly what he sounds like.
Yeah, but now I realized it wasn't him who asking. But then and then it was Elio who was acting, and he would just like, just play whatever you want, like any buy in any.
Who's backing you now?
My wife. She lets me have some of the money.
She lets you play. We'll tell her we say thank you.
If you have a backer for the Triton stuff, just let me know. I would love a backer. I don't think it's a very.
Radicki. 3-betting, asking Guerrero for
I think Triton might get bigger. You know,
the entire menu
really
worth of tapas. I mean,
super big. I think it might, especially like bring down the pie-ins a little bit, which is not the point.
I think it's
Well, it hasn't had the big
this is a
explosion.
bare knuckle affair.
Is it better though? Like I think it's bigger.
They had a big 25K, right?
Yeah, it was 25K in Monaco. Broke the record with like 180 something.
I'd love to see some 20Ks, 30Ks, 40Ks, and see,
There's always.
They have 20. They've experimenting with 20s before, but they have 30s and 40s and 25s.
Well, if I get second or better in this, maybe you'll see me there next time. I tried to get in as a businessman.
Jeju?
Huh?
Jeju's next one.
Jeju's next one? Well, maybe I'll get you a flight there. I tried to get in as a businessman.
Yeah?
I think I got 3 votes against me, which really surprised me, actually. Considering some of the businessmen I've seen there.
I gotta say, I appreciate the refreshing amount of transparency
I'm not sure.
that the exchange between Keating and Nemeth brings to the affair here in terms of backing and arrangements. Henry, you and I are very privy to a lot of what it, doesn't meet the eye.
Perhaps
in terms
too
of,
much.
The average observer. Yeah, maybe even too much. But obviously, it's not our place to divulge these sorts of things,
My definition
given
of
our platform. But
businessman.
Sure. Well, go look at some of the businessmen they had in the last.
Oh yeah, there's definitely like some people sneaking in.
I'm just saying, if I thought if that
General
was the standard,
public.
then I was a lock.
Love to know a little bit more about the inner mechanisms, the high stakes regs.
Well, I just have to give a shout out to Andrus Nemes, previous backers, who let him play whatever he wanted back in the day. Had they perhaps been a little bit more stricter, might not have had him here.
Okay.
Yeah. Chidwick was always in a bad way with King 9. Here he faces a modest C-bet from Panetti, who opened from the button, top pair, king kicker.
It might be one of those boards that Chidwick gets creative on, though. Very dry and disconnected. Probably feels like Panetti's over C-betting. Does let it go, though. Thought about it. Yeah, great to hear the boys mentioning Triton, obviously. Is continuing to grow, which just goes to show how big this poker boom is, with this record being broken here as well.
3-10-4.
It's already King Queen.
Huh?
King Queen.
King Queen? Oh, you're the best.
You know, I for one
Good spot to
kind of love the fact that we're able to bridge
I top there.
both the super high roller scene, our time in the booth there at Triton, with this coverage here at the World Series, because truly there is an addressable market that isn't being interfered with by the two products. The World Series providing some very approachable buy-ins that continue to attract new players, recreational players, and provide plenty of EV to the regs. Opportunities maybe for them to spin up a bankroll and then take shots at bigger and bigger buy-ins. A few high rollers mixed into the docket at any given World Series as well, just to kind of keep those guys interested as well, who are so inclined to play those 25Ks or even the 250K in Vegas earlier this summer.
Just overheard that the delay has caught up. Keating asking Radicki about that King 10 v King Queen hand.
Oh, I bet. I don't recall Radicki saying anything.
Yeah, he did. He said he had King Queen.
Oh, he told him.
And Keating was like, "You're the best." That's pretty wild.
You want to make change for him? You want to make change for him?
Oh, yeah.
All running out of yellows. They color them out way too quick. I miss the old days.
Oh, that's not enough. Right. It's okay?
It's alright.
Yeah, I sort of. I mean, I guess like all the people in poker and also poker itself, it became a grown-up. Like we were all kids when we played, like it was just so much fun driven early. But then everybody grew up, had families, or just, you know, and also poker grew up. Like you can't be a kid in poker anymore because then they just eat you up. Yeah. Everybody's so good.
Yeah, I really wish poker and computers like never met.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you there.
And I'd still be one of the good players.
Pure poker is when you when you look at someone and you think like,
Oh, you've got to love
I miss the psychology, yeah.
the self-deprecating kind of self-burn. I respect it, Keating. I respect it, mate.
You can still do that. Why can't you still do that?
yeah, sure. But I mean, if you only do that, then it's not enough.
Unless you're really good at it.
Yeah, I mean, if I was as good as some of you guys at it, and I mean, I still try to do that. Just saying, and online it's hard to do that.
What's going on here? Ollie, sorry, but like,
I remember when you still.
this is some of the world's best players trying to come off as if
like,
they're not. Is this some like false humility, perhaps? If I was as good as you or so and so, hang on a minute, guys. We're talking about multiple title winners, bracelet winners, Triton champions. What's going on here?
But you've seen this dynamic play out. It's more of the cash game kind of ribbing, where everybody falsely kind of lays praise upon others and in a deferential manner, so as to kind of establish some weird humility and I know you're the greatest, man. Like,
if I ran as well as you did,
right? Yeah, all of that.
What's going on? Got guys with 7-8 figures in earnings, both live and online. Oh man, poker players do crack me up. Oh, hello. Round 3. Ding, ding, ding. Gloves came off long ago between these two.
That they did.
The feed has caught up. Keating did just receive word of that out of line river bluff from the Italian. Both with live cards. Radicki with top pair.
Broadway gutter for Keating though after just defending. He checks. Andrea barreling, awaiting the sizing. 36,000, roughly 1/3. A little more than that. Keating tearing one off. Blank turn. Pot up to 160.
Yeah, I think if this was one position later, could perhaps see Keating call one more. There is a world in which Ace-Jack is just the best hand. Against the hijack open, I don't know, it's tough, you know, we've been seeing Radicki get after it the last hour or so. Some out of line hands, if I may say so myself.
36.
Wouldn't fault Keating for sticking around here, even against this sizing.
And he does find an ace on the end for a winner. Note the snap check back, it would appear, from Radicki. A little mustard on the muck there.
Yeah. One of those kind of nods.
Yeah.
Of disapproval. Like, okay, pal.
I always feel good about the snap check back in a spot like that, you know, where I'm like, yeah, I know.
I kind of feel like there's an implosion coming. That was a very delayed muck of the King 9 and a bit of a spiteful glare. Understandable.
I'll tell you what, I'd rather get it out than keep it inside. The implosions come when we haven't purged, I feel like. But yeah, something to keep an eye on, I would imagine.
2-1 for Keating. Those two have been battling.
By the way, we were talking about names in the field. How about Dario Sammartino, another Italian? Is that deep main event runs? He's out there in the mix.
Race 32,000. 4 pass, 5 pass. 6 pass.
Panetti's ace-3 suited. Maybe greeted by another ace-3 suited on the button for Nemeth. Awaiting his orders.
Feed would have caught up by now.
With regard to?
Yeah, big fan of this. Well, with regard to Panetti opening on the looser side from early position, hence the 3-bet from Nemeth. I like this. I prefer this over flatting. Keating with an interesting option to potentially cold 4-bet. The fact that this ace-10 hasn't hit the mark just goes to show the levels of awareness that these guys are on. It's like, okay, I know that you know that he opened 4s earlier on, then folded to a 3-bet. Are you just pouncing on that? King does let go of the ace-10 though. See what Panetti brings now. I mean, out of position, ace-3. Feels dicey, even though we're getting an insane price. Yeah, he's going to pitch it. Some great awareness there from Nemeth. Really nice pickup. Not a spot that everyone would take.
And note he was able to get another ace-3 suited into the muck as well as an ace-10. Benefits of that line on display promptly.
Yeah, a lot of options.
Smiling eyes on the Hungarian.
He's a great guy, and I mean, he's one of the few people that you just can't hate on them if there's just no reason to. Kind of like a Felipe Ramos, you know? Great at poker, and you want to find the reason to not like the guy just because of how talented they are at the poker table, but you just can't. They're so nice.
Ace 3 suited becoming a theme. This time Radicki employing it. All the way around to Jack 9 offsuit in the big.
Guerrero's been pretty quiet, mainly due to card distribution. Jack 9 is close, I think, in this tournament. If I'm going to take... Yeah, I like this. I think a lot of people are going to look at that, perhaps raise an eyebrow or two. But just going back to the structure and the early position open, the Jack 9 offsuit, I'm actually a really big fan. He's going to be dominated, you know, by all of the obvious Ace Jack, King Jack, Queen Jacks. But also just gets really uncomfortable even when we're not dominated on Jack high boards, 9 high boards. Guerrero's impressed me from what we've seen so far. We've only seen small glimpses, but he seems to just be very aware of what's going on around him.
I think he's staying out of trouble a little bit as well, as he's looking out there and realizing there's a bit of a minefield upon him at this table.
Yeah, them small folds, just like little things like that, where I think compared to the rest of the field, a lot of the recreationals, the people that qualified in, would be defending there and perhaps getting themselves in trouble. Oh, Nemeth's feeling himself.
Hands above the rail though, so that's the good news.
Not in that way.
Suited one gapper from the hijack. Takes us to 35,000. Offsuit one gapper for Panetti.
Where are you from?
Italy.
He'll defend.
Everything seems standard so far.
King 9-3 rainbow, a gutter for Panetti. 9 of spade interactions for Nemeth.
Fun board for Nemeth to potentially empty the clip. King 9-3 rainbow, 1 spade, that 8-6 of spades, kind of wrapped around that 9 of spades. Got to have all of the strongest King X on this board, 9s, kings. But then you're going to call with the inside straight draw. Ace of clubs on the turn. Does Nemeth go for the 0% equity turn barrel? As the opportunity has presented itself.
He's supposed to have the ace X's.
Yeah, to lean in to perhaps some of the 9x. That check call flop. Maybe some 3x. 1-5-4 out there. I don't think we've opened the 8-6 to turn down this opportunity, as he does fire twice. Note the sizing, by the way, doesn't need to go big.
Yeah, 55,000. Ends the affair.
Do believe we're coming up to our first break. By first, I mean first break for us here in the booth.
Look at the online figures on Nemeth. Henry. 17 million plus, mouse in hand.
Yeah, I wonder how that backer feels about him firing the 200 turbo rebuy when he's got that much in online tournament results. It's tough, man. Ambitious poker players, they're tough to keep on a leash. I mean, I've staked a few people in my time, and it's hard, man. These guys, they're hungry. They want more. They want to continue climbing up the stakes. And you're saying, hey, listen, your buy-ins are capped at $50, and you want to fire a 100 or a 200 online comp. I think we've all been there, kind of shooting for the stars.
I think it's one of those just kind of inherent attributes in an ambitious poker player, looking to assert themselves, looking to maybe accelerate the process a little bit. And by the way, if you want to know how Nemeth's backer feels about that 17 million, you can head on over to any number of beaches in Ibiza, maybe, perhaps, and ask him yourself.
Will do.
Or until you're in the morning.
Or until
okay.
Just kind of as a like whatever.
Can only think of one person who that could be.
Actually, I've been fasting for like.
I feel like if I had a horse like that in my stable, I would name the villa I would subsequently purchase after him. It would be Villa Nemeth.
How you feel?
Okay.
Pro Beer's Paradise, come on.
Just water and coffee. I've had a lot of
That would have to be the name.
I want to do
Villa Ship It.
It's really. Everybody says.
Pro Beer's is Nemeth's online name.
I mean, it's not that pleasant.
I know,
to do.
but I'm just still
But I think it's good.
You're trying.
coming up with.
Hey, listen. Points for trying, you know. You get a gold star.
Let's see if Chidwick will be trying here, this ace-6 suited. Opened up front. Zero interactivity on this board. Radicki top pair.
Especially, I think, like poker is
Stevie.
really stressful activity.
Poker makes it a lot easier not to eat.
Does
So busy.
During the day.
bet 25,000.
The stress is gone.
end,
Even if you're chip leader, whatever, like there's always stress, like micro stress and stuff. When it's gone,
Radicki's
it's
made the
really,
call.
It sucks not to be able to eat. You do it because like you like to do like crazy things, or because like health.
I do like to do crazy things, but
Two tones on the turn.
And the way I
Chidwick
understand
with
it is your cells
complete
get
air.
good opportunity to kill off like the bad cells and make new cells when you're fasting.
Feels like a waving of the white flag spot.
Like in the injury as well.
That's the theory.
Okay.
No heart, no spade in hand.
It's good, but
Is an under the gun open though, does retain
so it has, as you
all
say,
of those over pairs.
but I had no idea it has connection.
Unblocks all of the straight draws that would call one.
That's what they sell. It's called like.
It's like King 10, 10-8, 10-7,
Photography.
Queen 10.
That's how the smart people say it.
Oh my.
I'm a bit surprised at this one, Henry, given what we've observed from Radicki thus far. It doesn't feel like the guy that you want to maybe take complete air and press against.
It's an overbet from Chitters. Telling a tale.
Like with playing poker and being in the money.
TG open, big blind defend.
Like nice connotation too. Like
Has aces, kings, queens, jacks, all in his range. Radicki has none, and Chidwick perhaps trying to capitalize on perceive there's a capped range out of the big.
And for Radicki, he blocks king-king. Also blocks ace-king, though, which is one of the sorts of hands he would want Chidwick to maybe be getting aggressive with. Blocks a jack or jack-jack.
Yeah, and the size that Chidwick's gone for here
Why is it so great?
has sent the message to Radicki that, hey, look, I'm leveraging my entire stack here. I'm overbetting on the turn. I'm going to put the full 494 on request on most rivers. Are you prepared to play a million chip pot with just a lone pair?
Yeah, the sizing has everything to do with why Radicki is showing as much pause as he is with top pair king kicker, because the anticipation of the full payload on the river is very much on his mind.
The way they just love it so much. They said it too, like.
Made the call, Ali. This is edge of your seat poker with one card to come.
Let's see if it'll be a dry card, Henry. The deuce, the 3, that's not dry. 8 of spades. But in spite of it not being dry, quick check from Radicki, and do we think Chidwick? It doesn't feel like the kind of candidate that we want to utilize, but
it shouldn't be, right? It really shouldn't be, unless you're certain that Queen 10 is hitting the muck on the turn, which I could see it being the case, an open-ender without a flush draw. A non-nutted spades hitting the muck, again, would expect that to be the case, unless it's a combo draw like 4-5 of spades, King 10 of spades. 4, 5, 6 in the middle. Chidwick's going to wave the white flag. Radicki probably going to let out a bit of a sigh over there, even though he's got top pair.
I'll tell you what, Chidwick fans might be letting out a bit of a sigh as well, because, you know, I'm not sure Radicki's hand hits the muck on the end. He may get quite curious, actually, at the jam on the end from Chidwick and go, would you really take that line? Would you really fire that big on the turn?
I was kind of rooting for a brick myself there, Ali.
Well, all things that the boys will have some time to think about. As we do head to a break, it'll be roughly half an hour in length. Henry and I will step aside. You get one look at the chip counts here at this featured table, which will be swapped out when we come back in roughly 30 minutes here at the World Series of Poker Europe Main Event Championship Day 3.
That means you are dangerous. Yeah, but you are doing very well in tournament yellow. Yeah? Could be better, right? Could be better.
I might have a problem tomorrow.
Yeah.
Day 2 or
Yeah.
So I might have to move
You are too good. You're too good.
So I don't know. If I'm here, it's fun. I have to run all the way down there. Fuck.
It's a good adjustment. Usually I say in these situations, Ali, I'm the guy who says, look, you're supposed to play really tight from the small blind here because of the person's in there, but I always have the argument, make them do it. I want to see that person put me in that spot before I just give them credit for doing it. And Saka, Saka I know, he's shown he has the ability to do that.
Yeah.
Sometimes people get a little timid in those spots. Oh, I can't limp here because he's going to raise me. But they don't. People are scared as well.
I mean, listen, it's kind of like prior action has earned this deference.
Exactly that. Yeah.
Right?
He's earned the fear.
Ace queen suited. Not a feared, or fearful rather, hand.
Again, it's just one of those hands that obviously you're loving to look down at ace queen suited. It's a great hand, but there's a lot of scary actions that happen behind you here after you raise. Potential scary actions.
Pocket eights for Julian.
Yeah.
The exact sort of hand composition that leaves you feeling like, why?
Why'd you do me this?
Why? Exactly.
Yeah. And against Prederoli, I think he knows Prederoli is not light. They both played a pretty similar game up to down this final table. And I think from what we've seen from Julian so far and in previous tournaments I've seen him in, he'll just recognise that this just feels like an icky situation. Oh, okay, he is going to go for it. Wow, he does go for it, Ollie.
To his credit. Does have the best hand, but obviously very vulnerable. And let's see when it gets around.
But this is what I mean for Prederoli.
Oh, wait a minute. Saka, king, queen. That would have been one worthy of considerations had Julian gotten out of there. Prederoli would have found himself in great shape against Alan Saka, but instead now he is feeling deep levels of discomfort.
Yeah, I say you love looking down at this hand opening, but there are lots of actions that will make him feel sick, and this is one of them. Julian committing from the next seat, gazing around, checking the other stacks. But it really is not opening light from this spot. I mean, I'm kind of surprised he's done this with 8s, Ollie.
Here's the thing, it looks better than 8s, doesn't it?
Oh,
it
looks
feels
a lot
better than 8s.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like this is ace-jack either. It's committing nearly 20 blinds. Could be a hand like 9s, 10s that's really not enjoying this as well.
But that's the argument in favor of playing it in this manner as opposed to passively. Not that he was considering a flat, but, you know, things to be considered. Oh,
wow,
and over the top goes Alessandro. And this...
Wow, a huge flip that neither of them wants to be in.
Leaves us playing a 23 million chip pot between the Italian and the Frenchman.
Big flip indeed, Julian.
Very big flip, yeah.
Saka's going to have company toward the top of the leaderboard, regardless of who wins this one, James.
20k flip, yeah.
Wow.
One of the byproducts of this higher variance approach taken by Julian.
Yeah, but probably this flip is probably worth like 40 or 50,000.
In
I think you're not helping them.
in equity.
You're not
It doesn't matter, it's already in there,
22, 23. I'm just kidding.
In equity, it is worth a lot.
To the flop we go. Ace and queen free. The eights holding on. Jack 9, 6, 2 diamonds. 60% of the royal though. For Alessandro, now the 8. How about it? Take the ace and the queen off the board, but put the non-board pairing clubs up.
And a 10 only.
Yeah.
Julian with the set, and yes, gut shot as well, not to be overlooked. Can Alessandro find it? Backdoor clubs.
Wow.
I think he covers.
Showers.
Just by a little, I think.
For Julian, we will do a count. These guys are just that close in chips, but I believe we've lost.
Wow.
Glory.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was such an interesting hand, Ollie. I mean, I would have found the fold twice, I think, but that's just me. But they managed to get it in. Two players who recognized getting it in was bad, but the hands they decided were just too strong. Situation forced it. And maybe, Ollie, one on that bracelet.
What would you do with your winnings if you won WSOP main event?
I put it all into Bitcoin.
Into Bitcoin, wow. So you do a lot of crypto?
Yeah. No, only Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the only thing. The house.
A house?
Invest it for the house.
Okay, the whole million.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Nice house. What would you buy?
No, I think it's money in my bankroll and play at a tournament.
Ah, okay, so you'll put million to your bankroll.
Yeah.
I would spend some money on my hometown to support my hometown a bit, and but most of the winnings I will take for me, of course, and my family.
Where are you from in the town? Which
In Germany, between Leipzig and Chemnitz. It's around. It's a small town, yeah. 250 kilometers away from here right now.
Auto?
Yes, girl.
Do want to take a moment to acknowledge and welcome those of you who are streaming live on the Poker Room Kings Twitch and YouTube channels. Randy and I do have both chats open and are monitoring the chatter in there. Obviously appreciate all of your enthusiasm for this World Series of Poker Europe. As things do roll on, did mention day 1A of the main event is taking place. There will be 2 day ones. And that is certainly the reason behind why it is. As we pulled up to the casino here today, we saw more people out front than we had at any other point.
No. But I have problem that
If there's a problem, they will tell me. You cannot tell me.
next time you didn't put it in the hand. You know that, yeah? Yeah, it happened last time, yeah? And I said 7 times to this guy, and he didn't still put it. Yeah, I'm just saying, please ensure that.
Okay, so if you're wondering what it is that's got Martin bent out of shape, Randy, walk us through it. You were in the booth, I believe, last time when Orpin and he were at the,
I did
feature
not
table.
see. No.
So
go on.
Basically, Orpin is waiting until the action is on him to scan his hand.
Mm-hmm.
And Martin, for whatever reason, has decided that this is an issue for him, and he's not really happy about it, and he's zeroed in on Orpin. You can see Orpin doesn't seem to be too flustered by it, but Cabral just having a bit of a go, let's call it, at Orpin over this matter, and Orpin pushed back and said, "Hey, listen, if there's an issue, I'm sure I'll hear about it from the staff. You don't need to worry about it."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's Goes to show how he can ruffle some feathers from time to time.
Couple of jacks here looking to do some ruffling.
The chips for the dealer. It's a very big table. Thank you.
Joe
You're
Chuen.
definitely right. It just your delivery made me laugh. I said you're definitely right, but your delivery made me laugh.
Flatting with the king-queen suited. Suvarna liked the price. Ace deuce deuce. Nobody likes this board.
No, especially not
soft
Cabral.
table.
You don't want to see that ace. Joe Trent thinking about taking a
Yeah,
shot
I
at
feel
it.
like like this material might make like a nice mattress.
I can see it.
Yeah.
I can see it.
A little memory foam.
Ooh. 155K lead from Joe.
Cabral's going to expect Joe to c-bet most of his range on an ace deuce deuce board, so he probably is going to pay off one and see what's up. He likes to take mid-hand swigs of water, I've noticed.
Really?
Yeah, he really does.
Oh, just might be a way for him to kind of measure himself.
His version of the, what, Oreo cookie from Rounders? Teddy KGB?
I don't think it's a tell, but...
Oh, he only took one gulp. Interesting, because one of the outs for Joe is that jack from his point of view, but that would give Cabral jacks full in huge trouble.
Suvarna, oddly enough, would have had a 10 if he had stuck around looking for backdoor equity. Totally understand, obviously, his decision not to, of course. And look at Joe Chuen.
This is power.
Leaning on Cabral.
He's giving Cabral a lot of credit to still call his flop c-bet with all of the pocket pairs. And they wouldn't be able to handle heat to 2 barrels. Plus, he does have a little bit of blocker against an ace queen, which would feel comfy on this board. Maybe he has got a lot of intention to fire one more to kind of really push against like an ace jack or lower. As it stands though, the jacks is in an awful spot here and does lay down the best hand. Joe Trent, China.
No, as you mentioned, the jack would have been the disaster card if Cabral had come along, and
can we rabbit hunt?
Joe would have had Broadway, but yeah, second barrel getting it done there. Great shot of Martin. It was absolutely the feather ruffler here at this feature table in the 50K. Shout out, by the way, to In Crypto We Trust on YouTube, joining us from South Korea, mentioning that
I think ace queen.
his countryman, Gab-Yong Kim, who is third in chips overall right now, is
Ace 2 off.
the man he's got his eye on. Says he's a very good player.
Yes, he is. Anahang. How do you say it again? Anahang. Yeah, Seo.
Anahang.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Now, do you get the sense that Cabral is now not scanning his cards on purpose to just counteract?
He does strike
Orpin?
me as that guy.
100% this is designed to get under Orpin's skin. I don't think it's going to work, but you know what I mean? These are the sorts of things that Martin is always doing out there.
How much is that? Tower.
What just happened here?
Joe Chuen, big blind.
He just ripped like 30 blinds into his limp.
This is a stuffing.
605. And I have 80 in, yeah? 80, yeah? That's correct.
This is confusing for Cabral. We don't know his
It's a
whole
big
cards.
all
Didn't
in,
scan him
man.
yet.
Ace queen again?
Oh, he's in the neighborhood.
You don't know? Look, look. You can always look if you don't know. Fold. Show.
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 1,000 cash, I show.
1,000 cash? Tomorrow. 1,000 cash. Dollars or euros? Dollars or euros? Or once?
1,000 cash, I show.
I pay.
Joe Chuen asking for 1,000 cash from Martin to show his hand.
So what are you saying, Henry? If the board is King, Queen, Jack, 10, that a 9 makes a straight as well, not just the ace.
Yeah, that would have been
okay.
A king
Alright.
high straight.
All right, I'm with you. I'm here. I'm
We'll
feeling
get
it.
there. I feel like you should do another giveaway, mate.
Okay.
Get the blood flowing.
Pocket king, pocket ace, ace.
Let's do some basic no limit hold'em trivia.
Basic hand rankings.
Yeah.
All right, I got one for you.
More so for you than the viewers, but we can do it in the form of a giveaway.
I've got one. I've got a good one. Straight related. It's a learning experience for all of us as down Divorce. It's down at Jack 8 of clubs. Remember, if you do want to be in the chance to win the giveaway, the only place your answer counts is the Poker Room Kings Twitch chat. It's the only place we can contact you. So please do head on over if you haven't already done so. And Danny Tang, if you're watching and thinking about switching over, whatever you answer, I'm not going to give you a ticket, I'm afraid. You've won enough this year. Everyone not named Danny Tang is eligible as long as they're on Twitch.
Fair. That is fair.
There's Ren. Applies some pressure with the 5-6 suited to the Divorce limp. Raising.
ISOing against Divorce.
Sam Lowry asking how we get in contact. We get in contact by whispering on Twitch. That's why we need you to be on Twitch. Being with a chance of winning.
Not whispering as in ASMR. The messaging service on Twitch.
Indeed.
Oh, hello.
Jack 7-6.
Well, 2.8 out there. This could be a fun one. Pair v pair, monotone board texture. Expect to see Lynn continue small and wide after ISOing from the big. Even with a hand like this that does connect in weak fashion. Looks like 25%. Tag me in, coach. I'm ready for the 100k.
And DeForest says there's a seat open. You're welcome anytime in this game, he says. He'll even give you position.
So pick your seat, Henry. Here, mate. We'll call him a Susover as well. This does come with check call. This is one of the biggest pots, three-handed, that we've seen so far. 4.2 out there.
Ooh. Card that gives both a little something extra. Divorce, open-ender. Lynn, a gutter. That's where that hand's heading. Bottom pair. 3-spade board. He's happy to check it back. And finds trip 6s on the end. Disaster for Divorce.
Shocking river card for the Double D fans. 4.2 out there. Could see Divorce come with something like 1.7, like around 30% pot.
2.8 million.
It's going bigger.
2.8 into 4.2.
2.8.
Thinks he's loving life. Actual fact, disaster is waiting him. Very hard though for Henry, surely, against that size for Lynn to try and get more.
You think that he does a raise with trips?
That's what I'm asking you.
Oh, I mean, I feel like the way the hand's played out, if he's got a flush, so be it. We've got a very disguised hand. We're about as strong as we can be after we check turn, right? Unless we just mix in some trappy checks with nut flushes on a straight completing turn.
All the time cards go in.
Yeah.
It's going to need a moment here.
So, 2.8 on request, 3.3 back.
He does go for it. And that, the dagger to Divorce.
Yeah, the immediate discomfort. You can just see how pained and perplexing this spot is for Dan. It just doesn't make sense. Like, It's continued 25% on the flop. Voris call, turn goes check, check. Voris then bets 2.8 into 4.2, 2/3 pot. To then get jammed on a board pairing
Sad times.
non-spade river.
Sad times for Voris indeed. Facing a spot for his tournament life. But even if he folds here, he's so short now, Henry. Doesn't enjoy it. He knows most of the time he's not good, but he still has to call some of the time. There are some bluffs. What are you suggesting? There aren't a lot of strong hands that make sense here. Checking back that turn. Really confusing Voris. Is he more expecting to see strong hands in the form of turn checks than he is rivered sixes? Would that be fair to say?
As in having nut flushes or nothing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if Lynn ever felt like he bets turn and river, Voris isn't going to fold a pair. But the way to get it done would be to jam all in on the river with like a king of spades, ace of spades. But they also have ace high has showdown. Be pretty gangster to expect Voris to bet half of his stack and then with just a lone spade blocker.
And Voris' turn to go deep into this tank, staring his man down. Ren Lin very animated. Usual circumstances, but game face on in this pot, not breaking that stare into the middle of the board. Giving away nothing.
Yeah, just a vacant gaze out into the abyss.
Plenty of time cards left for Voris.
It's not often that you see Daniel pained by a spot like this.
In a sick way though, it looks like he's enjoying the tough decision. His smile on his face, this is what he lives for. Playing for the highest stakes, making the toughest decisions.
It is what they live for. I love the process. The competition.
Yeah, as much as you study, every situation is unique. Yeah, it's just 3.3 million behind. Pot up to 13 million. Doesn't have to be right that often. He makes the call.
Oh, he's looked him up.
Nice hand.
Wow, nice hand.
Henry, he makes the call. Daniel Voris, the 25k GG Millions Live bracelet winner just a few days ago. Going to finish third here in the 50k Diamond High Roller. Good for another 266,000 euros he can throw on the pile when he gets home.
7.5, right?
Just going to get confirmation, but Lynn does have him covered.
2.05. Right?
Couldn't get away from it, James.
Yeah, he covers me.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the World Series of Poker main event from here at the King's Resort in Rozvadov, Czech Republic. Ali Nejad alongside Henry Kilbane, and from the outside to the inside we will go, and a glimpse at a brand new table's worth of hopefuls here. Taiwan's Ting Tsai. 148 big blinds will be the chip leader as this new pack of 8 park themselves at our feature table. Koray Korkmaz, who we touched on briefly, of Turkey, he will be the short stack coming in as a very multinational smattering of talent takes its place. And we are far from done with today's coverage. Local time, a little past 9:15 p.m. Of course, we are streaming on a delay so as to protect game integrity as always. And we're not going to wrap this one up for a good 6 more hours, Henry?
That's right. We're going to be playing to the very early hours of the morning. How about this for representation here? I mean, a real mix of nationalities. Love to see it, especially in a World Series of Poker Europe main event. I mean, come on, Corey.
I especially love to see, not to cut you off, Henry, but names that are less familiar to me, you know, people that are maybe looking to make a mark.
That's honestly the thing I enjoy the most about these kind of fields is, for someone, or for a few people, this could honestly be a career-defining tournament. And you satellite in on GG Poker or through Kings by winning yourself an entry into this main event. Fast forward 5 days and your life just changes.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the dream, right? That's the story that everyone wants to hear. That's the reason why a lot of us got into poker in the first place, was the WSOP main footage, WSOP Europe, you know, all of these small buy-in, big field tournaments with bracelets and millions of dollars that come with it. But yeah, great representation here. We've got Turkey, Poland, Czech Republic, UK, Lithuania, Austria, Italy, and Taiwan.
That was impressive.
Thank you.
Flag knowledge there. 1.5 million euros will go to the eventual champion. They will not be crowned for 2 days' time, as day 5 will be the final table. Min cash came at, was it 120 players? I want to say somewhere in that neighborhood. 16.9, if I'm not mistaken, was the min cash.
Yeah, nice little ROI.
16.5. I stand corrected. 123 players. First player, by the way, to bust on the right side of the bubble was Kuljinder Sidhu from UK.
ITM.
Ace King will be a nice start to affairs for our Lithuanian delegate, Klesis.
You know, I was really, sorry to cut you off, Ali. I was really enjoying that table that we had, but I'd be lying if I said that I don't enjoy kind of coming in blind to new tables.
Sure.
There's some dynamics that you and I aren't going to be familiar with, and it's going to be for us to kind of navigate it from the booth ourselves. Who's been up to no good, who's been caught with their hand in the cookie jar, who's been getting after it.
Yeah, naughty and nice, so to speak. By the way, also just touching on some of the other names that managed to cash but don't find themselves involved at present. Daniel DeVoris, who picked up a bracelet earlier here at the WSOPE, fresh off of the Triton Super High Roller Series, where he won himself a title. Finished 109th for that 16.5. 123 to 102 paid 16,500. And then 101st place all the way on up to, let's see, efforting. You hear that mouse wheel scrolling? It's a big band. 101 down to 80 pays 18,000.
Okay, so we're just around the corner from little payday. 81 players left.
Yes.
Down to 10% of the field now.
79th through to 72nd place will be 20,600. Not the biggest jump, 2,600 euros. Don't anticipate that it's going to be anything that influences the action as certain pay jumps would. And I think also the fact that you don't have a jump every single bust out, you know, even if you do enjoy this jump, there's still 5, 6, 7 places that you might have to fade before you find another one. Has something to do with players not necessarily thinking about that as much.
This table certainly not as chatty. as the previous one.
We're going to earn it this frame.
10k to 20k. Let me know when you want to start those props, by the way. We can start off small. $1 a point.
My only concern is that it would leave me far more invested in the color of the flop rather than the action,
That's
which I
true.
do feel like is my primary
That is true.
sort of reason for being here.
I've seen how you can get when you're downswinging a bit.
For those wondering what Henry's referring to, I was force-fed a number of jokers during yesterday's wind down in the Chinese poker streets. It was, I was truly made foie gras. It's not great. Meanwhile, 2 5s being leaned upon here by Neugebauers. Ace King. I'm going to go with that. Do you have a better way maybe to navigate that surname?
No, I think that was
Okay.
near perfect. As is this sizing. Early positions doesn't need to go big with the 3-bet. Sends the message to Bernard with a bit of a loose open. 5s, 8-handed.
Lets it go. Anytime I see the Austrian flag, Henry, I'm a bit concerned about talent levels, and not in a manner where we assume there's a lack of, but rather a very acute measure of. Matthias Eibinger, first name that comes to mind in terms of talent coming from that corner of Europe.
Mario Morsbach.
Sure. Fedor Holz also resides in Vienna, though he flies the German flag. Now Tocci. Ace 7.
Round to Korai. Love to see him spin the wheel and get a bit of a run going.
Blinds at 10 and 20,000, 20k big blind ante, by the way, every orbit costing 50k.
Action on Zawiki. Perhaps that page up that we were alluding to is now going to bring in some of the pre-flop tanks. The unnecessary ones. Two off of a ladder.
So in spite of it being just 2,600, you definitely think we're going to end up in a slightly grindy sort of frame here until that next ladder is achieved?
I think so. I mean, it's really important to remember just how many people qualified into this event, and it's impossible for us to know the financial positions that a lot of these players are in. There are going to be people in here that play ABI of, you know, 500 euros, $500, and those pay jumps, although relative to the buy-in perhaps not huge, but relative to their current bankrolls actually makes a decent difference.
ABI, of course, average buy-in, for those maybe less familiar with the acronym.
Sire's got an insane stack. I mean, 150 bigs, 3 times average. He has average stack for around 25 players left. That's pretty absurd.
King 10 suited, opening to 45, not at all absurd, especially given what you just touched on, Henry, the just massive stack size.
Bravo, Korai, for finding the spot, by the way. Taking the near 8 big blind rejam spot from the hijack.
Yes.
So I can't go anywhere. Gotta flick in the call. It is Korai at risk, but with the best of it. 59% of the equity. 360,000 out there. Korai to get back up to 18 big blinds.
Well, he's got 59% prior to this flop, and now suddenly Tsai is the favorite, despite the ace high being in the lead.
My wife doesn't care anything about my wing or loss.
Your stack, I wouldn't care either.
This would be a strong hold for Korai.
And now Korkmaz back in the lead in terms of equity. As you heard Ting Tsai mention, my wife is completely divested from the outcome here. Well, we know Ting Tsai is not, nor is Korai Korkmaz, as the 4 of clubs comes off on the end and secures him a much-needed double. Okay, I saw a little reaction there when the update was provided. I think maybe she's a little more invested than Ting gave,
I think,
her credit for.
Maybe a European vacation was promised. Hey babe, we're flying from Taipei to Paris, you know, let's go explore Europe.
I'm sorry, did I say Paris? I meant Prague. Oh, I'm sorry again, did I say Prague? I meant Rosvadov.
Main event time. She's 3 days in.
He's just like, you know, I just found out the World Series of Poker Europe is going on not far from here. You don't mind if we go over there? She probably thought the weather would be better too. It's been, you know, pretty rainy the whole time we've been here, quite cold at times.
Well, she's got the hat to keep her snug. She's putting faces at the cameras.
No, she's interacting with Ting is my guess.
Yeah, I wonder how many dinner reservations have had to be cancelled over the last 3 days.
In order to cancel, one must have made said reservations.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure Ting was really, you know.
Because
the buffet
babe,
is walk-in.
Tomorrow, we'll go tomorrow, don't worry. Oh, sorry, I bagged for day 2. We'll go tomorrow.
I got a big stack, babe. You know, I
day
can't.
3.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll bust. I'm sure I won't make it to day 3. I just, you know, we'll go. We'll get that Michelin star even gotten. And nope, wait a minute. Big stack day 3. But I'll tell you what, if I make day 4, okay?
Montclair.
During the dinner break, we'll go. They have a buffet here. It's, you know, all you can eat, babe.
For free. Shout out the King's Buffet. Shout out these shades, by the way. I mean, we're going for the kind of part-time DJ in Ibiza kind of look, but then the hoodie suggests personal trainer. I'm digging it.
It all works.
Yeah, it's very comfortable.
Well, no comfort really for either one of these holdings on this flop. Tachi's Queen Jack coming up short.
Just receiving word that the buffet is not free, by the way. It's 10 euros a pop. It's free for us.
Wow. That's awfully sympathetic.
It's more sympathetic than what's been put in the chat, so I'll let you take care of that. VIPs get free entry as well.
Yeah.
You know?
Pop over into the Ultimate Poker Streets for a minute or two and
spin the roulette wheel a couple of times.
By the way, there is one dealer here who, I gotta say, if we gave away a bracelet for Ultimate Poker, he would be far and away the champ.
Who's this, sorry?
One of the dealers who's really just rolled over big hand after big hand incessantly for days on end. And on the topic of big, how about this turn for Glezis? Smacks the 8 for the lead.
Yeah, power of the C-bet with 2 overs can always just find that get out of jail card on the turn. Good things can occur. Feels like a mandatory turn barrel after we've c-bet flop, turn top pair. He's got to proceed with caution. Perhaps a bit gun shy, given that he is up against the big blind range. Tocci's certainly going to retain all of, if not most of, the 4x. $200k out there, queen high. Probably aware that he has no showdown value. Does he want to lean into king highs and ace highs? There's a board texture that should favour the big blind defend. 200k in the middle. And this is 130,000 that I think he's never going to see back. Snap. I hate those spots.
It's so deflating.
It goes check check, you have a mandatory bluff. Your opponent's played you like a fiddle.
I mean, your hand's just supposed to win so often there as played. Raise pre, c-bet, that's our board. The check back comes on the turn as we hoped, and then we take a swing on the river. A lot of times we just win, and then when you get snapped, you just hang your head and pass over the 130.
Yeah, arrivederci. I apologize in advance. Every time I speak Italian, or sorry, I should say attempt to speak Italian, it just reminds me of that scene from Inglourious Bastards with Brad Pitt trying to convince Christoph Waltz that he can speak Italian.
I don't think you did that bad. But I don't actually speak Italian, so
it's such a
I can't really be a good judge.
Great scene. Great scene.
Klezis. Suited connectors have worked out well for him thus far. Back at it. Oh, and look at this. Tocci. The victim last time around.
Round 2.
10-9 suited of his own here. Guys are sitting deep. Henry. 60 bigs back for Klezis.
Just gonna pill.
No Tsai with the 9-3 suited and the big stack. Likes the price, comes along, dominated in 2 spots. 2 hearts on an ace-high board. Tocci with the flush draw.
Yeah, on the back end of losing that hand with the queen jack, this one feels like a clear-cut path to victory. Klezis, no spade on board. Ace high flop. Feels like a board that we want to just give up on, as they do both turn. Pair of 10s. And now a rather interesting spot for Tocci. Happy to just try and get this one to a river. That is the river card he was looking for. He does improve to a flush. Unfortunately for him, nobody with a real piece. I think Klezis with 3rd pair. But unlikely to be putting more money in the middle should Tocci probe here.
Reaches out. Touches 125k. 5 of those blue 25K chips. And Klezis simply relinquishes. Good lay down there as Tochi wins this round.
Thank you. Hello.
Dealer push here, giving us an opportunity to take a peek at some of the early developments here at the second of the feature tables. And we're bringing you here on this day 3 from the King's Casino in Rozvadov. If you're enjoying the coverage on YouTube or on Twitch, absolutely encourage you to give us a follow, a subscribe, perhaps even a like, as we continue to bring you coverage of this European edition of the World Series of Poker. Many of you joining us from just as international a gathering as the one that we bring you here. Many different countries represented on both sides of the stream. Players, viewers.
Yeah, I'm going to have to ask Andy. It's something I like doing every year.
Tillman, that is the tournament director?
To just find out how many nationalities exactly were represented here. I know last year it was mid-50s. I want to say 54, 55. Wouldn't surprise me in this record-breaking field if it's closer to mid-60s this time round.
40K open from Touchy's button. Sai flatting the Queen-Jack suited.
Going with Touchy now, okay. We're shifting things.
What was the...
I thought we went with Tochi originally.
Tochi. Sorry.
Touchy?
Tochi. Tachi? Ah. I know it's not Toki. I'll tell you that. Ace 5-5. King high. For Touchy. The leader.
I think with the backdoor, I can just fire here, try and take this down. Paired board, ace high. Concerned somewhat. The big blind defend, going to have more 5x, but yeah, I like this. Bravo, well played. These guys are all just preserving energy, not the chattiest. In fact, I want to say not a word has been peeped other than that. Our chip leader joking about how his wife was uninterested in that all-in situation against Corey. Other than that, silence has fallen upon the main stage.
The vast majority of the conversation that was going down at the prior feature table, though, included Andras Nemeth and Alex Keating and no one else, for the most part, right?
Chidwick was the chattiest I've ever seen him, to be honest with you, engaging in a few conversations.
Which is to say he was slightly north of silent? I tease. Stevie actually does have a wonderful personality and a great dry sense of humor as well, but when he's out there in the office, he tends to take things, very seriously, respectfully.
As he should. You're playing for millions of dollars week in, week out. Could forgive someone for taking themselves seriously.
Neugebauer. King, Queen, open to 45. We await Tochi with the 2-9s. He will play it as a flat from the cutoff.
Yeah, I mean, this deep, anything other than flat would have surprised me. I think against a potential shorter stack, we could look to maybe just get it in for 15, 20 bigs. But again, I feel like I'm coming across as a bit of a broken record, Ali, but 90-minute clocks as the fireworks flop rolls off, King 9-7, top pair against the set.
Brace yourselves. Being played as a check by the Austrian. And you wonder what he's got on his mind, because this is a relatively dry board. King Queen has a lot of kit. And he has been bet into from the position holding flat caller pre.
Once we check, I don't think we really want to be check raising with King Queen specifically. I'd rather check raise with a hand like Queen 10, Queen Jack, maybe some weird ace-x with a backdoor.
120.
Wow, he's gonna take it north. 50 bigs effective.
How about it?
This could be a disaster for the Austrian, coming with the check raise, inflating the pot, and there's now a world in which money and decent amounts of money goes in across turn and river. I was just about to sing his praises, apologies. I was about to say, you know, maybe he's found a way to not go broke here.
Well, we've got seed and soil as another 240k.
That's a brick.
Is watered onto this board. And indeed, that turn is very much a brick. 6/8 of the world don't rate to be a part of this equation. Will this one go into full bloom, though? 380 in the middle.
I mean, we have a value hand. Queen of clubs is interesting. Blocking Queen Jack, Queen 10. Knuckles on over. 380 out there. I mean, it feels like we have a mandatory turn call. Anything else, I'd be shocked, but it wouldn't be the first time I've been caught off guard during this main event coverage. See what Tochi comes with. I'd love to see something around 75% pot. Seppa, nice natural river SPR of around 1 to try and get all the money in on brick rivers. Brick meaning non-queen, non-8, non-club. Has he gone to 205?
Indeed. So bringing us up to speed, this was an open from the hijack by Neugebauer. A flat from Tochi. He check raised on the flop, did Neugebauer. Tochi then called. And here, after check raising, the Austrian plays it as a check call. Another 410 into the middle. 790 in total. Backdoor clubs making an appearance. And let's see just how concerned, if at all, a set of nines is about that development.
No ESPR. Less than 1 going to the river. Neugebauer has a grim spot should he be tested for more chips here. Having the Queen of Clubs is pretty relevant. Oh, he's gone for it all. And this is painful. Just pitches it. No nonsense. No shenanigans. King Queen just hitting the mark.
That was a line, by the way, where obviously we respect the fact that he got away from it on the river, but certainly there were other paths, other courses that could have been charted with that particular holding. And your sense, Henry, is that he cost himself more or less as played?
Feels like more, given the flop check raise, inflating the pot. kind of forcing himself into a mandatory call on the turn for 205,000 apiece.
A bigger turn call than maybe he may have had to make had he just played it as a bet check.
But then again, saying that, perhaps it's because of the flop check raise and turn call that allows him to narrow the range of Tochi and get away from it on the river rather than just going into check call, check call, check call mode across 3 streets.
Yeah, I think you're right. The prospects of maybe Tochi just trying to barrel through 3 streets was a bit of a concern. Potentially players on their feet here. Unscheduled departure from the table, it would seem.
Yeah. Trying to get their step counts up. Not too sure as to why they would be taking a little 20-second, 30-second stretch of the legs, perhaps. Players being brought over, who knows? So it wouldn't make sense. There's 8 players here.
Yeah.
Waiting for a new deck. Perhaps just a chance to roll the dice, the craps table just there next to the main stage.
This is true. I don't think that's what's going on, but obviously. Well, maybe somebody just crapped out. They're all headed back now. Oh, wait a minute. Come out roll. Everyone's on their feet again. You play the dice, Henry? You play the pits?
No. Not the dice.
Right, there you go. When you said no, it felt like...
I like UTH. When in Rome, you know, I had a prop bet earlier this year from January until July. Was not allowed to play. I gave a couple of free rolls to some friends. Could say that it was due to that dry spell, not being able to try and make a royal.
Are you talking about the face-up?
I'm talking about the UTH, yeah.
Oh, the UTH, okay. Because one must make a royal to make that kind of a profitable enterprise.
Yeah. But yeah, I've splashed around this trip. I think I'm down like 500 euros on UTH, which is money well spent. I've enjoyed every moment of it.
The fact that we're even talking about it when it's almost a win, insofar as you've only lost 500 euros, Henry, I wish that my exploits in the pit streets ended in a 500 euro aggregate loss.
45.
Would have loved it if poker had gone just as well.
Nine's being passed over to Neugebauer.
Haven't really seen anyone step out of line here so far. Obviously a very small sample to go off of. Let's see what side comes with an opportunity to pounce. Ace 3 suited. Flatting can cause problems as it opens the door for a squeeze behind, and there it is. Pounce he does. I mean, have we ever seen someone pass up on an Ace 3, Ace 4, Ace 5 suited 3-bet in 2023? Let's be honest.
Seldom.
Everyone's at it nowadays.
Extra 95K requested and delivered. Oh, and the nines.
Hello.
Turning into a set against top pair. This is a familiar theme.
Neugebauer just loving life. praying that Sai has an ace-king, ace-queen type of holding that's going to look to stack off across flop, turn and river. Small and wide as expected in a 3-bet pot. 25% c-bet. $490 out there, 535 back for the Austrian, and well, how about that for a turn card, Ollie?
Yeah, on the heels of the bet call from the pre-flop 3-better, suddenly the nut flush draw is acquired, but this doesn't suggest, by the way, that it's an obligatory second barrel on the turn. We've seen these hands played as checks in order to ensure that equity realization won't come at some lofty price, just in case of emergency.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really nice hand to pot control with. Having top pair can cooler your opponent on heart rivers.
Look at the break check, though, from Sai.
Turn does go check, check. Both flush draws bricking. King of spades on the river.
Why the check back with a set of 9s on that turn? Are you just looking to induce this river bet from hands that don't contain an ace? Or oh, option, okay. Forgive me.
It's an interesting ball texture to suddenly start firing out on when it goes check, check. Sai's going to ask for a count, understandably so.
All in. The declaration here. What do we beat?
Busted clubs, although you could argue some of them would contain a king that would like to just get the showdown. Hands like king, queen, king, jack, king, 10 of clubs. So it would have to be queen high, jack high clubs. What hands are jabbing for value? Ace queen o. Does ace queen o jam all in? Feels ambitious. Oh, he's paid him off, Ali.
That he has. And unlike the set of 9s before it, these ones are revealed and earn themselves a massive 1.6 million chip pot. Net positive, by the way, after the 2 exchanges. And it isn't close as the Austrians surging up the overall leaderboard. Courtesy of very sticky 9s in this deck. And for Ting Sai, that's one of those pots where I think, you know, we feel compelled to maybe keep an eye on, you know, the next orbit out of him. Just see how he reacts. The idea of being upstuck is a very real one. I think a lot of times people who manage to amass a very big stack kind of expect everything to continue to work out well for them, and the unraveling begins somewhere.
That's a really great point, Ali. It's very easy deep into day 3 to be playing, you know, a 2-time, 3-time average kind of stack and thinking that it's all going to be plain sailing from here on out. The next couple of orbits are really going to tell as to the mental fortitude of Sai. If he can just shake it off, just recognize that he still has 2 times tournament average, is in a fantastic position to go on an incredible deep run here, and that there's always going to be bumps in the road in any journey to the top. Unless you're Usain Bolt, in which case 9 seconds and you're done. straightforward.
It's a quick journey
Yeah.
from start to finish.
To eternal glory.
Meanwhile, Tsai, first pot since taking that big blow to his stack against a set of 9s. One hand removed. He opens with pocket 8s to 45 and it gets 3-bet. And you wonder whether or not maybe this 3-bet is also a tilt check.
I really like this from Sam. Because it's precisely that. You've just seen the guy lose a big pot. Perhaps Ace-6, not the kit. 40 big blinds, not the stack to do it with. It's a huge, huge 3-bet, by the way. Like more than 4x cutoff v hijack. We're putting in 25% of our stack would be a disaster.
Man, the
to get jammed on.
Simply folding. Obviously looking up and recognizing in terms of the starting stack for Samuel how meaningful the declaration pre is. And saying, I don't really want to play out of position. But I think if we kind of had questions as to whether or not Tsai is going to be looking to kind of restock his coffers with some immediacy, that's our answer. He's just out there doing his thing.
Yeah, maybe go stretch the legs, go for a little walkabout. Go and tell the wife a bad beat story or two.
Maybe a good luck smooch.
Yeah.
Depending on PDA proclivities.
Here at King's? Or just
between the two of them.
Right.
The couple that is Tsai and his wife. No. Our cameras are everywhere.
Do love some PDA.
Maybe, you know, just like a peg. You don't want to slip the lizard in there.
Hands visible at all
Sure.
times. Yeah, yeah. Don't want anyone, you know.
We're in the Czech Republic, not the UAE, Henry. Everybody, you know, hands not visible. It's okay, you know.
Tsai, third hand in a row. Lost the ace-4 against the 9s, then got 3-bet. Picks up a small one, and I tell you now, it makes all the difference. It's very easy for doubt to creep in. Like, hang on a minute, has everyone just got my number? What's going on? I'm meant to be the table captain, and yet I'm the one getting pushed around. Gonna be happy with the raise and take.
Still does have 2 million plus in front of
Precisely.
him. You know, I mean, there is no cause for alarm by any stretch of the imagination. 100 big blinds deep. Day 4 feels very much within reach. Ace Jack now.
Is this 4 in a row?
Yeah. But see, here's the thing. Only, and even being up against a set of 9s, that hand wasn't shown down, was it, when he called?
It was.
It was shown? Okay. Compulsory.
Yeah, it has to be shown down, yeah.
But that's the only one we saw. Now, this is the third straight pot subsequent to that one where we have not seen what Tsai is up to, and questions are being asked. This time by Korkmaz. Hijack. Jamming King-Queen suited. 8s for Poland's Sawicki. Just 350 left. He would have certainly preferred to have been the jammer on the button and get his chips in that way.
Yeah, we are just 3 off of another 2,500 euro pay jump. 74 left. All guaranteed 20,600. And we saw Sawicki kind of time bank fold in an unnecessary spot earlier, which does lead me to believe that perhaps ladders are going to be on his mind more so than some of the other players in the field. Understandable. There's a ton of qualifiers into this event as he pitches the snowman. I just hear a vamos?
Possibly. Not from either of these two gentlemen, though.
No, I didn't know there were Brazilians. Ah, okay, the Italian. That makes sense.
Would ace-jack make sense, though?
It's close. We've opened from +1. It's a hijack jam, which is going to be a bit tighter. It's going to get shown the good news. Flipping once more against Korkmaz.
Korkmaz already doubled once here at this feature table.
Against side. Ace-9 holding against the King-10. Can he do the dirty this time round?
Yeah, he's on the wrong end of it pre. Not by much. 4-5-8 though. Not helpful. Can Korkmaz find the backdoor hearts? King or a queen? Well, now outside. Making a jack, but actually adding outs to Korkmaz's hand in the process, courtesy of that backdoor flush draw. Can Koray hang in there? No. 10 of clubs on the river, and that'll do it for Turkey's Koray Korkmaz. His time here in this main event coming to an end. 74th place finish.
Yeah, I think that's a re-jam spot that Koray would take any day of the week. Always painful to get the turn sweat, especially in a main event. You know, down to the final 10% of the field. You can just convert. You're up to 35 big blinds. All of a sudden, that 1.5 million seems more of a realistic target, but it's going to have to wait. Out in 73rd. 20,000 euros and change for his efforts, though.
Not a bad day at the office, is it?
Bit of a swing for Tsai as well, obviously losing with a top pair against a set of 9s, and now eliminating a very tough Turkish opponent, holding with the ace-jack.
Tachi, who has had Neugebauer's number already once before. It was king-queen against 2 9s. This time looks down at 2 aces and looks up at a 70K open from the small in front of him. And these BVB situations, Henry, are the ones that get a little bit funky.
Does it get funkier when you've got aces? Is that a given?
I mean, obviously the flat feels so nice. Instead, though, the 3-bet comes in to a smooth 200.
Super deep to start the hand. Story checks out.
Obviously, the upshot to the 3-bet there when we don't slow play it is we get more chips forward with the best of it. That's the clear aspect. But also, we get a little bit more clarity. We're informed a bit more with respect to our opponent's range. We remove some of the riffraff that might be inclined to open from the small and just try to attack our big blind from the equation more so.
Yeah, there's certainly that, and against continues we can really narrow down the range of hands that our opponent would be continuing with. And it's nice, you know, that deep 3-bet aces. We're also going to have a very polar 3-betting range out of the big there. So I want to make sure we stay in balance. Wiki did pitch the 8s, would have scooped a massive pot. He's been keeping his eye on the clock. So we are 1 off of a pay jump now. But pocket jacks is a spot that he can't pass up on, are we? I mean, this would be absurd.
I don't think that's what's on his mind.
45.
What's that? Just north of the min. Off of 17 bigs. An ace-8 suited on the button for Neugebauer. Played as a flat there by the Austrian, so heads up to the flop we go. 140 in the middle. Let's see if Sawicki can find himself a double. Ace 10-8. That's the flop he didn't want to see.
Sawicki in a bit of a precarious spot. One off that pay jump he's been eyeing up. One overcard to his jacks, going to continue small.
I like this. You know, he's putting the 30K out there. He's supposed to have some of the ace-X. Maybe he wins the pot out right there. Now it gets called and he can kind of stop and reassess. Second overcard to the jacks on the turn. Broadway gutter developing.
Yeah, I mean, even some of the hands that he was ahead of, King, Queen, Queen, Jack, now improving.
He does block the two jacks, but let's see whether or not that's going to embolden him to try to find another barrel here. We've got our answer. Firing 50K, just chipping away at his remaining stack here.
I mean, it feels so strong. You sat there in Neugebauer's shoes, top pair, no kicker. And this guy that's open from relatively early position for short stack.
Oh, and that is a card that's going to make it a lot more challenging for a 3-street bluff to get through, provided that that's what was on Sawicki's mind. When you saw the progression of the betting, bringing the pot to 300,000, 225 back, you start to get the sense that maybe that's the course that he was charting. This, however, bringing the kicker up to a queen for Neugebauer and definitely leaving us with the sense that a call would be very snappy in nature.
Yeah, perhaps it's kind of... I don't know, I'm seeing things now, but we've got to the river, we're blocking King Jack, Ace Jack. He's been trying to get that pay jump. Okay. Alright. Knuckles it on over. Jack's no good.
You surprised that Neugebauer didn't go for
No.
full value? Just happy to check back there?
Happy to check that one back. Don't think we fold out better, and I don't think we get called by worse in that spot.
Well, Dempsey continues to hold the chip lead, albeit by a much more narrow margin, as you get another look at the leaderboard here. A feature table, Day 3, World Series of Poker Main Event Championship. Sawicki now down to just 11 big blinds. Shout out to the YouTube chat, by the way, who has advised us that Dempsey is a tremendously popular YouTube streamer who talks about Hold'em on his channel.
The entire day, pretty much.
Taiwan?
For the day, pretty much.
Did see him wearing a patch.
No, not on the feature table, but on the same table too.
6 poker, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
#1 Chinese-speaking poker channel.
Is it cursed?
Hearsay on my part. I'm just reading what the patch says. Could just be
only one guy and not like 5
a lot of marketing.
I would go sit out then.
But actually, I came to the table, but in the first level, and there were people filming the all-ins, and every person that filmed this all-in busted.
Oh, really?
3 guys in a row.
Okay. I'm glad. I'm never filming my all-ins.
Yeah, don't film it.
You took your phone.
Yeah, you cannot even have it, right?
Superstitious players at the
Yeah,
table.
the new arrival, by the way, Daniel Montanoli of Austria, brings 890,000 with him in seat 1, and some advice for those that might feel inclined to film their all-ins. Doesn't always go great. Sometimes backers need proof.
I remember I sold some sweats into a 5K event when I was out in the States. Dusted off bullet number 1. Text my friends in the group chat that I was jumping in for bullet number 2. Hadn't even taken my backpack off. Hadn't even sat down at my chair properly before I was walking away from the table, having dusted another 5K. Hand 1 of bullet 2. Took a picture just to kind of, you know, it's like, hey guys, top 2 against middle set. Money went in on the river. What do you want me to do about it? Proof is needed sometimes.
Yeah, in that spot, you definitely... You just want to make sure that this wasn't just a personal incineration of some sort.
Yeah, especially when you've just busted bullet number 1, you know. Great turn card for Tsai. Making it a lot less likely. Sam has a 6, and obviously he's got the best 4 you can have.
Blind versus blind pre. $25K a man brought us to the turn. No betting there. Queen rolling off.
Weird one for Sam. Should Tsai bet here? All of the obvious draws bricking. There's going to be a lot of overcards that float as well, perhaps. Some king high, queen high, obviously now improving to 2 pair.
$80K barrel here on the river, and these spots, they're so loathsome, aren't they? We're in the blinds. We've got a piece. None of the spades got there. None of the straight combos improving on the end.
It's grim. It really is. I would rather call with like Jack 3.
Right, we're blocking a deuce that we want our opponent to hold.
Yeah, it'd be nice for Tsai to have like ace deuce here. Deuce of diamonds blocking some of backdoor diamond floats. It's a tough spot for Sam. Not easy to get away from this. Wouldn't fault him for looking him up here. There's so many draws, all of the 5x, 7x, spades, overcards that decide to bluff on this river. Cameraman zooming in on the duck for a read, perhaps. Temperature check.
Is that a scar I saw on the duck there? Duck may have been to war a few times.
Been out there in the streets, battling.
No chance.
Finds the fold. Does Samuel? Correctly. He looks like he's got some miles on his poker odometer. I gotta be honest, this gentleman here appears somewhat grizzled. Look into the Hendon mob, perhaps, for added insights. Efforting.
Look to the horizon, perhaps. Shades of Forrest Gump on his long distance run.
Fold it around to the cutoff. Ace jack off. Or the Italian.
Even the name Tocci gives me DJ vibes.
Yeah?
Yeah. You heard of 2 Chainz? Tocci?
Still water, please.
2 Chainz, you know, same thing. Sai, 1 seat over, cut off the button with ace king.
Well, the needle has just come scratching across the record for this 40K Open.
1 body.
Upstairs we go, predictably.
Yeah, much deeper stacked, 3.5x. Not much ICM either at the moment.
You know, ace jacks are so pesky in these situations, especially cutoff open. We know we look maybe like we're getting a little bit ambitious, late position. Then, of course, button and big stack coming together as the 3-better. We suddenly wonder whether or not there isn't a lack of credibility in that kit.
Yeah, I think suited we call, offsuit we roll the dice between fold and 4-bet, does let it go. That's disciplined. I probably click back myself. That's why I'm in here and he's out there.
Yeah.
Still with a chance to win 1.5 million.
You know, in the booth, on a few occasions, I touched on with pro players, by the way, when they were stepping in to provide some commentary, the idea of certain trends, certain stylistic tendencies or patterns that we see from certain parts of the world in terms of, you know, the poker and the way it's played. You know, whether it's American players playing a certain way.
Brazil comes to mind.
Brazilians a certain way, South Americans, the Europeans, right? Or, as we saw Ting Sai, maybe some lack of familiarity with what maybe some tendencies or stylistic approaches coming from that part of the globe.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say I've got too much experience battling with Taiwanese players.
Now, granted, the ace-king is the ace-king. All parts of the world are going to play it in a very similar manner. But just in general, when we're out there trying to kind of develop a baseline or some perception or some understanding of the opposition out there.
There are some flags. I couldn't agree more. Whoa. Whoa.
Nines just dropped right into the muck there pre-flop against the under-the-gun open of
That's
Swicky.
insane. That's a very tight fold.
I could understand if we had a frequent offender in terms of massive stack, 3-bets, ICM pressure, you know, big pay jump type of spot, but just here and now for the nines to find the bin, Henry.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's just giving Sawiki a ton of credit opening off of 11. I mean, it makes sense, right? I mean, I don't think we're ever in insane shape against like 5, 6, 7s or 8s. Could argue that 7s or 8s would maybe just jam pre.
And remember last time Sawiki entered a pot, he raised, fired 2 barrels, and then was unable to produce the winner against the ace, but maybe it's the fact that it was 2 jacks, and so the range is deemed toward the upper crust.
That was a tight lay down. Two chains. Not playing Yo's game site. Mucking the 8-3. Yo Viral's game, that is.
Yeah, you guys covered 4 days of those cash game streams from right here in Rozvadov. Massive pots were exchanged, by the way, right here on this channel.
400,000 euro pot going Santosh Savanant's way.
Remember that one. Well, as impressive as 400,000 K or 400,000 euro pots may be, how about the 1.5 million euros that one of these remaining 70 players will be claiming in a 10K buy-in, no less.
Ladder secured. Everyone guaranteed 22,000 for their efforts. Speaking of efforts, Klezis trying to get this through here. I don't think it's going to work. Small blind V button. Montagnoli with an interesting decision. Yeah, I think flat is just the play. We get to keep in hands that we have dominated. Weaker ace X and jack X.
Ace
Okay,
5
dealer.
deuce as we get ourselves a real collision. Top pair against the second nut flush draw. Note, by the way, that this is the first involvement from the new arrival here at this featured table.
You just get water. You just get water to drink. Water.
An insane flop. 330 in the middle.
We play here 2 label, 1 label.
2 levels.
2 labels. Okay. Can I get the 1 still water and 1 sparkling
Early.
water, please? Thank you.
Fresh to the feature table. Unaware of most of these players, how they've been playing. We obviously just have a very clear-cut call here and make the tougher decisions across turn and river.
110,000 does get called. 220 more into the middle. Pot growing to over 500,000. And now we add a gut shot to the equation for Klezis.
Yeah, Klezis now probably recognizing that this is a genuinely strong range. 6s, 7s, 8s, I think we can remove. I think we hear from 10s and jacks pre-flop. Ace Queen O, a concern. Ace Jack O. Ace King we also hear from. We're blocking King High and Queen High flush draws that perhaps fold turns, so do we check in the hopes that the Austrian checks back, we get to realize, or do we just try and bulldoze our way through this one?
You see Montagnoli mulling it over here.
Nice hand to check, I think. Looks like he's reaching for a small bet. Yeah, 1/3 pot. Just kind of setting the price for himself to just always be able to check behind. I wonder if this small bet actually induces Klezis to jam the King Queen. All options on the table. If he thinks the Austrian has fold equity.
This is so nasty. This is exactly what we didn't want to have happen. And you see a snap fold from that ace jack.
Oh, if we're gonna bet turn to then snap fold a self-inflicted wound.
Not to be overlooked, by the way, Klezis' line there, Henry.
That's gangster. I like that.
3-bet pre. Fire on the flop and then check jam on the turn with nothing more than the club draw, King High, and the gutter.
Yeah, I think against the small bet, jamming is just so nice. Because the guy has fold equity. If we get called, we're in okay shape unless we're up against specifically ace-x of clubs.
And our hand looks so strong as played, doesn't it?
Well played. Very well played.
I'll tell you what, pots like that, when you're less familiar with a player, once the intel comes in, if you're out in this field, help you kind of make a determination as to talent level and what you're dealing with.
Yeah, it's normally pretty evident who's kind of scared money, playing for ladders, and who's actually here to just go for it. Step up to the plate.
I got blood.
Talking stepping up to the plate. How about this King 6 suited open from under the gun?
Yeah, fuck.
Spicy.
Well played.
Binar's been card dead, man. Would love to see him double up, show us what he's capable of.
King queen of foot.
A bit of a healthier stack.
Look, ace king is never have it. So I can have that.
Sounds like a bit of a post-mortem between the ace jack and king queen.
Yeah.
Intense probably.
Some speculation as to whether or not it was pocket tens. By the way, Klez is drinking a salad. I believe, you know, I tend to eat mine off a plate. His...
Is that ginger tea?
Coming in a cup.
Good man.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, the ginger tea with honey and lemon. Favorite of mine for sure.
So you can just order that here?
I'll get you one on break, mate. Do highly recommend them. Especially if you're perhaps a bit underslept. Immune system a bit all over the place with all the traveling.
But why is everything loosely floating about in the cup as opposed to...
Yeah, they chop up the ginger and
let's
everything.
put it in a little baggie and then steep it.
You know?
I don't need it swimming around.
No, it's more authentic, you know?
You're supposed to eat the niblets?
I mean, you can.
Look on your face suggests no.
I mean, you can if you really want to...
Overdose?
Challenge yourself.
King Jack being challenged. And wouldn't you know it, it's these two again.
What's this, round 4?
At least. And every confrontation has been somewhat interesting.
Both flush draws dominated for the Austrian. Not relevant on the 8 highball texture.
$30K. Check called.
Yeah, this is probably stone bottom.
Deuce pairs on the turn. When we get check called on a board like this with ace queen though, Henry, we do wonder whether or not there isn't some coincidental 8, 5 or deuce part of that defense range from the big.
Yeah, I do agree that there are going to be pieces, although against an under the gun open can remove a lot of the deuce X and 5X for that matter. Double barrel from the ace queen. Not sure if that's for value. It's a bluff. Let's just check back all rivers.
You know, sometimes I wonder whether or not it isn't to determine action on the end. You know, we put that barrel in there and then we expect that it'll be checked to us on the river, and perhaps by choosing the sizing ourselves as opposed to checking back and facing a river barrel out of the big blind, we're able to either earn showdown or invest less in getting there.
Just don't
Or both,
exchange
for
the
that matter.
seats during the break.
Yes to all three.
Just don't exchange the seats during the break.
That's it? Do you think that's the secret?
Yeah.
Some more superstitious advice being dished out between the two Austrians. Apparently seat changing as well can mess up the mojo.
You superstitious, Henry?
No. No.
See, someone who's truly not superstitious doesn't have to say no.
Well, I mean, I was pondering a bit to the crowd and to you, but no. Do I think that a certain dealer is going to go runner full house with Jack 4 against aces and King 10 on a King Jack deuce board in Ultimate Text Hold'em? No, not at all. With loads of money on the line? No, definitely not.
Well, you haven't met this guy then. I'll walk you right out there and show him to you, and I promise you,
It's
you're
a
going to walk
face you'll
back in
never
here
forget.
tomorrow with a rabbit foot, garlic necklace, burning sage. I'm telling you, this is the greatest Ultimate Texas Hold'em player you've ever seen in your life. I offered to match whatever his salary was to get him to play for us on the other side. He declined because I couldn't provide benefits. Meanwhile,
no health insurance.
King 9 against Queen Jack and top pair against the club draw. Guess who? Neugebauer involved.
We've had our fair share of post-flop collisions. Now this feature, this one going to be another. Classes with that King of Clubs. Been seeing a lot of pot control. Specifically with top pairs in the form of kings. That's the third check back I've seen now on these types of board textures. See what Neugebauer wants to do. Now has the option to probe.
The driest of turn cards.
200.
Oh, he's coming with the overbet. Hello.
Yes. Bit of a surprise.
The little B150. Doesn't really feel like an overbet spot, to be honest with you. 7s, 8s, okay. When flop's gone check. I don't know, I feel like betting 80% close to pot achieves the same thing. Interesting spot. Certainly not the size I was expecting.
Nor was Klezis. But as played, obviously top pair under-repped heavily. He does make the call. Extra 400,000 slipping into the middle. On the river, Neugebauer does improve to a queen, however. And might this be the kind of card that brings us to a check as opposed to another barrel?
Yeah, it does now beat 9s, 10s and jacks.
All good.
Well, the pot control from Klezis on the flop, earning him 200k probe on the turn.
By the way, I'm sick and deranged, as you know, Henry, but that check back from Klezis on the end, you could see the hope enter into Neugebauer as he turned over the queen.
Yeah.
You know, well, the check back now, it's got to be good, right?
Yeah, he thought he had a winner there.
The king was shown and deflation ensued. As we see, Neugebauer still 4th out of 8 here, 94 bigs. It's been a very up and down affair for his stack. 67 bigs, rather.
While Joe saying, "Don't you lie to us, Henry?" I assume that's referring to the superstitious comments that were made between Harley and myself. Or the lack of being superstitious.
Fear not, chat. I'm here to embody 2 helpings of superstition on behalf of us both. An average of 1 helping of superstition per commentator here in the booth, but I'm shouldering the burden.
I don't know. I haven't seen it from you. You haven't been like... This is in the open-faced Chinese games that we've been playing. You haven't been like rubbing the deck or doing anything too out of whack.
No, but it takes every ounce of me not to leap out of my own skin watching the way in which you guys deal and then haphazardly select which hands to give to which players as opposed to adhere to a strict protocol.
I mean, you did say that it's the dealer's choice to distribute the cards.
Yeah,
okay.
I did.
Cool. Ace King against Ace King. Fair fight. For some reason, Samuel's a slight equity favourite.
200.
These guys are relatively deep. I mean, starting the hand north of 40 big blinds effective.
Third scoop up to 200,000 being presented from the big.
All in, dealer. You never love it. Ace King O. Insane structure. 40 bigs.
Hour and a half long levels.
Yeah. The guy's 3-betting huge out of the big against you under the gun open. But we've got Ace King, I mean.
I'll tell you what, maybe it's a foregone conclusion that the jam is coming, Henry. I don't know. But I will sympathize. As I did effort finding some wall on Hendon, and I'm not suggesting that this is the same guy, but there was one Samwal from England with $9,000 in recorded cashes. And if indeed that is this gentleman, then being in this spot with $1.5 million up top and 69 left, I can sympathize with the hesitation. I truly can. We know what we're supposed to do. We know where the Ace-King wants to find itself, and yet so much gravity lays it down.
Wow.
I know that laydown is going to be met with the objective criticism of anybody who plays tournament poker, right? Regularly. Who's in the solver streets, all of that.
Yep.
But I'm just trying to look at it from another perspective so as to help inform as to why it is when we see these things that we see them, And it is my suspicion that, again, if indeed it is the gentleman with $9,000 in recorded cashes on Hendon, that this is a big moment.
No, I echo the same compassion and sympathy, Ali. At the end of the day, this is one of the biggest tournaments of the year in Europe with dozens and dozens of qualifiers. As you already mentioned, 9,000 on the Hendon mob. I think it's safe to assume a satellite of sorts was won. A seat into this main event, and when that is the case, let's not all pretend that we've made millions from poker.
Right.
These 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 ladders, and preserving a 40 big blind stack as well, could be life-changing to some of the players out there. There's more than just money on the line in these large-filled 10Ks.
That's the great point to be made. Honestly, chat is just livid right now with that fold. They're incredulous. But I'm looking at it from the human standpoint. And by the way, each and every person at their keyboard right now just, criticizing the muck. Ask yourselves whether or not there wasn't a point in time in your poker careers where if you found yourself in this situation that you too might not have frozen a little bit in that spot.
I agree. I mean, there's 69 left. There is a world in which, Samuel makes it into the top 30, top 20, without having to jeopardize those 40 bigs, earns himself an extra 30,000 euros. And let's be honest, 30,000 for a non-professional the average person is a decent chunk of change, Ali.
I do feel compelled, by the way, to point out something that Alejandro in the YouTube chat has just pointed out, which is, but then he defends King 6 suited 3-ways. I mean, yes, I'm just saying,
Well,
a
he's
different
closing the action.
situation. I
Completely
know,
different.
I know.
Sorry, that's an irrelevant comment. He's closing the action with a suited king. I mean, Sai 3-bet huge out of the big against an under the gun open. Best case scenario, we're flipping against jacks. I don't even think 10s are 3-betting that big.
Mm-hmm.
On the off chance that he has an ace queen-o, but again, from what we've seen, so I think we're being results oriented a bit here, seeing the ace king against the ace king. And again, let's just try and all be human and sympathize with the spot that some of these qualifiers find themselves in, playing for amounts of money that never played for before, and perhaps ask yourself how much of a difference 20,000, 30,000 euros would make to your life today. I know, for me, you know, 30k, that's a few bets on UTH.
Yeah. What? that isn't... you know, I just expected there to be some normal follow-throughs to how you were
I'm sorry.
making 30k. What do you mean, a few bets on UTH, you blaster? You see Klez is taking that one down, by the way.
Depends how we're running, you know. I jest, of course. I'm always going to be able to relate to Samuel in that spot. And I'm glad you were the one that kind of started the build-up with that, because it's very easy to lose sight of who we all were at some point. I mean, there was a time, Ali, very early in my career, where $100 pots meant the absolute world to me.
Right.
You know, and you become numb to it, especially with all of the live streams now, the high stakes cash games, the super high roller series around the world, where we just now frequently see people playing for millions of dollars. We've become numb to these spots. So, you know, showers. What about this flat from Ace King? How do we feel about this?
Obviously, not standard and customary, as we're beginning to see some deviations that may very well be the product of less familiarity with these sorts of situations. Maybe it's on balance as well. Neugebauer has certainly gotten himself involved and appeared relatively sound. Montagnoli able to close the action from the big with King 9. Dominated pre. Heavily under-repped is Neugebauer. Mindful, of course, of that big stack of Klezes up front. 8-8 deuce, 2 hearts. 165 in the middle. $40K bet for Montagnoli. Klezes chose to play it as a check 3 ways and just lets it go. I like it. No diamond on the board. 3-way pot. It is okay to just step away from time to time. Obviously, we love to see some fight, but going after every single pot and every single chip is a much more high variance approach.
I think if there's ever a tournament that we're going to see passiveness in, it's going to be this stage. Got Cabinet Wurzig in the Twitch chat saying on day 2 Samuel did a 5-bet jam for 140 bigs with ace-5 suited. If there's one thing that I've learned in my years in the booth, it's been to take everything that's said in Twitch and YouTube chat with a, you know, bucket of salt. But if that is true, then I will kind of go out there and say, He had the hand to do it with. The computer hand, the ace-5 suited. He's seen all of the cool kids doing it. Decided to do it himself. You know, sometimes you just buckle in.
I guess it's the lucky seed.
Let's see later.
You jump in the ring with the ball.
I'm gonna change it.
You risk getting the horns?
Yeah, you know. Sometimes you walk away the hero by rifling it in with the ace-5.
You're gonna watch the stream and see what I folded.
Sometimes
you look like the hero folding the ace-king because the guy had the aces. Or the kings, right? I mean, that also happens. But...
You know, I'm plucking all the king, queen.
I mean, how insane would it have been if he just had aces there and he just...
Exactly. Would we have all been calling him a donkey for not, you know, jamming? I mean, obviously not. So I think your point about perhaps being a bit more results-oriented than we can fairly be in that spot should be made.
Heading towards our second break of the evening, Ali. After this hand, going to be heading into short 14-15 minute break. We're going to be here for a while. Still have 3 more levels of play. Should take us to around 2 AM, 3 AM local time.
A couple of 10s taking us to exactly 45K. And Neugebauer hasn't found showdown in all of these spots that he's been involved in, Henry, so you wonder whether or not some people aren't keeping an eye on him, wondering if he isn't speeding a bit.
Yeah, sure.
Did he show the 10s there?
He did.
Yeah. See, that's one of those spots where if I feel that perception is going to be that I'm overly active, I'm V-pipping too much, sometimes I'll feel compelled to give the boys a free look.
Yeah.
You know? Just say, hey.
Sometimes I have
FYI.
it.
Yeah, exactly. So, we're going to take a breath here, as there is plenty to digest from that last frame of play. Much of it centering around a decision from Darius Samuel, the 5th place stack, 37 big blinds, laying down the ace-king pre-flop. Chew on that as Henry and I step aside. More coverage of the main event here at the World Series of Poker Europe comes your way in about 14 minutes.
Blind raise or what? No, blind.
Six raise, 2 minutes.
Well, we're back after having a word with our 4th place finisher, Alessandro Pederoli, out in 4th for 66,000. And with that elimination, Randy, we're down to 3. 87,000.
You've got some customers.
Plus the ticket.
You've got some customers here.
Currently guaranteed. One more elimination away from... Oh my, Maroney's had the chance to defend the big. Closing the action. 7 million in the middle. And look at the check back from Di Nicola.
That doesn't mean he's not going to lose a lot of chips.
Perhaps, but the fact that he's avoided the c-bet on the flop could potentially save him 18 million.
Would like to see Maroney come in with a bet on the turn. He can represent a lot of missed straight draws or flush draws right now. See what he comes in with. 3.8 million, and the king's gonna have to go nowhere given how under-repped his hand is.
Went for more than half pot on the turn in the form of a probe 3 ways. Does put 15 million out there now. Less than 1 SPR. Sized it to perfection to target some flush draws, target some set 10x. Oof. The 10-10 run out though.
That's a hard one to bet, right? Because your opponent could easily have a 10x as played. It depends on how light he feels he's getting called on the button, whether to bet or not. And it looks like he's just trying to induce from the busted diamonds and straight draws, which I think is a fine play for his 7.
It's going to check through, and
I feel like he lost the minimum with those 2 kings.
yeah, favourable run out there for Dinacola. It's getting pretty even. 32 million for Dinacola. 29 for Moroni. Both these players, along with 12 others from this event, will be playing the WSOP Europe main later during this series. The Italian came in with a 3-1 lead over Saka. He's been doing a good job holding his own. Does flop best on the 5-4 deuce. Couple of hearts out there. Nicola with the 2 overs. Happy to just check back as he now pairs his 10, and that's a card that Saka may feel okay with pursuing value on.
Yeah, he's betting because when a player checks back, they'll have to either just miss or have a lot of ace highs that has decent equity. King 10 making the quick call.
Oh, music to the ears of the Italian as it runs out clean. 11 million in the middle, and Saka is reaching for blocking chips. Another bet of 2.5 million.
I actually think that Dinacola can come in for raise against the block bet on this board. You shouldn't be too scared against like 2 pair plus. They might size up a bit, and clearly you've got a really strong kicker of your 10, and even ace 10 probably just gets aggressive pre.
Raise 10 million.
I love this.
Wow, he does just go for all of it. Oh, I do apologise, he said 10 million. Action back on Saka. Has an interesting decision. Flop went check check. He probed turn for 2.5 million. Dinacola called. Blocked river for the same price. Now getting raised. $7.5 million on request. Based on how fast these guys have been playing, this is the longest tank we've seen, and an understandable one at that. What hands would play this way?
He knows that when he raised small, it induces raises a decent bit, and when he just leads that tiny 2.5 into that big pot, he does block the nuts a bit, 6-7, although I wouldn't think that his opponent would need just the nuts to raise the river. Saka's also thinking that a 5x shouldn't raise the river 8x since it'll be thin with the 10 out there. So just, is this a thin value raise, or is this just a bluff that he's just trying to pick off?
Given the moment. Oh, he's paid him off. Dina Cola scooping a 31 million chip pot, and you have to ask yourself, Randy, was there a bit of leveling going on in Saka's mind where he's gone small on turn, gone small on river, and then just convinced himself that it was the small bet sizings that Nicola was pouncing on with air? Big fan of all 5 players, have done so much for the game already in their own respective ways.
Absolutely. He's not happy. I think Sean Deeb is the main man to go on and challenge Phil Helmuth's 17 bracelets.
Yeah, I've got a bet.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, yeah.
What's the bet? Oh, hold that thought. Hold that thought, guys.
1,000% in the 8 game.
Daniel comes with call.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, let me think about it.
2.3 in the middle.
Oh, shoot, boy.
Ace in the window, ace 7-4. Couple of diamonds, saying with the jack of diamonds in hand. Came with the 3.3x pre. Gonna continue for small. Don't really see Daniel doing much other than just call here. 3.5 in the middle. Pourquoi? Jack of hearts on the turn. Would you believe he has turned a set of jacks, and Daniel Negreanu in rough shape here at this stack to pot ratio. What a sick turn card.
Henry celebrating that one like never before.
Not celebrating, pal, just sickened at how tournament poker works.
Check on the turn. 5 of hearts on the river. Backdoor hearts getting there. Daniel has the ace of hearts though. So I think if we see a bet from Foix, Daniel might well have to pay this one off.
Sick turn. Running hearts. Especially with the ace of hearts in hand, Negreanu likely to hero here.
2.8.
2.8.
Just hoping that Paul's turning a hand like King Queen, King 10 with the King of Hearts, Queen of Hearts into a bluff. Does make the call. Chip lead pot. Seng up to 11 million in chips. D-Negs down to 15 bigs. Nothing he can do. Blind v blind for that run out.
Okay.
We like that turn just a little bit, right?
I was not going to give up.
I tell you who loved that turn. Sean Deeb, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Deeb loved that turn. Do apologise, Pourquoi up to second in chips, 36 bigs, 32% of all the chips in play.
Important hand was As-Deuce of clubs versus sevens, I think. Yes, and then the river comes to us. Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of nerves out there at the moment. Naturally enough.
Exactly, in this exact situation. I mean, again, there's so much money up top, man, being 110k, and not only that, we're literally on the ticket bubble too. So a lot of stuff to take into account, guys. A lot of money up top, a lot of decisions that are going to be very, very important, whether you preserve your stack or not. Got to be careful. Got to be very, very sure every decision you make is going to be the highest EV decision. But I've no doubt that these players are more than capable of doing that. Especially they've outlasted 3,500 players, guys. Just shy, or just over, I should say, 3,500 players. Ridiculous field. A lot of days to play. But we have Swinestetter on the button, opening the 7s. Wow, we got an all-in here. The Ace-2 versus the 7s. This could be it, Dan. We could be on the bubble of the ticket here. It could be bursting.
This could be bing, bang, boom, and just like that, the bubble bursts unless Bees can get lucky. He's got 33% equity. Can't find a much better spot here with 6 bigs. I think he was forced all in here. Actually, the blinds had just gone up, so it was less than 5 bigs total. Also, having your big blind invested and your big blind ante.
Exactly.
There are some arguments you could make for folding here on the exact bubble, but that is not the cloth that Emil Bees is cut from. 10-6-5 is the flop, and nothing in it for Bees, and he's going to need help on the Turner River, or the fan favourite at King's Resort will be eliminated. Turn is the Jack of Spades, now down to 1 card and 3 outs.
Not the first time we've seen an ace in the river, Dan, when we've done comms together. Well, wouldn't be the last time. We'll see what happens.
Oh my God, he hits it! The king is back, man.
Disgusting, and I just said it too, bro. It's like I knew. Trust me, I didn't, by the way. Just to make that very, very clear.
Always a surprise around the corner for the king.
Man, this is stuff I'm not going to say you'd see online, but it's just in this situation where it's just like on the bubble of the ticket. It's just always these sort of things that like always happen. It just makes great, great content.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the World Series of Poker Europe main event from right here at the King's Casino in Rozvadov in the Czech Republic. Tournament director Andy Tillman, front and center here at the feature table, shepherding the players back to their seats as action will get back underway. Mics being replaced, drinks being replenished, and fates being determined, as 1.5 million euros up top is that which is most certainly on the mind of all remaining parties in this field. Ting Tsai among the biggest stacks. 100 bigs in front of him at the new blind level. Adam Sawicki, 7 big blinds. We've seen him a bit of a surgeon so far. Ali Nejad, Henry Kilbane, back with you.
Yeah, same feature table. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't looking forward to a new table. I was thinking that we were going to be getting 8 fresh faces, but things were slowly heating up here just before the break. Some big pots, top pairs against sets. There was some flush draw antics going on, some big pot poker being played. All eyes on the top prize of 1.5 million, but that still 2 days away. For now, the main goal in sight is end of day 3.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting that one step at a time kind of focus on your table, distill everything into a bit more of a, you know, 1 foot in front of the other process, as opposed to zooming out and maybe letting the grand scheme get the better of you, one approach. I think for others, though, success has come very much as a result of not getting too into the minutia and then going, look, I'm here to win. I'm going to swing for the fences.
Yeah, I'm not sure which approach is best. I like the long distance runner analogy, you know, where in long distance running in marathons, people typically don't try and look 40 kilometers into the future at the finish line. They just set themselves little goals every 150, 200 meters or so. You know, that tree over there, that's my next goal. That bridge, my next goal. I think the goal here today is just, you know, one level at a time. Try and make it to the end of day 3. Play the best poker you can. Get a good night's rest. Come back tomorrow for day 4.
175.
Come back to a new blind level of 10 and 25,000 for the next 90 minutes. And then the familiar sight of Neugebauer involved in a hand. Under the gun, Queen Jack offsuit. He gets his hand smacked by boss stack of Ting Tsai with the ace-5 suited. 3 scoops up to 175,000.
Samuel in the tank. Normally a non-nonsense customer. Perhaps a close spot. Pocket 10s, jacks perhaps. Maybe even stronger. Note the heavy breathing, by the way. An ace-king repeat. Playing 30 bigs. Oh, who said live reads don't exist, Ali? I'm dialed in.
500, 600, 650. And it is pocket kings for Samuel. Hold it all the way back around.
Here is 550.
To Tsai.
650.
This would be incredibly ambitious, even off of a deep stack with ace-5 suited, would it not?
Yeah, I mean, I think this just comes down to whether Tsai thinks he's getting the right price or not.
740.
I mean, there's going to be another 85,000 back for Samuel. I'm not sure that it immediately goes in or not, but
right.
He does ultimately end up folding.
Nice little pick up there.
Yeah.
For Samuel, up to 1 million in chips. Welcome to the Million Chip Club. The WSOP Europe main event.
For those just joining us, Darius Samuel was very much the topic of conversation during the last frame, where he ended up folding an ace-king pre-flop in the face of a big re-raise. And I think one of the other things about that play, Henry, that we didn't touch upon in our conversation is I can't imagine that this is the point in time at which he's begun to take that approach, right? In terms of styles. Now, granted, we're down to 65 players at present. The weight of the tournament is very much more present. But my guess is that he's playing the game that he played to get himself this far. And so, granted, tournament landscapes are dynamic, as we see the all-in here from Sawicki, the short stack at the table. Curiosity peaked from the ace-3 offsuit. This will be a nice spot for the ace-jack. But let's give credit to the fact that the guy's done something to work his way into the final 70. And he's not about to maybe change that now. Now, granted, it could very much be an adaptation to recognition of just, you know, being within the hunt. But I digress.
Ooh.
As it comes Jack 9-3.
That 3 in the window.
Look like a possible heartbreaker for Sawicki. Turn stays clean, just kind of fade a crab on the end.
Which he does. 10 of diamonds completing the run out. Sawicki doubling up but still on short stack duties.
Nervy run out, by the way, against your average 2 cards that would be calling the all-in. 4-liner on board. But you have thoughts on that, Henry, as far as, you know, giving a man a little bit of credit for having had an approach that served him well, not to be too results-oriented,
Yeah.
but, you know.
I mean, I don't personally, because it's a limited sample, but I have to kind of agree with you and back you up in the sense that when someone registers a tournament, you pay the rake, you pay the buy-in. You can play any style that you want to play, you know.
Right.
And if it works for you, it works for you. There is no set rule book by which players are expected to play, and if it's working, it's working.
And the other thing is, a lot of times, if we're out there and we observe these things and we're critical of it, if you really think it's bad, recognize that it is precisely that sort of play that creates value. Now, I'm not alleging, by the way, that that's Samuel, but if you know, find yourself in disagreement with things out there, it is, again, precisely that which makes these tournaments profitable. Things that you think are bad, let's say. So you can't take too much issue with that, because absent, you know, some suboptimal play, it would be a far more difficult enterprise. Sawicki, by the way, fresh off of the double, putting chips to work in the cutoff with ace-9. Has gotten around to the big blind of Tochi.
Yeah, nice couple of pickups, Sawicki.
Oh, yeah. At the new blind level. Ever important. As his resilience. On display, 18 bigs, as you mentioned.
That's a real nub of a stack right next to his. Whose is that? Oh, that's the local checkman, who's just not picked up a hand at all since we first joined these 8 players. Some notable bust outs, by the way, out on the outer tables. Manic Lauser, Tobias Peters, who picked up a bracelet during this trip, Joe Trent, Omar Eljak will not be going back to back. Did cash for 18,000 though. Who else have we got?
Badanov.
Yeah, bracelet winner.
Montagnoli, by the way, min-raise open with the aces here. Late arrival to this feature. 8-5 off, not enough. Suited combo for the big stack, though, in the big.
We are just one off of a pay jump.
Defense takes us to a flop of ace-9-6. Top set on a very seemingly dry board.
Too much of a hand.
Check fold from Sai. Montagnoli, by the way, did you see him pick that one up? Met this guy out in North Cyprus. He ventured down there to get involved with some of the many tournaments that take place over there. They have their own local series. They've got the EPT, just paid them a visit down there. Who knows? Maybe at some point we'll see a circuit event or something pop up over there. Obviously good things are happening. But met him in the sauna, of all places.
Sounds about right.
Henry, you know, I was circuit training between the steam room, the sauna, and the jacuzzi.
Great place to meet people, the sauna. Many business deals have come.
Yeah, safely conducted, absent a federal wire.
Exactly.
You know, not that Montagnoli and I were conducting any sort of deals of international significance or geopolitically destabilizing, you know, transactions. Just more of a, hey, nice to meet you. And also if you need any
containers, shipments.
Yeah. Speaking of shipment, Binar, right on cue. You said he's been whittled down to a nub. Well, that nub is 2 jacks, and it's all in. King-Queen suited for Sai will be a threat.
I think we roll the dice here. 7 big blinds.
Well, still the big blind behind, though. So, how's he going to choose to play it? As a flat.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised to see anything other than flat for 40 bigs effective. Be nice to see Binar get back into this. I mean, he's been incredibly card dead. See what he's capable of if he can get back up north of 20, 25 bigs. He's got a flip to win first, though.
Wheel of Fortune spins safely thus far for Binar. Turn keeps things that way. No club is pleasant. Now keep it paint-free. Compliance from the deck. And patience rewarded for the Czech national. Playing on home turf. Doppelganger allegations from the chat, by the way, about Binar here looking like a young Ralph Fiennes, says Bird in the chat.
I can see it. Bravo.
Yeah, that's a great read.
Well spotted.
One of the better actors this generation.
He also does these small
PLO flips?
Poetry readings on Spotify. And I must say is one of my favorite, I don't know what you would call them, like narrators, I guess. Yeah, he does some fantastic work. If you are into that kind of thing, shout out Ralph Fiennes. Some Rudyard Kipling, if that's your thing. It's got its own version of poem If, which is one of my favorites. I must say, check it out. It's yeah, some great poetry by Ralph Fiennes.
You're sneaky cultured, Henry. You know what I mean? It's not all absconded, but you never cease to amaze me with the kind of lanes that you open up here in the booth. Poetry.
I'll be honest with you. I'm big into poetry. It's one of my, you know, I don't typically put it out there, but yeah, Ralph Fiennes is definitely one of my favorite narrators to listen to.
Ace 3, apparently. One of Samuel's favorite small blinds to open huge. It was kind of it wasn't an all-in, it was just an indiscriminate pile of blue that he just kind of, yeah, stuck out there. That was a peculiar approach. Love the duck, by the way. Feels like, you know, you just say that's by Murakami or Banksy and you sell that duck for a cool $500,000 or something. Or maybe it's just from the King's gift shop and, you know, 10 euros and get the job done. You like Neruda, Henry? Pablo Neruda? Have you not been familiarized with his
Can't
poetry?
say I have, but if it comes recommended, I'll have to
it's good stuff.
Check some of it out. Still on the English-American classics, if I'm being honest with you.
Building up the foundation.
For sure.
Building up the pot is the Austrian. With Queen Jack suited.
Certainly one of the most involved players at this table, and it's not from him being out of line either.
Right.
He's had legit hands.
Yeah, almost every time we've seen him involved, it's been with sensible kit, if not every time. But unfortunately, that kit is dominated here by Montagnoli's ace-queen. And his countryman is going to stuff it north of 400 back. This is just too much on request.
Sort of call since it's unlucky seat, but
you should, yeah. If you stay to what you say, you should just call. If you believe in what you say, that's what I mean.
not to that extent.
Okay. Let's see. And I'll take you for granted. It's a must.
Return to the booth with a lack of ginger tea. We'll have to get that on the next break.
Well,
So
that's
see,
not to say, Henry, that I didn't enjoy a beverage, as you may have seen the monolith of whipped cream that was atop a small cup of a large amount of espresso.
yeah, I mean,
It was like a homemade mocha. I think he shaved fresh chocolate onto this thing over at the VIP bar. I mean, it was delightful, if I'm honest, and it won't take long before I'm bouncing off these walls.
I was about to say, I do tip my hat to the bravery
of a midnight espresso.
Yeah, I mean, let's go. We need it. The wheels need to come off at some point. We're going to be here until 3 a.m. Coming up to 11:30 local time.
I'm ready for it, you know?
The night shift.
Yeah, a little bit of
round the
night shift,
corner.
but also a little bit of late World Series of Poker main, you know, where things get real.
How much do we play, sorry?
Nearly 500.
Things get interesting out here.
I mean, this is really the stage of the tournament. 64 left, 817 entries. Where storylines start developing, Ali. You know, let's see who really steps up to the plate, goes after it.
Queen 9-7. Couple of straight draws emerging. Samuel, the party starter from the cutoff.
Yeah, this should be all Samuel here. Don't think Montagnoli can really continue with a gut shot, a non-nutted one at that, and no backdoors. Got Victor in the chat. Ali saying you're in the Czech Republic. Drink beer.
Never been a beer guy. I've always found it to be sort of cold mule's urine.
Once checked to though, the Austrian can't resist. Does have equity. What does Samuel come with? Feels like once we check flop, we're going into check call mode. So check raise still an option. Doctor's pod saying mule's urine is better cold than warm though.
Hot take.
Here we go. To a turn.
Cold call.
That's a really boring turn card dealer.
I was just thinking the same thing. The 9 rolling off, making this uninteresting. But, you know, we'll see what develops.
From an entertainment point of view, 275 out there.
Were you thinking 8? What were you thinking?
I was just thinking anything other than the board pairing.
Right.
You know, like, put an ace out there. Let them really earn it. I mean, this is pretty out of line, and I'm all for it.
Montagnoli strikes me as being very comfortable out there, you know, flatting the Jack-8 suited on the button against the opener.
Yeah, that in itself sends quite the statement.
Well, I've often alluded to the idea that a broader range pre-flop being taken must very much be attached to more sound decision-making post-flop if it's going to be profitable. And thus far, what we're seeing is the decision to fire when check 2 and then fire again when the 9 rolls off. And with the board pairing, let us see whether or not Samuel wants to continue to pursue the open-ender.
Let's let it go, and Montagnoli just leveraging The power of position. Stealing it from his man on flop and turn.
Nicely done there. By the way, apologies to Dr. Spod, whose hot take on Cold Mule's urine was scrubbed from the chat.
Yeah.
That felt unjust.
I mean,
the
mods are a bit, you know,
twitchy.
Yeah, they love throwing down the timeout and ban hammer. Each to their own. We can take it though. Winning on live said, do we hear the beautiful voice of Henry and the tones of Ali Nejad alongside myself here for the late shift. We've also had James Dempsey, Randy Lou with us on tour in Rozvadov.
They kicked off the first 3 frames of what surely will be the longest day of play across this entire 5-day main event.
Yeah, I'm glad they did the heavy lifting, you know. 3 of 8 frames is a fair share.
I'll tell you what, I'd rather be doing 5 of the latter than 3 of the former based on
That's
the time
true.
you and I went to bed.
That is true.
I don't think I've slept before it was light out yet. I'm going to get home and just be on the right schedule.
I'm going to be really screwed when I get home. I'm going to be waking up at like midnight.
Yeah, the Phuket time change is a bit rougher given the schedule you're on. King Jack 6 here. Nothing rough about top pair for Binod, who defended the big against the Samuel Open. Bottom pair for Darius.
You got alcohol in there? You got alcohol in there?
Alcohol?
You have alcohol in there?
No, not yet.
I would have joined you probably. That's why I'm asking.
Later. Last level.
Last level, okay.
Water.
Good. Let's hope we still
Water, please. Because when I'm starting, I can't stop.
Huh?
When I'm starting, I can't stop. So
Oh, you're the same, okay. What you drinking?
40K, the follow through. Are you in favor of this sort of approach with the ace-6, Henry, given the board?
I think when we open hijack against a big blind defend, we want to be doing a lot of continue on picture-picture board textures. It's also nice to just fold out some equity, you know, overhand, like ace-6.
Stupid thing, they don't have service here. Last time we wanted.
Sounds like there's a few people at the table, Ali, who perhaps wants to tap, is open, struggle to then close it, beers flowing into the early hours of the morning, hence players on the ginger tea grind for now. Perhaps the last levels of the evening we'll see them mix it up in terms of liquid consumption at the table.
Binar checking again after calling the 40.
Okay with that.
Now a check back from Samuel, and ace is up on the river. This is such a deflating card for Binar to look at. He was all set to maybe value bet this one on the end.
You're just seething on the inside. I mean, how is that the river?
It's the shackler. Couple of soft-handed pounds upon the rail, signifying a third and final check.
Certainly Vanny to be pursued now. Question is, do you just like go for it all?
I mean,
150% pot?
Queen 10 is not an impossible hand, but we would imagine it would be more inclined to bet this river. Certainly some check raises from time to time, looking to induce whether the ace is present or not. Plenty of time taken before settling upon 125k river bet here, and boy, when you have just 305k back and you've had the kind of outing on the day that Binat has, desperate to loosen your collar and work your way into that over 20 big blind stack size to give you some playability. This is a barrel which is deeply destabilizing.
Honestly, I don't find the fold myself that often. Feels like a very natural card to bluff on. We block Queen 10. Block Ace 10. Yeah, it's going to pay him off. Very unfortunate run out for Binar, who's just had a rough stint at this feature table.
Yeah, he doesn't look pleased. I don't think he's going to be reading any poetry.
Thank you.
Perhaps listening to some, though.
No.
No?
No, I'm betting the don't on that one as well. Pavel Binat, 7 big blinds, 180k. As worthy of note is the presence of... am I going to say Michele or am I going to say Michelle?
That's a great question.
Right?
It's Italian,
Tocci
right?
up at the top. Could be Michele.
2 chains.
There he is. Ace-2 suited. I'm sure the chat can help out in this respect. Fairly international group.
That's a bit snug.
The Ace-2 suited fold under the gun?
Yeah. Chip leader. What were the options? Michele?
I said Michele
Michelle?
or Michelle. Now French, I would know it's Michelle.
Yeah,
But
I'm more inclined to go towards Michele.
Yeah.
in that part of
I
the
feel
world.
like I am too.
You drank a few
Got
of them, huh?
conflicting suggestions, by the way, from YouTube and Twitch respectively, which now leaves us very much adrift with regards to the proper pronunciation.
It is in our contract to butcher at least 30% of surnames.
Right, we do it because we're obligated. Not at all because it's truly one of the more difficult aspects of our job in here.
Well, we've got Ant Zuma saying it's a hard K sound in Italian, and just that statement and the confidence in which it was delivered in leads me to believe that that's true. Don't know about you and what your read is on that.
I like, you know, I was leaning toward the K myself, so we'll go with that. Although we can just say Tocci, or as you've christened him, 2 chains. Meanwhile, King 10 suited, being anointed with a raise. From under the gun to 55,000, Montagnoli. Re-raising here, 150.
Yeah, he's managed to bounce back after that bet fold with Ace-Jack, which is going to be catching up to him any minute now, by the way, in terms of stream delay. Managed to get a cheeky bluff through.
Ace-Queen now in the big blind for Michele.
700. 700.
Asking for a count.
It's annoying, I mean. I honestly think it's just the fold. It's under the gun open. Early position 3-bet. You've got Ace-Queen-O with under the gun still left to act. 80 bigs effective.
Wow.
Well done. I mean, it's just, I think it's just the fold. Fold or a cold 4-bet. With the idea being to 4-bet fold.
So into the bin goes the Ace-Queen alongside the King 10 suited that opened. Small capital infusion to the Montagnoli Fund. That's one, by the way, that, you know, I know you were hitting it with the hard G earlier, but I believe the G in the end, back to back, especially with the O-double-L-I on the end, that feels Italian. I know he's flying the Austrian flag. I think that's a Montagnoli kind of.
I can see it. It just he doesn't look Italian.
No, I don't disagree. Could be, you know, mixed breed situation.
Yeah, like me.
I've never had trouble with your last name, though, I gotta be honest. I never said Kilbane or something, you know, just Kilbane.
Family name is Panozzo, but here we are.
Is it really?
It is indeed. My mother's name is Anna Maria Panozzo. About as Italian as it gets.
I was gonna say, that's, that's steeped. Well steeped. It's a rich marinara's worth of syllables.
They just simplified it. They're like, yeah, let's call him Henry.
Yeah. I can see it.
Henry Kilbane, to save any confusion.
Right. Just to make sure nobody thinks he's Italian.
Yeah, they're like, does he look Italian at birth? No, he's a bit, you know, too light-skinned. Just give him the whitest name possible. Let's go with Henry.
And a fairly white dermis, dare I say, Henry, as well. You really didn't. You didn't get a lot of the olive complexion.
No. You should see my brother, though. You wouldn't know that we're brothers.
Yeah? He got all of it?
He got all the Italian, yeah.
There was a
he's got the eyebrows, he's got the beard, he's, yeah.
Melanin and follicular transfer. Small blind limp from Tochi. Sai says, let's go. Dominant 5 for Michele. Jack 8 deuce. Disconnection. Both seats.
So I might just take a stab at this one.
No.
So, you know, Queen High can turn a gut shot. 1 over to the board. See Michael Marrakesh, bracelet winner, local player,
back on the rail.
Yeah. King's regular. He's won multiple tournaments here. King High gonna win at Showdown, and Queen High content to just knuckle this one through. Tom in the chat trying to bait me, saying, what does an Italian look like, Henry? Question mark. My mum.
Diplomatically responded to.
Yeah. Would say my nan, but she's dead.
Things got dark.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Henry. R.I.P. Henry's nan.
I blame Tom.
Man.
I don't think that's fair. But, you know, as you were.
61 remain out of 817 runners. Record-breaking WSOP Europe main event. And I have to say, is anyone out there questioning whether or not there's an ongoing poker boom worldwide? These records being broken here, I really do answer that. Oh, hello.
There'll be a boom from the big blind here. Although obviously against a button open, we can get into the weeds a bit with a flat, if we so choose.
I like flatting shallower than this, off of like 20, when money can still easily go in. I think here 40 plus bigs, it's a disaster to just give free cards to a very wide open on the button. There it is, upstairs we go. Doesn't look too greedy, by the way. Just north of 3x.
Is it going to be modest enough to keep Tochi interested? Does have Samuel well covered, but I think he has also the sense that this is a gentleman whose chips come forward more often with heavy artillery. You ever taken a bath with a rubber duck, Henry?
I'd rather not.
That's a yes.
Go into detail as to who and what I've taken a bath with ever on a live broadcast, but thanks for the question, Ali.
What about a delayed, like an hour delayed broadcast? Would you do it then?
It's not quite midnight yet. We're building up to it though. Bit of a build-up for Sawiki.
Hasn't been able to break out though. Just bouncing off of, you know, under 10 bigs with a double or two. Might these two queens be the recipe for some actual depth? Just north of the min, the open.
Yeah, it's been the theme for Sawiki. It's kind of min opens. Could pick up the blinds in the big blind ante.
Yeah. Obviously had higher hopes with 61 left, but pick up another blind's worth of tokens, or orbit's worth rather.
Let's take a look over at the outer tables. Ollie, I mean, you can see what I'm seeing on my screen. The Bulgarian, Julian Bogdanov, overwhelming chip lead, playing 6.3 million. Alex Keating, crossing the 3 million mark. Dario Sammartino, a couple of Italians, rounding out the top 5.
Yeah, Keating and Radicki were part of our feature table that you and I covered when we first stepped into the booth.
Davide Katai, 3-time bracelet winner, EPT and WPT champion as well. The old triple crown. Michael Rocco, who was in Europe at a wedding in Italy of all places, was with him in the sauna and steam room the other day. It's been in this neck of the woods for the better part of a month now. Took 7 months off of poker to just focus on family life. I believe building a farm out in California, trying to set something up outside of poker for his family.
Rocco is?
Yeah, now returning to poker after a 7-month hiatus.
This man is a farmer?
He is indeed. You wouldn't think it, would you?
Well, all I've ever seen him do is farm people's bankrolls successfully. So he has a real force when he's on the felt, but what does he farm exactly?
I'm not 100% sure. Didn't want to kind of delve too deeply. It's because, you know, California, do believe.
Oh, right. Some of that type of horticulture. I see what you mean.
Perhaps. I think it's a more wholesome kind of family venture.
Turnips?
I was going to go more like
parsnips.
Alpacas, but...
Oh, okay, I see. By the way, slight oversights here as this one does brew. Pair in the flush draw for Klezis, defending the big blind, check calling against the follow-through from Sai, who had complete air, now has a gut shot. No, Klezis not off to the races here.
I mean, if there's ever a hand you're going to double barrel with, it feels like this is the one.
Sai agrees. 125.
Yeah, ace high. Just try and fold out Queen X, 10x, 9x that kept you honest on the flop. $370 in the middle. He's getting a great price to try and realise if he thinks all of his spade outs are live. How we doing, Ali? I feel like perhaps that espresso with whipped cream wasn't the play.
Heart rate has increased.
Yeah, glucose
involuntarily.
spikes.
Sure. I mean, I wouldn't go stabbing my solar plexus with an EpiPen just yet, as Klezis comes with the check raise, not giving any credit to Sai for having a jack. And obviously, even if he did have outs to the spades, so we're seeing some real adventures from the Lithuanian.
We really are. Certainly someone to keep an eye on. A couple of hands that have really impressed. Has a move or two up his sleeve. See him giving a little nod to himself.
I do feel compelled to advise the chat that the same gentleman who moments ago did express some concern over my espresso with whipped cream consumption during our last break has now taken all of his 6'3" frame, as we see Bernard taking all of his 170 and ripping it from under the gun with ace deuce, and elevated himself to new heights by standing atop his chair here in the booth.
How else am I going to stretch the legs? I mean,
not quite. We are testing the full threshold of your headset cable here.
I like to push the limits where I can.
Let's see if Klezis, who shares that DNA.
It's an interesting one, right? Like, our opponents jam from under the gun. They're going to be in the big blind in the next hand, which kind of forces them to put in around a third of their stack. Yeah, he's going to take the spot with the ace deuce. And
King, queen suited. Did you see the long closing of the eyes there from Sawicki's? Sitting there thinking, yeah, this is a lot of hand, and all of a sudden the 3-bet, which sort of insulates Bernard, is making things very difficult for this king-queen of spades. Is it the one? Is it even close?
It's definitely close. It's definitely close. I think there are going to be hands that we actually dominate from Klezis' point of view, who has us covered. I think there's going to be some king jack, queen 10 suited hands that just run it against the short stack jam.
Which obviously would be a delightful spot for Sawicki to find himself in, were he to call off. And potentially have a shot at taking a double plus some extra cheese in the form of Bernard's remains.
Bernard just taking it all in. Just appreciating the moment, you know?
Like this guy. Only because I'm scared to not like him for the most part. No, I like him. I actually do. But the king-queen suited, disliked, as it is put into the bin, and there's a smile from Bernard. And you wonder what Sawicki's feeling, because obviously these two guys blocking one another, obviously he's behind the ace highs,
three ways.
You know, king-queen has exactly lion's share of the equity.
Yeah.
3 ways.
You can't buy much with equity though.
Yeah, and the 10-5-4 is not much for that king-queen, which was in the bin. Note, though, for Klezis, the nut flush draw has become a threat, and there is the heart. No waiting, Benar drawing dead. GG's to the hometown man. Just quietly exiting the arena. Seems very consistent with his sort of demeanor and approach. Pavel out in 59th place. 24,300 euros going to go his way. I think he made the most of what he was given.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, he's laddered tremendously, all things considered. Took the spots as and when they were presented to him. King's regular will be seeing plenty more of him at future series, but for now, 24k gonna have to do.
Is this enough, or do you have to put it like this?
2 chains.
I don't know if you spied it or not, but Samuel was feverishly pecking away at his phone there during that last pot, I believe, just away from the table. Maybe giving some updates to his squad.
Yeah, probably, you know, keep an ear out for what the commentators are saying about me. If anything that I don't like comes back, let me know. Make sure they're seen too.
Well, this queen-queen is going to be seen and heard, in all likelihood.
It's going to be a close spot for the Austrian. Cut-off open. 2 bigs already invested.
We have seen some very milky procedures from Sawicki, by the way. I don't know whether or not there's a 3-bet size off of 360 would just seem so insane, but other than all in. But, you know, we defer.
I see where you're coming from. But
just based on observations from him thus far, you know, you'll recall that very milky min-raise open and then small bet flop and turn with a couple of jacks. Didn't work out for him.
yeah, we're also on a direct money jump of 2,800 euros. 56 left. 24,300 guaranteed. 1 more elimination. It'll be guaranteed 27,000. Just going to take his time before moving all 370 in the middle. Here we go.
Yeah,
spin the
pocket
wheel.
5s. We're always ready to go, apparently. No thought whatsoever from Montagnoli, and this is, of course, the side of the range that you don't want to be shown, which is the overpairs to the 5s. If you're Montagnoli, good news is he covers the queens. The bad news is he's going to have to hit 5-5 exactly. Sawicki
No jokers in this game.
can now exhale.
360? Something like that.
I thought it was a rivered 5, the smirk on the Austrian's face.
Yeah.
We didn't get to see it until the graphic caught up, but the needle from the deck. Some big eliminations, by the way, on outer tables.
Bring us up to speed.
Bracelet winner, Stoyan Madangiev, out in 67th.
Another one of those Bulgarians making their mark.
Daniel Rezai.
Panetti, who we saw at our feature
Yeah.
table earlier, never really felt like he had a big stack going. He has been showered.
Johannes Constas also involved in several deep runs at this series. Leon Sturm, 50k bracelet winner from Vegas this summer.
Sturm, by the way, incredibly young.
21 years old.
I mean, I didn't have 50k to my name at 21. Man just plunked it down and banked it.
I think there was a bit more to it than just plunking it down.
No, of course, but you know what I mean? Just Sturm making waves. I don't see him going anywhere anytime soon. And with ace-10 suited, fresh off of the double, Sawicki not going anywhere. Klezis among the bigger stacks in the field. Raising with the suited one gapper, getting flatted from the button. Now Neugebauer with a decision. The deck has kind of tormented him on a few occasions, but
whoa,
didn't appear to be much torment for him. He just rips from the small blind for 1.1.
I mean,
gets through, but this was
that feels a bit out of line for my liking.
You know what it is? You ever seen those videos, the tap the crocodile on the tail challenge? You know what I mean? You just kind of run out there, slap it, see if it runs into the pond or turns around and then takes a limb off.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, you know, I've played that game a few times. Not with crocodiles, but with pythons. If you go to Thailand, you'll bump into people that do it with king cobras as well. They really just push the boundaries of what's superfluous and what's not.
There's some sort of two kings, by the way. Cobras, if you will. Just what the doctor ordered for Montagnoli after the fives were incinerated. Min raise here. No, Klezis just out of there with the 6-7 suited. Prefers to be an opener with such kit.
That ace-jack jam for 40, I mean, I know there's what, cut-off open, button flat. Guess we're never scared of the button flatting range. Or rarely so. Just have to get through the cut-off.
Minus 10k. Welcome to the table.
I wonder how that one went down. You know, the first person to ever slap a cobra on top of the head. Just went up to his buddy, said, "Hey guys, watch this."
Well, I promise you, you're not going to be able to ask him how it went down, and it isn't because he died from natural causes.
Ace magnets, the Cowboys, still going to be happy to bet out here, and he's actually going to get value from the King 6.
Yeah, middle pair on the ace-high board. Side didn't defend to go away here. But note that no spade in hand. Maybe just this 35k call will slow Montagnoli down on the turn. TBD. Deuce doesn't feel like cause for concern.
Question is whether the Cowboys bet flop turn, check river. Some equity to be denied, some gut shots out there. Hands like 7-5, 7-4, spades. Should never really get raised.
And this very much feels like a bet here on the turn, 60 into 205, Henry, that is designed to provide him check-back opportunities on the river, as opposed to check-back turn and then face the bet on the end.
It's also one of those bet sizes, similarly to the ace-jack spot that he bet small with, that does open the door for a check raise. Side doesn't have the hand to do it with. It would have been incredibly uncomfortable for the kings.
Red queen of no consequence, and you see the snap check back. Montagnoli had his blueprint. Stuck to it.
Always ace on the flop. Always ace on the flop.
Ace magnets, of course. Don't ever deal me kings, dealer.
Don't listen to him, dealer. You can send kings my way as much as you want. Put the ace on the flop, though. We're going to have words.
Video.
You're a man of boundless talents, by the way, Henry. You know, obviously, commentary, watched you flourish. You, earlier in the broadcast, alluded to poetry.
Behave.
And then, moments ago, you put what I can only describe as an erotic dent in a banana that you brought into the booth here.
Wow.
That was
the wheels really,
you know,
have
it's
come
late.
off.
I've been here in Roz for a while, and
Gone midnight. 1 minute past midnight local time. And the banana talk.
You got to keep the potassium levels up in here. Got to keep the energy levels up.
You really do.
We're not trying to put anyone to bed. In fact, we're trying to keep you awake and engaged. Do we see a new arrival?
Yeah, what's this flavor? Hang on a minute. That's got to be the hoodie of the day so far, perhaps of the festival.
Hen Rosilio of Israel.
Okay.
Bringing $1 million with him, by the way, into seat 4. As Montagnoli has brought an ace-10 to an ace-king fight. Tochi.
You know, you can level yourself in these spots in Montagnoli's shoes with the ace-10, just think that the chip leader's pushing me around. But Tochi has been super disciplined as chip leader. He hasn't been stepping out of line. He hasn't just been bluffing it off with reckless abandon, just trying to be the table captain. He's really picked his spots. And I would like to see some respect on the Italian's name. Just pitch the ace-10 as he does. Banana check.
Think we're halfway home. Day 3 World Series of Poker main event coverage here from the King's Casino in Rozvadov. Henry Kilbane, alongside yours truly, Ali Nejad, bringing you coverage through the end of play today. Just 55 officially remaining now, Henry, and that means we are on the pay jump.
I believe we just made it, my man. Just scanning through.
And
we did.
And the man that brought us there,
Andrus Nemeth, out in 56th.
Tough.
24,300, although, what was it, 17 million in online earnings. Sympathy, but
he'll be alright.
He'll be fine. Although I do believe, when asked about his current backers, it's the wife that's putting him into these events.
Ooh, maybe he won't be alright then. Hate to go home to a wife after busting.
I mean,
you know, was keeping an eye on
maybe
things.
There's no home to go back to.
Right, depends on the type of wife.
It was a bracelet or no pasa nada, senor.
King of Diamonds is a nice side card here for second pair, which is behind Montagnoli. He has now picked up a gut shot. Believe Tochi played this one as a check back on the flop.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it. Nice to have some strong top pairs and middle pairs in our check back range. Contains a diamond as well. Sizable probe. We kind of end up going into bluff catching mode on a lot of rivers. There is a world in which we just get there. Bluff catching mode it might be.
Interesting river card here in the form of this ace of clubs. See whether or not Tochi feels as though if check 2, king 10 can just check back and go to showdown, or needs to undertake a bit more effort. We'll find out shortly, as Montagnoli has pumped the brakes.
Well, if he does bet here... Okay, right, no need to play the guessing game of why he would bet. I think king 10 just has too much showdown.
Yeah,
I was going to say, if he does bet, it would mean that he's putting Montagnoli specifically on a jack that he's trying to get to fold.
Right. I mean, and you know, if we do put our opponent on a jack, a bet of enough consequence could shed such holdings. It's not the plan, right? But then all of a sudden that ace rolls off and we're sitting there going, well, opportunity knocks.
Would be rude not to. Yeah.
Would be impolite of me, you know, when the deck has paid me a visit in this manner, not to open the door.
It's like putting mayonnaise on pizza, you know?
I really appreciate that you've introduced this into the booth, because I have to tell you, it's one of the types of things that I really...
ostracized, you know, from Italy. Don't get welcome back.
Oh yeah, that's right, you're half Italian and you did this. For those that are wondering what on earth Henry's talking about, the other day in the buffet, we all took a seat, plates filled with various things on offer. At the King's Buffet, Randy, myself, and James, both, or all three of us rather, look up to find a plate of pizza that has been smothered in mayonnaise by one Henry Kilbane, and it really was a shock that none of us vomited on sight.
I feel like you're exaggerating slightly here, but okay.
No, you hadn't. It wasn't even. It was a glob of open ender, by the way. Two-way straight draw for Neugebauer here. Gutter for Klesis. Not sure how interesting this one will get, but we await things. More importantly, the mayo. The globs
45.
atop the pizza. You hadn't like spread it thin. You know, it. Yeah, it really was blasphemous by any culinary metric.
Each to their own. I'll die on that hill.
If you keep eating pizza with mayo, that death will come sooner than you think, Henry.
Hey, listen, I'm on the treadmill enough to justify.
Disrespecting your tongue?
Yeah.
I mean, really. There's the bottom of shoes I would sooner lick than eat pizza with mayo on it. Now, granted, I think it's one of the more vile condiments on earth anyway, so I have a particularly polar reaction. But, yeah.
Rather vile conversation we're steering towards. 8s for the Italian.
I did it earlier as well.
Suggestions that perhaps there's economic opportunity for you, Henry. If you have an affinity for mayos in the OnlyFans streets, perhaps said mayo could be slathered elsewhere for great gains.
A hard pass on my end, but do appreciate it being brought to my attention.
On your end, Henry? Ace Queen small blind flat against the Tochi Open from Klesis, who has shown us some different looks thus far. Tochi has been predominantly cut from one cloth, and that has been a sound one.
It has been incredibly sound.
Long day.
Really solid, strong grind from him. Hasn't even really dipped his toes in any out of line shenanigans. Interesting one here. Red 8s on an ace-jack-jack board. Opening from early position. Expect to see him continue with range as he does. And then reevaluate across turn and river. Should our opponent continue in any form.
Just the check call of 30K, adding 60 to the middle. Third club added to the board here.
I expect to see this one check through now, and action's going to be on Klesis on the river. Block opportunity perhaps on this board texture. Not to say that the check back from the Italian is mandatory, but feels like on a flush completing turn we want to be doing a lot of checking.
He agrees. Very innocent 6 of diamonds.
Let's have a look. Could go really small here. Doesn't even need to be 1/3. Could be something closer to like 40K. Something like 15%. It's got to put a bit of meat on this. 175.
You know, the meatier sometimes the more curious we become, although struggling to maybe find the combos. It would have to be the broadways. Flatting small blind against the open and failing to connect with clubs or a straight.
Yeah, like a Queen 10, King Queen suited type of kit.
Tochi does simply release though. When Klesis enters a pot, Henry, the chips tend to come home to roost with new friends.
I can't say I've seen him play a hand that he hasn't won the pot in, to be honest with you. I'm trying to recall, I think there was like a cut-off open and a button flat where the Austrian then rifled in 41 bigs with ace-jack, but other than that, it's just been grinding away, building a stack.
He played what
day 3.
I have to say, our time here in the booth was the most interesting spot, the King Queen of clubs. Played it as a 3-bet.
Yeah.
Out of position.
That was gangster.
Lead, flop, and then check jam, was it, turn?
Was check jam turn.
With just king high as it stood. Granted, clubs in a gut shot to Broadway as well, but managed to get an ace off its hand.
He's back in action on the button with his own ace. Whiskey from Poland. Any people out there that can help us with pronunciations, by the way, feel free. I just went with Sawicki, but probably pretty far off.
Surrender? Take the cards. Not to have good cards, that's why you surrender.
Sawicki does feel like it could be in the range, by the way.
Yeah.
Rosilio loving this time at the featured table, by the way. You see him waving high. Must have
mom and dad back home.
Yeah, his squad.
For
future table. Second level till the end.
Keeping an eye on his progress here in this main. You know, we forget just what a dream come true.
Of course.
Making a deep run in a World Series of Poker main event is. You know, no matter continent, no matter what point in your career you may be, it is one of those bucket list items. Being checked by this remaining 54 with obviously additional upsides remaining. If they can find their way into day 4, maybe even, who knows, that FT on day 5 as Sai finds his way forward with 6s.
Yeah, from a commentary point of view and just from a poker fan point of view, you just really know what some of these guys are going through. Just enjoying the moment, taking it all in. The reality is this is an opportunity and a moment that you may never get again. I mean, tournament poker variance is brutal. Not every week you get to play a 10k with 1.5 million for first. Take it in, embrace it, enjoy the moment. Get the friends and family back home to watch the show as well.
Neugebauer, by the way, I never wear my scarf like that, because I'm always worried if some dude just comes and grabs both ends of it, choke job, you know what I mean? It's a little bit dangerous out there. You're just kind of inviting.
I don't know who you've been hanging out with, to be honest with you. That sounds like some high school playground kind of antics.
I took a few shortcuts that I shouldn't have, probably down some dark alleys in my day, you know.
26 picks. I forgot.
Got to be prepared for such things. Here is Neugebauer, by the way. Suited one gapper, piquing his interest.
20 behind.
Montagnoli's ace-3 suited the opener.
Andrew McMillan, by the way, helping me with my commentary career, said, well, Henry, since you asked, and I absolutely love you, it's not pronunciation, it's pronunciation.
Confirmed.
Appreciate that.
Ace-10-4. This is not going to be appreciated by Neugebauer, who did come along and now has a hand that will be compelled to call at least one bet. Oh, which does not get delivered, as Montagnoli plays it as a check back and gives a free pull at the turn to the Queen-10. No improvements.
I'm a fan of the check back. Early position open. It's nice to have some top pairs that check back on these board textures. Also, it's a small blind flat. Montagnoli perhaps concerned of some stronger ace-X flatting out of the small. Sometimes as strong as ace-queen offsuit. Little block now. Neugebauer. 10 no good, my friend.
You know, there is, again, that sense of hope when we do fire the 35 as played that maybe, just maybe.
Maybe. Against snap call, I don't think.
It's a tentative rollover of the Queen-10. You see the smile there.
I was waiting for 150% on the river. But you had it.
Unfortunate for you.
Yeah.
Where else would Montagnoli rather be, by the way, Henry? You get the sense that he is in his element right now. Ace queen suited for Klezis. $55K and Savitsky. Ace-5 suited, Henry. These are the tempters. Solver bait, as we've christened them.
Yeah, it looks like the bait going to be taken as he has cut out a 3-bet.
And he's been quite tidy. Has Savitsky. Oh, queens. Surfacing. Mama and Mia. In the small. Facing the open and the 3-bet, Henry.
I mean, we're 80 bigs deep against Klezis. It has us covered. But just unfazed is Tochi.
Look, we know that queens rate to be the best hand so often in these spots, but in the small and against, you know, the presence of Klezis, granted, much better to have him as the opener than the 3-better.
For sure.
We're always a bit worried. Now relief, once we see Klezis out of the way, we play 525 back effective. And Savitsky, a bit sick to his stomach.
Yeah, a bit of posturing, perhaps, as counts down his stack. 150K, he's not going to get to see again. Bars pitch it. Tochi back up to over 2 million.
Funny because he opens every second hand. But I know how it goes. Like. Yeah, first time I have something like that.
So yeah, very recognizable name. Out in 55th.
Maybe I lost minimum.
Victor Blom.
Maybe I lost minimum.
Online poker legend Isildur. Snagging 27,100 euros for his deep run here in this main event.
Like it on the feature table? Like it here? Or you prefer to not play? Well, it's like 2 tables or something, but not like when it's still 80 people.
Might we see our first involvement from the Israeli Rosilio? No, Jack 10 off suit. Inadequate.
It's okay to play slow, then you mean, right? Yeah. It's pretty boring.
We pause briefly upon Neugebauer's ace-9 before he opens.
Just don't get any hands in, right?
Queen 9 suited for Ting Tsai.
Re-release. By the way.
Gonna flat from the small, that of course invites Samuel to come along with the dominated ace. Tsai dominated with his 9. No real interactions on the 884 board to mention. 8 of diamonds perhaps for Tsai, the most worthy of note.
Always a dicey proposition to defend these raggy aces from the big, especially multi-weight. Can really just get you in trouble more often than not. Nice little c-bet there from the Austrian, who's shown a willingness to just get involved and play hands.
Taking it down. Courtesy of that follow-through barrel, in spite of being up against not one but two players, where it's a little bit more uncomfortable to do such things, but a little bit more credible as well. This is just an absurd amount of VPIP to be observing, Henry, out of Neugebauer, where every single time he's entered the pot, it has been within reason. Normally you see VPIPs like this, and there's some riffraff, some out-of-line behavior going on, but here he is, ace-king, opening another pot, and 2 10s for Tochi, who, fact's not lost on him, this is his direct neighbor on the right. He's had a front-row seat to all of it.
Yeah, and they've had their fair exchange of battles as well over the last 2.5, 3 hours. I mean, given how active Neugebauer has been, I want to assume that the 4-bet is incoming. Whether it's a non-all-in 4-bet remains to be seen. I'm not sure if 10s find the mark. It's one of those things where you're almost expecting Neugebauer to make a move against the 3-bet. Case of leveling. He knows that I know that he's been super active. Gonna go after this 3-bet a bit lighter. Let's see if more chips find their way in here.
We've observed the ace-kings be a bit more timid at times, but this, not one of those occasions. In comes the jam. 50 bigs. And the 10s promptly find the bin.
Yeah, I think there's an argument then, if we're not stacking off for 45 bigs with the 10s, to just flat and see a flop in position.
Interesting thought.
Yeah, I mean,
at least give ourselves a chance to see 3 under-repped in position with the dominant stack.
For sure. Yeah, hand as strong as 10s rather than 3-bet folding. Especially, again, broken record, but the structure of this tournament, 90-minute clocks.
So forgiving.
Can just get away with doing a lot more flatting there.
The deck running rich now, and unfortunately on this occasion for Rosilio, his is a blend not quite as rich as that which has paid a visit to Neugebauer. 2 kings. And this is really going to look suspect, Henry. The guy is just V-pipping at levels that one never ever assumes is 100% credible. When will someone dig in?
Well, Rosilio only joined this feature table 30 minutes ago or so, but
yeah, he's unaware.
I mean, has he seen enough though? I mean, this guy's been involved. Does all the money find its way in the middle? Low jack v +1.
Does not. Rosilio playing it as a flat call, and there are problems on the horizon for him. Top pair, top kick. No spade on board. The 10 is relevant. Neugebauer with the overpair.
I mean, this is just going to be showers, right? 360 out there.
It's hard to imagine worlds in which Rosilio's fate is not somewhat predetermined, bar improvement.
120.
Continues for 1/3 on a very wet and connected board.
but one he's not fearful of, in particular given the presence of the King of Hearts.
There really aren't many great turn cards for us, even with Ace Queen. Only King, Jack, Heart gets uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's the cards 7 and below that are in a heart, really, that are the cozy ones. But maybe if he plays this as a flat and something dampen off surfaces on the turn, there are escape hatches available. Ace of Hearts, Jack of Hearts. Well, the ace obviously would hit Rosilio, forgive me, but let's see. Check raise to 290. The fuse is lit here. Do we ask for the rest now?
I think we do. Don't hate trapping, but there's enough out there already to just play for it all as he does announce himself.
Yep. And Rosilio obviously not in love. The jam here, the instances in which we beat the opposition, I think is the Ace Jack Ace King of Hearts sort of kit.
To take another 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, looks like a bit of posturing perhaps for pay jumps. There isn't any on the horizon.
Yeah, 53 remaining. We're going to be at a flat 27,100 all the way up until 47th when we get a jump of about 3,600.
I mean, I say posturing. I do apologize. This is a genuine decision here. This isn't just for a pay jump. This is for a potential 2 million chip pot with 52 players left and 1.5 million for first. We've got top, and our opponent's jammed on us, but he can't get away from it, Ali.
Yeah. And it goes.
Wow.
2 to come. He still has 20% equity, but a 4-1 dog for his tournament life here in the main is Hen Rosilio, the late arrival here at this feature table up against the Austrian Neugebauer, who has his sights set on the 2.1 million in the middle.
We move to inside. What our table number? Oh, okay.
Turn is as dry as it gets. A veritable Kalahari desert in the form of the deuce of clubs. Can Rosilio find the needed queen or ace? On his feet. Doesn't appear particularly optimistic. Maybe trying to use a little reverse psychology with the deck. Ineffectively, though. Jack of diamonds.
One more hand.
Will polish off his remains.
One more hand.
And that'll do it. For Hen Rosilio, 52nd place, 27,100. Ask yourselves whether or not you'd find the escape with ace queen in the spot as played.
I think the board texture would have perhaps saved him from losing all of the chips. Turn obviously not, but that jack on the river leaves him not beating many hands, to be honest with you. Ace queen.
So you think Neugebauer would have deployed across 3 streets there if it was a check call?
Yeah, especially against the small sizing. It was a very small c-bet. 120 into 360 if I'm not mistaken.
Your deep and then get some big flips. Have fun there.
I have to call him. Come here, bring me.
Sounds like one more hand announced. We are going to be switching things up.
Should maybe not make jokes about it.
Never easy, by the way, even with the kings. Does feel like the Austrian kind of earned himself that pot, just how active he was. Samuel again with a mystery hand, and it looks like he's cutting out a 3-bet.
Not something that we have seen him attach to substandard kit. Tochi well aware of how snug Samuel is at this point. The King Jack of Hearts concedes, and there it is, Ace Queen. Legitimate.
There we go. A trip to the buffet for us, perhaps, on this break.
And a peek at all the ways in which to interact with our broadcast here. YouTube and Twitch, where we greet many of you, but obviously King's Casino also can be interacted with at Instagram, Facebook, and the website, kings-resort.com as well. Yet another frame in the books there, Henry. A little bit more bloodshed on this occasion than the priors, as we continue to whittle away at this field on day 3 here in the World Series of Poker main event. We will step aside for a break, but we'll be back shortly with continuing coverage after this.
Yeah, and it's important to note there, when we do have eliminations, we are trying to get the players to have as many interviews after they're bust out as possible. So bear that in mind. If you see one of your favourite players getting eliminated, or whatever the case may be, chances are it's going to cut to an interview from time to time. It's nice to be aware of that before it happens. Cito going to raise to 175 with the ace-9, 9-6 from the cutoff.
9 against ace-queen, 8-6.
And look, Pliashko is all in by default here, Alan, with the ace-queen, 8-6. Again, you might need 2 questions.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll keep in mind, as long as you're writing down that stuff, bro, I got you covered.
And this one is 50-50 as well, as we see the flop of Jack 10-3. Pliashko, the favourite to remain in this tournament, as we see the turn.
Of course,
wow, nice.
Whoa!
It's for you, Royal Flush, bro. You just made the Royal Flush.
Not something we see every day. The Royal Flush.
Indeed.
Sit back down, Pliashko. He's probably raged that he only has 200k there after getting such a massive hand.
Indeed.
But better than being knocked out.
Oh, I don't play mine.
Yeah.
It's been 50. Please. Thank you.
See Duarte there, Dan, topping up another 50k. He's probably in for about 150 at this stage, if not more. But again, it's probably the bare minimum he's in for at this stage. He is not afraid to play some deep stack PLO 5 cards.
In for a penny, in for a pounding.
Wow, I mean, pounding is definitely the accurate term to be used there. This game is going to get bigger, Dan, and unfortunately it's going to happen off stream, but don't forget, guys, we will have some more cash game action tomorrow.
Something very similar. Looks like it's going to be 5 card again, around the exact same time again.
Yeah, I think just 2. Who won last hand? Who won last hand?
Could be a similar lineup, could be a different lineup. You'll have to tune in to find out.
Indeed. We don't know the exact details as of yet. All we know, it will be a cash game stream, guys. strong possibly it will be 5-car PLO again. Big smile on both Dan and I's faces.
5 players? 5 players? 5 players. One by 2 guys.
Thank you.
Philip betting 2K. Bottom set. Bottom set just seeming so inferior when there's 4 other people to act behind you with 5 cards each.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, Dan, isn't it? You just have to be so so passive in general. It's just you know, backdoors, and obviously all this backdoor equity is obviously very, very relevant too. So as we always say, 4 cards is somewhat difficult as it is, but the fact that there's an extra card, like we said numerous times throughout the 6-hour stream, definitely doesn't make things any easier on the players. But either way, I have no doubt that these guys are more than experienced in these formats to understand when they should and shouldn't go crazy with certain hands. But we see a raise here from Dario with the middle set. And the gut shot to go along with that, and also the flush draw.
What a hand here for Dario.
A lot going on for sure, bro.
Set. Granted, it's only middle set, but it's better bottom set. Straight draw and a flush draw. I know his flush draw now isn't the greatest.
Oh, which one was the hand? Ace, King, 10, 2 hearts.
But wow.
Turn, 2 of hearts, river, deuce.
The tough spot for Philip, but at the same time again, doesn't have the flush draw to go along with the bottom set, so he needs to be careful here. Might be a spot he can get away from this, because he still has to worry about, well, maybe not so much about Ferry, but still reasonable hand to.
I think he just has to put this in the muck. Yeah,
I think so too. Yeah, I think so too. I think it's one of those spots without the redraw to the flush at least. Just gonna have to get out of the way, I guess. Ferry, on the other hand, is gonna be in the same boat, I guess.
Yeah,
as well.
yeah. Dario's hand just looking very strong here. Check raising.
Multi-way like that.
Multi-way. Few people to act behind him. And already a bet and a call in front of him.
Indeed.
Don't tell us.
You can still go. You can still go. You're up.
How can I explain it?
You're lucky, Sophie. You can still go a nice holiday. 1800? 18,000.
18,000.
See, Ferry's still debating whether he wants to flick in a call here, but when you see bottom set being folded,
everybody's a winner.
Oh wow, he's really going to be running this, guys. This is going to be a big one, guys. This is going to be our first 100k pot, I think, and it is just 116k.
What's his reasoning behind this?
I'm not really sure, Dan. I think this is a little bit kind of maybe getting a little bit impatient, maybe a slight bit of tilt. I'm not quite sure, because I don't think other players will be getting this hand in. I think they will just be mucking this on the flop, but we are going to be running this down, and I'm assuming they're going to run it twice.
And this is by far the biggest pot of the night.
Indeed, 116k in the middle, guys, and they are running it twice, according to what Ferry said, or mentioned, or signalled, I should say, with his fingers.
No, it's sick.
Dario in a very, very good shape here. Is he drawn dead here with the tick beside it in terms of outs? Because he does block a lot of Ferry's outs here with the 3.
It's like Ferry has a wrap, but it's not the greatest of wraps.
That's a different chop than we know in Holland. That's we've got a Colombian chop on the 5.